watching us who are worried that it's going to be a bloody election?
No, definitely it is not going to be bloody. And why I was building that point was to give you the background of the candidate you are talking about and the indicators that clearly show that he's doing well and is destined to win. But there's been talk of defiance. You've heard about it. It's not something exciting and interesting. And those that have been propagating that are definitely not doing it in the best interest of Uganda. There is this indication where people want to justify their loss. Just in case we lose, we've been cheated, we've been intimidated, or money has been used. That is trying to create a soft landing, just in case things don't work out the way one hopes. And then you hear talk of, instability or violence. Definitely that is not something that I want to happen. I want to implore all Ugandans that Uganda will be there before, during and after elections, and even after elections we need to live in a peaceful Uganda. So let's not lose sleep over the outcome, because we are in a democratic process and the democratic process can go either way. And I want to encourage that we remain Democrats, because we can't talk about democracy without being Democrats. Democracy means that even when you've won or when you've lost, democracy remains to be a good principle and practice of choosing leaders. Yes. So one thing that I want to say is that definitely we are going to enjoy a peaceful and credible electoral process. I guess that all that are participating know the value of keeping the country above our individual interests as human beings. Right. We owe it to Uganda to leave it peaceful. And I believe that the institutions and agencies of government that are mandated to keep law and order will be on top of their game to ensure that people enjoy their freedom and tranquility as they go about the business of choosing their leaders, a responsibility bestowed upon them by Article 1 of the Constitution, which states that power belongs to the people, who shall determine who will lead them and how they will be led. And definitely the people are going to decide, and their decision ought to be respected even by those that may be assuming that they have to carry the day.
Honorable Mike, thank you so much for joining us. We are live at the International Conference Center. That is Honorable Mike Sebalu, a spokesperson of the NRM campaign task force. Of course, the message of peace going out very clearly. That's something that NTV here we are passionate about. The hashtag I am Uganda going around. We've seen similar hashtags. I choose peace. Regardless of the result of the election, I think Uganda, definitely Uganda, is bigger and greater than even this election. So good luck to you, sir, and your campaign team, and of course confirmation that the president will be here at the second presidential debate. Joel, back to you.
All right, many thanks, Brian Mulondo, for that update from the Serena Conference Center. Is going to be happening. We look forward, and we'll be rolling in time. Gentlemen, peace and security is another issue that is going to come up through this debate. Honorable Kanyombozi, even those that don't like President Yoweri Museveni, they pay glowing tribute to him for having made sure Uganda is peaceful, Uganda is stable, Uganda is secure, internally and even externally. Do you agree?
Let me first say, internally, what was the problem? The problem is that people failed in a vote and took to the bush. The people who came out of the bush, now there is nobody in the bush. So they can't be a problem, because the people who were causing the problem are now in government. So the problem, that one is solved. Two, don't you forget we have had wars in this period of 30 years, 20 years of war, civil war, in the north, in the east, and partly in the southwest. Maybe we have reached an exhaustion point and settled. True, we now have an army which is understanding. They are not the same as the army we used to have with the armies we used to have in the past. And therefore, there is a great improvement, and this one we must give credit to government and institutions which have formed it. On the outside, I have already said that there is a problem. If we were going in these wars as a regional power, as a part of a regional group, I would have no problem with it. But at the moment, we are the ones sacrificing, and it is a great sacrifice, both in terms of resources and deployment of people. Yes, we have done very good, but we are doing it for a whole region, and therefore we should be supported and contribute the burden to everybody. I don't see why Tanzania shouldn't have people in Somalia or in the Central African Republic or in the Congo or in this. Why is it that we are the only ones being always called upon? It has helped us internationally with the powers that be, the imperial powers that be. It has helped us and given us a recognition. But internally, what is the, you know, in partnership and integration, integration can be done by force, you capture and put them under a roof. It can be done by looking at a common interest. It can also be done if you are threatened as a group. Now, if we are not threatened individually as Uganda, why should we be the only ones to contribute?
Interesting question. Ambassador Irumba, how do we tap into this as a country? It should be an opportunity. Yes, we are all over the place. We are stretched. How do we tap into this and make good for Uganda?
Yeah, I think when we look at it, what I would expect of the country is what is our national interest? I want them to come very clear. What is our national interest? Our national interest, of course, security is critical, which threatens the existence of the state. There you can go to war. Then the other national interest, of course, is in terms of promoting your objectives abroad. Yeah, peace in the region. I think that has been one of the considerations of our going to Somalia and Sudan. Don't forget that most of the changes in Uganda, there has always been a Sudanese factor. Whether it is 71 and all the changes.
Agunduse district kazi odi Kampala mwebale nnyo okumpuliriza.
Tolina gyolaga.
Mukwano, nina okutusayo sente zino katikati.
Nedda. Kwata, zisindikire ku simu yange.
Ora buli kisoboka okozesa Airtel Money. Weereza sente, sasula biiru zo, obagula data, ofuna omukisa okuyingira ekibokisi ekya Airtel yola amajja, osobole okuyola okutuuka ku bukadde bubiri buli lunaku oba obukadde 20 ku fayinolo. Nyiga *185# okwegatta ku Airtel Money.
Airtel, the smartphone network.
Ananga bampuliriza mbalamusizza nnyo. Nze Yohana Batista Kaggwa, omwepisikoopi w'e Masaka, mu ssaza lino ery'Abakatoliki. Tubadde wano mu musomo gwaffe ogw'ebyokulonda nga twebuuza obanga ddala ensi eyinza okulonda ne kubeera kwa mirembe. Nze nkakasa nti kisoboka kubanga n'awalala kikolebwa. Baganda baffe ab'e Tanzania bakiyiseemu, tebabadde na ntalo n'okutuusa kaakati. Ne Uganda wano tukisobola. Obusobozi bwaffe buli buli omu kussaamu n'ekitiibwa, respect for one another, ate buli mu kuwuliriza abo abaagala okweteekawo okwesimba ne batubuulira puroguramu zaabwe nga buli omu atunnyonnyola ky'ategese okukola. Ne tukiwuliriza bulungi, ne tubeera n'eddembe okwerondera oyo gwe tulaba, gwe tuwulira ddala asobola okutukulembera oba okutuusiza ebyaffe mu paalamenti oba okutukulembera obulungi.
use the 500 shillings daily bundle. I use the monthly bundle with 1 GB data.
Wait. Africell has all internet bundles.
Really?
Yes, all internet bundles from 10 MB to 100 GB from 1 hour to 1 year on the widest coverage at the cheapest price ever.
Wow! Dial *133# now and select the bundle you need with the fastest speed and the best quality.
So Africell is really the king of the bundles.
And the change of government won't stop a thing. I've run out of fingers counting the number of multinationals setting up here. What about the 3 companies that announced their
The Big School Fun Moment with Big. Distributed by African Queen, #1 Distributor Limited.
Fanta feel food, Fanta feel Fanta. Fanta food blast. Fanta Fanta.
Wow.
Fanta. Fanta.
Amazing.
Fanta food blast. Fanta. Tasty Fanta. Fanta. Fanta food blast. Fanta. Tasty Fanta. Fanta.
New Fanta Fruit Blast with honey. Wow, what an amazing taste!
Education tips are brought to you by Kampala International University.
Schedule of classes. It's important to organize your week so that you know when you need to attend lectures and then set aside additional time for self-study and working on assignments.
Education tips are brought to you by Kampala International University.
Nedda togenda oli kuki lobe emyaka gyo lekengene nsasula ebbiru y'amasanyalaze nedda bambi kansasulira ku ssimu yange
funa buli kisoboka okozesa Airtel Money weereza ssente sasula bbiru zo oba ssako airtime ofuna omukisa okuyingira ekibokisi ekya Airtel yoola amajja osobole okuyola okutuuka ku bukadde 2 buli lunaku oba obukadde 20 ku fayinolo nyiga *185# okwegatta ku Airtel Money.
Airtel, the smartphone network.
back with more names and personalized messages on our photos and cans. So now you can share a Coke and a feeling with family and friends.
Insurance tips
is brought to you by ICEA Group.
Medical insurance is a type of cover provided by all insurance companies to cater for uninsured's confinement overnight in inpatient and outpatient day-to-day visits to the hospital. It also has an additional benefit of dental, optical, and maternity, which is for the ladies when they're pregnant.
Be there with you when it all starts. There with you as you see them through school. With you when you first ignite your dream car. There to encourage you through your investments. There with you to experience the joy of buying your own home. There to reassure you when you retire. We will be there with you in all your life's changing moments. At ICEA Group, we believe in promises that last a lifetime.
Mukwano, nina okutusayo sente zino katikati.
Nedda. Kwata, zisindikire ku simu yange.
Ora buli kisoboka okozesa Airtel Money. Weereza sente, sasula biiru zo, obagula data, ofuna omukisa okuyingira ekibokisi ekya Airtel yola amajja. Osobole okuyola okutuuka ku bukadde bubiri buli lunaku oba obukadde 20 ku fayinolo. Nyiga *185# okwegatta ku Airtel Money.
Airtel, the smartphone network.
As Ugandans, we must ensure that we open up a carpet where our children will walk in peace and tranquility, and that the time that they will spend here in Uganda, even after we are gone, will be a peaceful time. So our responsibility, one, we need to go out and vote for leaders who will help to advance the cause of goodness and the cause of development and prosperity. Two, we need to ensure that the platform is clear for our children and our children's children. May God bless you.
Bigger, better, and refreshing than ever. Riham brings you the bigger, better 600 milliliters in PEP bottles. It's time to share the tastier and bigger Riham Cola. Fun time, WhatsApp, Fun Fruity, and La Vita. Bigger is better, so share more and enjoy the thrilling taste of Riham Soda for only 1,700 shillings. Wow! Share a Riham Soda today.
No, don't go.
What are you doing? Look at your age. Let me go and pay my electricity bill.
No, let me pay using my phone.
Do anything to use Airtel Money. Send money, pay bills, or buy data and stand a chance to get in the box with Airtel Yola Maja, where you can Yola up to 2 million shillings daily or up to 20 million shillings in the grand finale. Dial *185# for Airtel Money.
Airtel, the smartphone network.
Live to you outside the Serena Conference Center, yet again the venue of the second televised presidential debate, another mark in Uganda's history. We're expecting several guests today, and many of them have started turning up. Everything today is going to be dealing with foreign policy. What we need to understand are the international relations of Uganda as a country and how it will work if the elected president and what policies the elected president has to put forward as Uganda goes forward. Now today we're expecting a panel of experts. We expect to have Onapito Ekamloit, Irene Ovonji, Professor Mahmoud Mamdani, who's also a renowned scholar and also ranked as one of the greatest thinkers according to Time magazine. Another person that we also expect is our very own Charles Mwangusha, who usually hosts the Fourth Estate, Beatrice Chiraso, and also and several other panelists will be coming to discuss several issues today. Simon Kasate will be hosting some of these people to give us an insight of what the presidential debate is going to be talking about. Right now I have my colleague Raymond Kataha Mujuni, who's on standby, ready to interview some of the guests that have turned up here today. I now hand you over to Raymond Mujuni.
Thank you so much. That was my colleague Suhail Mugabi, who is also at the Serena. The mood here is very elated. Of course, later today we shall have 8 presidential candidates facing off in a televised presidential debate, which the moderators say will largely center around the Ugandan foreign policy. The Ugandan foreign policy, if we can demarcate it, is there are 42 different embassies and high commissions across the world, and also it ventures into the army deployments of Uganda in other countries. We have our army deployed in Somalia, South Sudan, Central African Republic. We've previously mediated conflicts in Burundi and Rwanda. And of course, joining me on the set today to discuss some of these things is Severino Tunobsinje, who is the personal counsel to Amama Mbabazi, who is one of the presidential candidates, but he's also counsel for the Go Forward team. Thank you so much for coming and joining us, Severino.
My pleasure.
Briefly tell us, are you content with the Ugandan foreign policy the way it is, and do you think that it's working for Uganda?
First of all, it is important for Ugandans to understand that in order for you to appreciate the Ugandan foreign policy, you must relate it to the domestic policy. We think that Ugandan foreign policy needs to be re-evaluated, and that our foreign missions and our foreign service officers be put into proper consideration. For example, we know they are not very well paid. Our embassies abroad, most of them are in a very solid state. That gives a bad picture to Uganda. And we have had a government in power for 30 years. We think the leadership of NRM in the last 30 years has done what actually leaves a lot to be desired in as far as our foreign missions are concerned. And so our foreign missions must be given special attention. And Uganda will, we intend to make sure that Uganda's participation after 18th of this month, Uganda's participation in foreign missions, those sons and daughters of Uganda who are in uniform must be given special consideration. We think our army must be paid well. The services they offer, their lives which they have been put in harm's way, the UPDF must be given much more special attention than it has now. Our soldiers are not well paid. They must be paid very well. And that notwithstanding, we do still think that our foreign policy, especially when it comes to engagement in wars that are outside Uganda's neighbors, Uganda's boundaries, it must be looked at again. You do not simply wake up to send our soldiers when we do not clearly understand what they're doing. So it must be addressed. And Right Honorable Amama Mbabazi first of all recognizes that the UPDF is a disciplined army. It is a very, very strong army. It has played a historic mission, but this mission must be properly considered by the country as a whole.
Of course, we expect the Right Honorable Amama Mbabazi to be here today. What are some of the things, if you can pick us into his presentation, what are some of the things that he's expected to address in this debate, and what are some of the things that he has probably communicated that he will address in this debate?
As the debate is, of course, it is foreign policy. It touches security in the Great Lakes region, security abroad, outside Africa, as far as Ugandans are concerned. But his approach to it is that Ugandan foreign policy must be looked at together with Uganda's domestic policy. The two are inextricably intertwined, that you cannot discuss the other without looking at this. So for you to say you want to talk about peace abroad, you must talk about strength at home. So the question is, 30 years that we have been moving, what is it that must be able to define how we relate with our neighbors, how we relate with the rest of the international community? That is extremely critical. When you look around, you see security is related to economics. So if you have a poverty-stricken nation, you have a country whose health sector is, the health system is totally broken down. You have a country whose education system has totally broken down. All these ones needed to be rebuilt so as to make Uganda competitive. Uganda's education system, for example, as we speak today, is not one of those you can call competitive on the African continent. So if you have to talk about Ugandans getting involved in the foreign nations to go and serve as experts, they must be well educated. So the question is, what kind of education that we have for us to be able to talk about the quality of the professionals that we produce, who can be capable of being competitive on the international market. We think that Uganda has a road deal. In terms of our education system, in terms of the social services sector, we have a lot that must be worked on. You have a country where, for example, within 1 year you spend more than $100 million going to treat people in India, in Europe, and so on. That $100 million could have been spent to revamp Murago Hospital. So if that was spent on Murago Hospital, you would turn around that facility so that Ugandans who would be spending that money, they have the services here. We do not have it. So what do we export abroad? A sick nation that must be treated right now. And 18th day of February seems to be an end of the 30-year rule and a beginning of the new reign. That is what Ugandans must be prepared for. So he is ready to discuss both the international, the foreign policy, but it cannot be delinked from what is happening at home. Because what happens at home determines how Uganda, for example, is viewed on the international world. And we think we do not put up a better case.
Of course, I have been part of the campaign trail that followed your candidate around. Just briefly, if you could peek into this campaign trail, are you content with the election that's coming up in a few days from now? And if you're not content, what are some of the issues that you think should be sorted out before we have an election on the 18th of February?
I think the most important thing that we need to, first of all, that must be addressed right now is the biometric voter system, that machine. This is a machine that has failed everywhere. Wherever it has been used, it has been disastrous. It was applied in Kenya, it was left halfway. They tried it in some countries in West Africa, it didn't work. In Ethiopia, it failed. So why are you bringing it here? We do not think we need it. We have tried to follow it up. Wherever it has been used, it is a total failure. It is a disaster as far as we're concerned. So we think this is a black spot that must be removed immediately before we move into the voting. It was not necessary in the first place. Even the law doesn't provide for it. The law talks about the voters register. It talks about what should be on the polling station. And as long as you have a voters register, you don't need this machine. You look at the power that we have. You do not have electricity everywhere in the villages. You have dry cells. Some of them are expired. You know how our economy operates. So this machine is going to work perhaps for about 10-30 minutes, and then it stops. So what happens? We're supposed to have a uniform standard that applies within our socio-economic setup. And we think the Electoral Commission has done us a disservice when it comes to application of that machine. We have written complaining against it, and we protest that it should not be used on the voting day. Generally, our candidate has been doing very well on the campaign trail. Wherever he has gone, he has got a very good reception. I would like to inform all his supporters that Right Honorable Mbabazi believes in three things as a method of running his campaign. You must have a message that is clearly packaged. You have a machine through which this message must go to a targeted audience, and then you have the resources to function this machine to be able to be delivered. The campaign of Right Honorable Mbabazi is not a campaign of the crowds, because the crowds do not necessarily translate into the votes. In the crowd you have everybody. But his campaign has been focused, it has been very clear, the message is very clear that for the first time we must perform a historic role of having that peaceful transfer of power. This evening in this Serena Hotel, you are going to witness a situation which looks like already a reenactivation of how the peaceful transfer of power is going to be. You have the head of state standing together with the rest of citizens who qualify to stand for that office. This is how it is going to be in Kororo when he is going to hand over to one of those 8, and that will be none other than Right Honorable Amama Mbabazi. There is one thing you cannot run away from, that is change. In life, there is only one constant. Change is the only constant that you have. Everything else changes except change. So it would be catastrophic for anybody to try to resist it, because once you resist it, it will push you. We do appreciate that the organizers of the debate, the Elders Forum, the Interreligious Council have performed a significant role. Now, the participation in this debate of Ugandans living abroad in the name of Dr. Shaka Sali shows you already how Ugandans begin to gain confidence within the exercise. This is one of the most highly competitive elections that you have had, and certainly it is bound to cause the change, the course of history. So this history has begun. We just have a few days from now. For us, our camp, as far as we're concerned, we are ready to vote even tomorrow. Bring the vote tomorrow, we vote. That is how prepared we are. And all Ugandans, we expect them to be peaceful, wake up in big numbers, go and vote for Right Honorable Amama Mbabazi. You cannot resist change. Change is one factor that you must put up with, because that's it.
Of course, we expect much of that debate to go down between the Right Honourable Mama Mbabazi, who has been a confidant of the President for about 30 years now. But to dig deep into the voting system, you talked about the voters register. Just a few days ago, the chairman of the Electoral Commission apologized to Ugandans for 20,000 extra voters who are on the voters register. Briefly tell us, how do you feel about these extra voters on the register that are being found just days into the election?
You see, in this election, one thing, the message that the Right Honourable Mama Mbabazi has been telling all the voters is one thing. Wake up one morning, go to the polling station, cast your vote, and stay there until it is counted. Now, those extra voters whom they had put, and whatever extra ballot papers that may be, how will you use them in a situation where everybody's eyes are open? I think it was a dangerous move for them to make. Whoever plans to do that kind of thing should think twice, because it will not be allowed to happen. The elections must be free and fair. You have been seeing opinion polls being thrown around. We don't believe in opinion polls. The best opinion poll is a secret ballot in the basin on the 18th in the morning. That will define, that will separate those who believe in propaganda and those who work scientifically. And the Right Honourable Mbabazi is very, very scientific. Remember, he has been at the heart of all the winning that NRM has scored ever since it became a government in power. He cannot allow you to use any mischief that you may have used before. That won't happen. If there was any cheating before, that is a thing of the past. Come 18th, it will not be allowed to take place. And what will change history is anybody attempting to use it. Because first of all, it is known what they will do, or what they intend to do is known, and the countermeasures have been prepared. So, for those who love this country, any attempt to engage into mischief, into malpractices, into voter, that kind of thing, they should think twice, because it is not a wise idea. I think all participants in this election, be it FDC, be it Go Forward, whoever is involved, they have all decided one thing: no rigging will be allowed to take place. So whoever tries to engage into rigging will cause what will change the course of history for this country. And one thing, as I have told you, power is with the people. Everybody else exercises delegated power, including courts of law. So once the people do not believe in those things, then they can decide to retain their power and exercise it to their own satisfaction. So you do not want that to happen. Let us follow the law. The Electoral Commission should be very clear. It should be very clear. Those plans that have been going on must be stopped. I am very sure all Ugandans, especially from the Go Forward camp, are more than prepared to make sure nobody rigs, because they know what rigging is and how it is done.
Of course, as his council, you must be preparing yourselves also for the election, whichever way it comes. Briefly take us through, what preparations do you have as the legal counsel for the Go Forward camp for this election?
Really, the Go Forward camp is ready for everything, at all fronts, be it legal, be it voting preparations for that very day. We are prepared to do our role as lawyers. First of all, we know what the law requires, and we have made sure that Go Forward observes the law to the letter. So our preparedness is up more than 100% prepared. That's why I told you that even if they brought the votes tomorrow, for us, we are ready to vote. Our people are ready to vote. What they are not ready to do is to get involved into sitting down and allowing anybody to engage into the rigging. That will not be allowed to happen. And it does not matter who brings it. That won't work. Especially crime preventers. Crime preventers, if they think they do not want to go and exercise their rights to vote, and they are going to the polling stations to beat people, the advice that we give them is that they should stay home. Because first of all, they do not have the capacity to do what they have been told to do, to go and beat people. You have seen them all over the place, defacing posters, disrupting rallies, and by and large, we have been able to deal with it in a manner that the law requires. So they are now understood how they behave, and that behavior is properly prepared for. It is not good to try it on the voting day.
Your candidate has complained about crime preventers, basically them going through villages and verifying on the voters register who is dead or alive. Are these allegations still alive at the moment, and have you resolved them with the Electoral Commission?
Those allegations, those are not, first of all, they are correct accusations. They have been going all over the place with the register. It was given to them by NRM. Because you see, NRM is really panicking. Why would you panic? You have been around for 30 years to be observed and for Ugandans to judge whether you are a fit and proper organization to continue running the affairs of this country. And I think the verdict is Ugandans have said enough is enough, stop here, we have a new beginning. That will happen. So the crime preventers, the message I've given to them that they should not try it is the same thing they've tried before, and it didn't work successfully. So we do not think it will even work on the voting day. We advise them to peacefully walk to the polling station and exercise their votes. We do not encourage anybody to try and engage in an exercise that is violent or violent in nature. It will not yield any useful results for whoever will try it.
Of course, we've had a bit concerns with the crime preventers. We've had concerns with the voters register. We've had concerns with the independence of the Electoral Commission. And of course, you as lawyers have also written many letters down the Electoral Commission. If anything happens on voting day that you do not agree with, what's the first mode of action that you're going to take for things that do not?
First of all, Go Forward believes in the law. We have a law in place, and we shall follow the law to the letter. I can inform you and all listeners that crime preventers are an illegal militia, really. They are a militia which is like Interahamwe of Rwanda. You remember those criminals who caused the genocide in Rwanda? They are like the Imbonerakure of Burundi. You see now what they are doing. That is what crime preventers are. Let nobody lie to you that these fellows are up to anything good. There is nothing good that these crime preventers are up to. So we hope and we advise that they should not be involved in the electoral process at all. It is an illegal creation. It is a militia. You do not need a militia. You have seen them being passed on their training wherever they are, and you know what they are being trained? Go and deface posters, go and disrupt an election on the polling day. We advise them not to try it because it's not a good idea. We want Ugandans to go and peacefully vote. We believe in peace. The Go Forward candidate, Right Honorable Members, is a man who believes in the law. He believes in peace. We want Ugandans to wake up and go and peacefully vote on the 18th. We advise anybody who wants to try that violence to stop where he has reached. It's not a good idea.
Okay, thank you so much. Of course, we've been talking to Severino Tunobsinje, who is the counsel for the Go Forward team, but also counsel to the Right Honorable Mama Mbabazi, who is one of the candidates that will be showing up for the debates today. We expect that in a few hours from now that the debate will be starting and it will be largely centered against foreign policy. I'm going to hand you back to my colleague Suhail Mugabi, who is also at the conference center, shortly to tell you what is happening on his end. Over to you, Suhail Mugabi.
Yes, as I'm speaking right now, guests have started flooding the Serena Conference Center, where they will be watching the second televised presidential debate. As we have seen government officials coming in. We saw the Minister of State for ICT, Nyombi Tembo, coming in. Yeah, we also saw members of government like the government spokesperson, Ofono Opondo. And our panelists have also started coming in. Professor Mahmoud Mamdani, a renowned scholar, is also here, who will be giving us an insight on the foreign policy issues that are going to be discussed by the presidential candidates. Today we expect all the 8 presidential candidates to be present, where they will have to answer questions to do with the foreign policy. Of course, we know Uganda has been playing an integral part and role in issues to do with the military, sending contingent forces to go and help out the situation in Somalia and the East African community. So today we expect the president will be asked some of those questions, and we also expect to know issues to do with trade and as well as the economics of Uganda. Now, today we have also seen religious leaders coming in to witness the second televised presidential debate. We have seen the Archbishop of the Church of Uganda, Archbishop Stanley Tagali, coming in, and we have also seen members of the Interreligious Council coming in to give their support as they host the second televised presidential debate. It's going to be a barrage of activity, and you should expect that NTV is going to be giving you a full-fledged coverage that will be giving you analysis, not only looking at that analytical issues, but also looking at the political side, the economic side, and also to help the layperson to understand the issues properly. Now, today we have seen members of the opposition also coming in to show their support, and we all know that the presidential candidates are having their final campaign rallies and are traversing different parts of Uganda and Kampala mainly. But today, later on, today we shall be looking at more of these aspects. We shall try to engage the people. We shall try to interview some of the people to tell us what they think of the presidential debate once it has ended. We shall also try to engage them on a personal note to know what they feel, if they feel inspired following this presidential debate. Our team is going to be setting up on several locations. We know that outside Serena here, we already have a location at a studio that has been set up that will also be ready to host the people who will be coming in at any other point in time. We also have our fellow reporters who are on the ground. Raymond Mujuni is right now on the red carpet with me at another location, ready to give you a fully fledged coverage on other issues. We also expect our team of experts in the studios to be ready to give us some of the information. Simon Kasate will be talking to some of these people who will be coming in as panelists, and they will be helping us understand the issues as well. This second televised presidential debate is another mark in Uganda's history. It also tells us that Uganda is progressively going in a direction that shows total democracy, whereby people can come together and engage and also articulate issues on a platform without any kind of disturbance. It tells us that today we also have a panel of moderators who will be coming in, and our moderators today are people with the wealth of experience as regards to do with the media coverage. Now, today, what do you expect? That is the question every Ugandan is expecting to hear. Last time we saw that the presidential debate generated a lot of response on through the social media scene, and now we also expect that to also take place. We know that the hashtag of the Uganda debate is going to be trending on Twitter, and we expect everyone back at home who will be watching the live televised debate to be engaging, also asking questions, and also bringing out some of these issues on their other different social media platforms such as WhatsApp, Twitter, and Facebook. We expect this debate to also continue to bring out the issues for a Ugandan to understand the country's position as regards to the international relations. Now, if you're talking about international relations, what are we mainly focusing on? There are very many issues. I can't go into detail, but I'll let you know that when it comes to international relations, how is Uganda relating with the other countries and the rest of the world? Now, we also believe that all these people who will be coming in here have already carried out their research, the presidential candidates, and they will be ready to tell us and also bring out some of these issues when they're asked the questions. Now today, what you expect to see on NTV will be live, and it will be shown. It will be showing you exactly what we'll be bringing you later on in the day. My colleague Brian Mulondo is in studio right now, and he's going to be articulating some of these issues, talking to some of these people who will be coming in as panelists, as well as also some of the other guests. Now, I'm handing over to Brian Mulondo, who is going to give you more insight on the second live televised Uganda presidential debate.
Suhail Mugabi, who is outside at the International Conference Center. As you can see, people have started walking in. Honorable ministers, we have some diplomats, we have international delegates. We also, there's a tent where, of course, the guests that are just arriving are having a cocktail, but also inside, if you do not have a card, actually, what we know now is that even a card may not get you in, as the special forces are managing this. Of course, it is confirmed that the president will be attending the second presidential debate. My guests here joining me in the studio, Honorable Yona Kanyomozu, who is formerly a member of parliament in the Yala, and Ambassador Nathan Irumba, the executive director of Siatini, and Leonard Okello, who I was talking to earlier, has been off the scene for close to a year, but it's good to see you. He is from the Uhuru Institute. As you can see on your screen, people are walking in. Leonard, who has just joined the conversation, is it a surprise that the president has decided to be a part of this discussion of the second debate?
No, I don't think it's a surprise, really. Frankly speaking, I think it should have come much earlier. It should have come for the first one, but it's not bad. It's good he's accepted to come now, and that I hope he takes the debate very seriously, because I think it is just important that when you want to be our president, you should communicate with us, and this is an opportunity to communicate with us as Ugandans, but more importantly, to show us how you relate with your peers and your colleagues. And some of them may be much younger than you are, less experienced than you are, but humility is part of leadership, right? And a virtue in leadership. So if you humble yourself enough from the long-term strong presidency to being able to talk with your colleagues in our presence, I think that's better than what happened last time, and I hope this relationship continues. By the way, if you watch carefully, this may be even unprecedented for a strong, long-term serving president in Africa to be part of this debate. So I think it was a good idea that he chose finally to come.
Yeah. What does this debate add to the NRM support? And many people were not happy that he missed the first debate. And they say it could have been an opportunity for him to win, especially the elite who were believed to be the target of the debate. Ambassador.
I think what is critical for the debate, first of all, as my colleague here says, the president is showing respect. We are talking of a democratic system. And in a democratic system is a contestation of ideas of how this country will be led. Now, running away from the debate is not all that good, because it says, I mean, you fear, it's as if there's a fear about being questioned on how you are led this country. So I think now he has an opportunity to put his record in terms of foreign policy, in terms of regional integration, to challenge and leave the public to judge. It's a part of a democratic process. Debate is part of both an education for the citizens and even for the leaders. You can't be talking of an election when you can't discuss with your contestants.
Right. Well, one of the issues, one of the debate topics is foreign policy and international relations, and the president, many people would say, has a lot of respect in the region. He is, we have troops in Somalia, we have troops in South Sudan, we have troops in CAR, we are mediating the Burundi crisis, and so many would say that this debate is the more important debate of the two, where his presence is more important than the first one.
Well, I couldn't give a tag on what it means, but what I think if he hadn't downgraded the first one as a school children's debate, it would have been okay. But now he has realized that it's fit and proper for him to come and debate. And he has an advantage, because at least that's an area where he don't want to get the questions which he would otherwise have got in the first debate if Aaron Kasuja and the young lady Kachungira were to confront him, or if his other friends, his presidential competitors, were at the end they asked them single questions. I think the first one would have been embarrassing. This one, he will have an advantage of saying these ones, they do not know what they are just local here. They don't know what they are talking about, and it is an advantage to him. But I hope he will retract the statement that these debates are for school children. Two, he has gained the international. If you are in power for 30 years, I mean, you become like an elder.
What else?
Who else would be the mediator if you are there for 30 years? I mean, when they take seniority, and Africans so used to being the elders. He's an elder now. And therefore, he would have ended up in the position
that he is.
As for the contribution all over, I have said all about it. I think our participation in Congo, in the CRA, in Sudan, Southern Sudan, now in Somalia, first, some of the aspects is containing the Islamic onslaught that has come to the world. Two, it's so close to us that it affects us as a region, and that's why I always feel that our contribution should be collective contribution by the region, so that Tanzania has people in this thing. Rwanda, Burundi has, and so that it becomes not a Ugandan affair. Kenya didn't go in until they were actually attacked.
Well, they've been now, and Somalia Parliament has wants them out. So
yes, so it is something we need to say. Oh well, we are there. But my only concern, which I had already said before you came in, was we go there and fight these wars. We don't follow it with economic activity, and we end up being at a disadvantage. Kenya stays up aside and comes up and reaps all the benefits, the companies, the recognition of saying you can now come in even before the East African integration allowed free movement of people. They were already reaping. Those of us who contributed to the suffering and to bringing peace, we are still total strangers. And that's an area of concern, and I hope these parliamentary presidential candidates will address it and say, if we are going to go in a partnership, or if we are going to go together, work together, there must be something for all of us as a benefit, and it's crucial. Nobody goes in this thing for nothing. Even they're going to heaven, you have got to sacrifice something to go to heaven. If you don't do it, God won't accept you, or St. Peter won't let you in.
And some of those pictures are on your screen inside the Serena Hotel, the Serena Conference Center, where everything is going to be happening. And yesterday I was able to show you, of course, where the moderators will sit. When we come back, we are going to talk about the expectations of the debate. Of course, some people have also in the past talked about the credibility of the moderators. Given the experience, can they make sense of this debate? The issues that we are going to talk about are foreign policy, regional integration, regional trade and investment, and of course peace and security. My guests are here to break all that down. Let me first talk to Kataha, who is outside the conference center. Kataha is joined by Dr. Maggie Chigozi. Kataha.
Thank you so much, and welcome Brian Mulondo from that. Of course, I will not tire from reminding you that this debate is largely centered about foreign policy. Uganda has 42 different embassies and high commissions that contribute to Uganda's foreign policy, and of course, part of that foreign policy also ventures into our army deployments in different parts of the world where they are deployed at the moment. Of course, joining me on the set is Dr. Maggie Chigozi, who is one of the members of the Elders Forum, who will be telling us shortly how ready they are for the debate. Welcome, Dr. Maggie Chigozi.
Thank you very much.
Tell us a bit, how ready are you for the second presidential debate?
We are very, very excited. Everything has fallen into place. We have all 8 of our presidential aspirants here today. We had a very successful one, the first one in the whole of Uganda. Last time we had 7 of them, today we have 8 of them. And so far the arrangements are going very well. We expect them any minute now.
Briefly tell us, why the choice of foreign policy for this particular debate?
A number of topics were tackled at the last presidential debate, and these are the other very important ones, and foreign policy is absolutely key. As an investment promoter myself, the issue of attracting foreign investment and achieving markets, accessing markets is a priority for Uganda. We need to be able to sell our goods to all these countries where we have ambassadors and where we have no ambassadors. So we want our aspirants to explain what are they thinking for the next 5 years. How are they going to achieve that? How are they going to attract foreign investors from these countries, come here, create jobs, partner with our people, add value to our products. Those are the key priority areas. But we'd also want to be able to sell our products to these other countries.
Of course, you are a key player in the foreign policy because you also trade with the foreign markets. What would you say is the stand of the foreign markets at the moment for Uganda?
There's a lot of willingness to buy from us, in that we have special agreements. For example, China has got a number of, they allow our products into China duty-free and into India, some of them. We need more, of course, but we still have a challenge in that myself, for example, our product, which is Pepsi products, were selling very much into South Sudan. They were selling into Burundi. So it's absolutely critical that the issue of security in the region be tackled during this discussion of foreign policy. Without security, we have lost, many of us in business have lost a large part of our markets because of this insecurity. And the insecurity in East Africa, the 5 East African countries, we've been very attractive for investors. But when you have insecurity in Burundi, you have refugees running out, you have, it's not very nice. So we want to hear our aspirants, how are they going to address that?
Of course, that was Dr. Maggie Chigozi letting you know that security and foreign policy are key to any presidential run that everyone will be making. Of course, we expect the presidential candidates to be walking in any time from now, and the key conversation today is, what is Uganda's foreign policy? What do people stand to benefit from the Ugandan foreign policy? Can Ugandans sell their goods in markets abroad? Can we create more markets than the 42 where we have ambassadors from? Handing to you back, Brian, in the studio.
Thank you, Raymond. Gentlemen, when you listen to Dr. Maggie Chigozi, your reaction? Let me start with Leonard.
In any foreign policy, the following things are key. You need to do business. Serious presidents, actually, when they're going for any visit, go with a delegation of top business to go for negotiations. They use the discussions when Thabo Mbeki is coming to Nairobi then, or going to Sudan or Nigeria or Ghana. He would do that. The same thing with Uhuru Kenyatta is going to South Sudan for a meeting with Ethiopia. He goes not only with the diplomatic delegation but top business, because that is what the role of the leader is, to introduce business to business in those countries. That's one. The second thing is, of course, we need peace and security. Is a big issue. And it's one thing. You can say we have President Museveni and the country done fairly well to have a military capacity to do preemptive or preventive interventions outside, so that you keep wars away from our country. And that can say, yes, that's in terms of military capacity. You can have done that, but you need to do a bit more on the negotiations, peace and negotiations, because you cannot.
Well, sorry to cut you short, Leonard. The first presidential candidate to arrive there, Professor Venantius Bariamreba, always keeping time. He was one of the first actually to arrive at the first presidential debate. Right there, arriving at the International Conference Center, he'll proceed to his room and prepare. And like I told you earlier, these rooms have all been prepared for each of the candidates to go talk with their teams and get ready for the debate. Ambassador, let me ask you, okay.
I will just complete. But you see, for whether you do peace and security, whether you do what, trade is big business. It's always very important in foreign policy.
Yes.
Because no country goes out there just to go and talk around and fly around, show how big and powerful you are. You only become powerful with that. And for me, I'm looking forward. This country actually is so advantageous, we're probably landlocked, but if you look at the fact that we are surrounded by 6 other countries, some of them as big as more than European Union. Congo is bigger than the entire Europe in land size. You get the point? And then the fact that we are in South African Republic, maybe by now we should have been even negotiating the possibility of a serious road infrastructure network between Arua up to somewhere in the capital city of South African Republic. Maybe we should be thinking about a road with knocks off from Gulu, Karamoja, across into to connect with the road coming from Ethiopia now, over Addis Ababa to Nairobi, which is going to be a major highway. And we seem to be doing military adventures, which is good, apparently, to protect us, but we don't seem to be working on what actually will bring wealth from those destinations. Get the point? I have family among the officers who are in Somalia, actually.
Well, again, Leonard, you seem to be speaking at the time when all the candidates are arriving. That is Major General retired Biraro, who has also arrived, and I must say that he is also a timekeeper. The first presidential debate, he was the first to arrive, and he is also greeting members of the Interreligious Council there. On your screen, you can see it really kept time. The debate is, well, supposed to start at 6, but of course, we're expecting the president. So I guess when he gets in, he will start immediately. But you can see members of the Elders Forum waiting to greet the presidential candidate, Major General retired Benon Biraro, arriving there with his entourage. People have said that General Biraro did well at the first debate. I think so. What could he bring to the table this time around?
Yeah, I think he did very well in this debate, and he was a good representation of how the army has improved, because the kind of articulation he did of understanding the issues, it showed that actually we have officers who
he was not just talking because I think Kasuja said the Bushmen feel like they're entitled.
No, I think he talked like someone who understands the issues, who is in touch with the reality on the ground, and has some ideas of how that can be reversed. Now, to me, the critical things which I expect from this debate is, very often we talk about foreign policy, but foreign policy is what is the basis of foreign policy?
And Ambassador, just you have all served at the international level. You have served at IALA. When I talk to many people, they don't seem to know the foreign policy of Uganda. I guess it's what Leonard was saying. We seem to be more interested in going to pacify the region and make sure we engage our military so that they don't seem to be seated back at home not doing anything, and that's what we seem to be focusing on.
Yeah, I think in the foreign policy, first of all, you must have define what are your national interests, and ideally that one, even all the candidates should agree that you have a consensus on what constitutes a national interest, so that when your army is deployed, it is not deployed for personal interest or sectarian interest, but it is behind a cause which everybody agreed is best, because that's what you threaten the state. Then the other thing is about foreign policy is how do you relate in terms with the global situation. Now we have a situation, if you're not careful, where you are acted on instead of actually looking at your interests. And very often, and that I think has to also to go, I hope it will also address, what is the money power you are deploying to implement your foreign policy? If it is just a technical know-how, then you can have a misreading of the whole situation. So you might have people called ambassadors who are actually promoting other interests apart from the national interests. And I think that's critical in terms of even looking at the staff and the secretariat of those who implement the foreign policy. If you look at countries like India, which are very clear about it doesn't matter, even if there is a change of government, it does not matter to them. Unlike in Africa, where the change of government, then you have a whole changeover.
It's a whole overhaul of the
system.
So
they are always in the process of learning. And very often, instead of reporting the truth, they report what people want to hear.
Ambassador, let me interrupt you there. Another presidential candidate arriving, Dr. Abed Bwanika, has also just arrived at the International Conference Center. We're going to get those pictures. I guess his car is coming in, and he's the third presidential candidate to arrive at the International Conference Center. Of course, members of the Interreligious Council, members of the Elders Forum waiting to greet, and you can see members of the press there rushing to his car. But you are, well, when we get those, yes, there you have it. Dr. Abed Bwanika has greeting Dr. Maggie Chigozi there, and religious leaders, members of the Elders Forum, greeting them there with his team and his security. Well, I'm very excited that the candidates have reached on time. You can see Vic Skingo there. I think Mabirizi is about to arrive. Mabirizi is definitely, I think, around his advance party there, coming, I guess, to check on his security. But that's Dr. Abed Bwanika, who has, people will compare him to Dr. Besigye. He has come in every, election, and many people will say that has crippled his relevance, because he all of a sudden resurrects at the mention of the word nomination for president, and then he resurrects. But during the space between now and the next election, we won't hear anything from Abed. But let's go back to foreign policy. You were saying the national interest. What is Uganda's national interest? Who lays out that interest? Is it Parliament? Is it, should we have an Elders Forum that can inform us of what our interest is, so that it is always kept with whatever leader comes in?
I think both Parliament, the various institutions, individuals, have a contribution. There should be a bigger debate on what constitutes our national interest. And
Ambassador, let me cut you short there. The Secretary General of the NRM, in NRM colors, a dress that also has NRM letters, that is Justin Lumumba arriving at the International Conference Center. A confirmation, I guess, that the President will indeed be here in a couple of minutes. Later, I was speaking to Ofono Pondo and Mike Sebalu, and you can see how they are clad in NRM colors. Very, very excited about the debate. Ambassador.
So if you look at the national interest consists, for instance, of what is the threat to security of this country.
Yes.
For which there will be a consensus for going to war. That's so where the state is threatened, there can be a consensus that should be debated, and that's why the Constitution is very clear that authority should be obtained from Parliament before you authorize, because it is an act of war it must be threatening the national interest. Then there is what you call other secondary interests who you can change. Okay, we can go to the question of national trade. I mean, our interests which we need to promote outside in terms of trade, which the King is talking about. Where you look at, given our production capacity now and what we intend to achieve in our vision over the so many years, how do we think ahead of implementing, how do the international dynamics affect those issues, for instance, we have agreed on the national plan, so that they're implemented. Now, if you look at the West, and if you look at the agreements we are signing with them, they are very clear. For instance, they have a comparative advantage in information and technology. And they want, so you will look whether the World Trade Organization or whether the bilateral agreements they are signing with us, they are insisting they have freedom of I mean, their interests are protected. I have looked at the bilateral agreements, for instance, which we are going to sign. Now they will tell you they come up with a new definition of investment, and which includes all sorts of debts, intellectual property, and what all those are because they have a comparative advantage of that. And even if they have now come up with the question of appropriateness, the appropriation, which is, for instance, if you put a law in place, which is intended, for instance, to protect the environment, and it affects the profit, that might be considered expropriation. Wow. So those are some of the things which some of us keep saying, like, you are signing all this agreement, but you are signing away your rights.
Yes.
So in national interest, our board should be look at it, and I would expect our judge, our Minister of Justice and Foreign Affairs say, this is not a good deal, and we should not go in it. I have been in, I was in Nairobi in the World Trade Organization recently, and now originally when the Doha round was beginning, agriculture was supposed to be the critical issue, and that's where the US and EU say it's a no-go area. But what do they want? They want rules on the competition policy. They want rules on government procurement. These are not meant for you. They are meant to access your markets so that the multinationals are able to compete with you.
Yeah.
At one time I was arguing with someone who said, oh, but what's wrong with the government procurement as assigning on the government? I said, no, it has nothing to do with government procurement. It has everything to do with market access to you, because government is the biggest purchaser. But they say, well, if they give us a reciprocity, I always pose the case. Let's, for argument's sake, there's a reciprocity of government procurement with the US. And the US Army puts up a tender for maize. What is the real chance for Uganda farm even to be shortlisted? So for them, they have looked ahead, not now, but 30 years from now, where they'll be competitive. It's not accidental now. In all agreements you sign, they emphasize intellectual property rights.
Right.
Now go to your Uganda Resources Bureau, how many Ugandans have patents? So whose interests are you implementing? Those are some of the interests which we say look at the question of investment. Investment is good. There's no question about it. But how does investment, what do you want from investment for you? You want technical transfer, technology, you want employment, creation of employment. But when you look at some of these agreements which we sign with our developed partners, of course, you look at the Global Europe, for instance, policy, which defines their global interests. Now, have we defined our global interests?
I see the president being pinned on, especially the investment, the subject of investment, and it's been huge, where you allow people who do not have even enough capital to start their business. When he was launching the Aga Khan University Hospital, he talked about how the new kind of rule he's going to bring, you must have a certain amount of money to come and invest here. And we've made significant errors in the past where people have been relocated, not compensated, because there's an investor coming, the investor does not start the project. Is that likely to be one of, especially when we're talking protecting Uganda's interests?
You're asking me now?
Yes.
Well, it should be. It is not only, it should be, even if the person has the largest chunk of money. The participation of the nationals of that country is also equally important. You can't let foreigners come and own everything, although they are investors. They may, because what we need to look at, what is the return to us? They come, at times, let me start with the extreme side. At times the person comes without the money to invest. If he does, and he makes profit, then he repatriates everything to his home country. So you are left with nothing. You become suppliers of labor, and maybe the structures he has put on. It becomes worse even in the service industries. Things like hotels, communication. I mean, we all now have these phones and what have you. The person comes with very little money. He's pouring all the resources. These people make super profits at the end. So we need to get a definition of our own participation.
Let me interrupt you there, Honorable Yona. Amama Mbabazi has arrived. If we can just have a full screen of that proceeding. Amama Mbabazi there. Arriving, he's working with Musa Chitakule of the Interreligious Council, Mama of the Go Forward team, and it is going to be very interesting to see, I guess, the exchange between the president and his former premier. You can see him there, John Patrick Amama Mbabazi, arriving for the debate. He is the fourth candidate to arrive at the International Conference Center, with members of the Elders Forum there, and greeting also members of the Interreligious Council. And that man, that man was Prime Minister and probably participated in some of the agreements we see here. Visited China a lot, and before he was later kicked out of government. But he should also, I guess, be one of the other people that should be asked about Uganda's foreign policy.
Yeah,
yeah.
That's why I'm getting at. So unless we define what is in that investment for us from the word go and our own participation in that investment, we lose out. Because I don't want to be particular. In the telecommunication world, that's where they now, of the investment, where there is a good rate of return. It's all owned by foreigners.
Yeah.
They all take, and yet the money is between you and me. We are the ones who subscribe to these things. There's nothing for us. When they go, they don't even have buildings. They come here, rent everything, do anything. Therefore, they go and they leave us empty-handed.
Empty-handed.
Secondly, there is the issue of the sectors where that investment is going to go. Where we need to choose the sectors and say, here, this one is very critical to us. You invest in this one. And the region where that investment is going to be. Otherwise, they will all flood in Kampala and forget the rest of the country. You need to redirect them. Third, on employment. For example, Madam Kajina and his group, the roads, and now construction is going on.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Or 3/4 of the companies are mostly Chinese. Even the people who hold the fraud rights at the
ones who hold the
import
the flags.
Yes. They import of our own people in this construction. We must set up a standard and say, in this construction, which is worth so much, at least 20, 30, or 50% will be, depending on the complexity of the investment. So we need to do that. And when we are negotiating, we need to emphasize that. I had mentioned just before about the hydro station. We are all excited Bujagari was finished. But Bujagari, compared it with the Ethiopian power station which was established, or even the Karuma. How much are we putting on? Because it's going to be a national debt.
Yeah.
And it will cripple us.
Right.
These people come with investment. We get excited. They send the vice presidents to come here. At times, even the presidents come. This thing is.
They launch it.
They launch it.
And we stop there.
We stop there. Then the debt burden comes to us, and we have nothing. In case of Jagari, the whole thing was done in such a way. That's why the negotiation becomes very important. Was done in such a way that the tariff which we are going to pay is included so as to be able to recoup the investment in the shortest possible time. We need to look at these things, and that is what is going to be critical in the future. Especially when all these presidential candidates are saying so many things which they want. They should be critically looking at these agreements,
yes,
including the oil.
In the first debate, they were actually asked who any of you had seen the agreements of the oil deals, and none had seen them,
including the former Prime Minister.
Including the former Prime Minister, who was tipped to be the head of the Petroleum Authority. But of course, those details we'll definitely discuss those later. We need to cross over to the Serena Conference Center to just see some of the action going on there. Our reporter Joel Senyini is standing by there. We also have Simon Kasiate, who is standing by, Raymond Mujuni, and of course Suhail Mugabe. We will be on top of this debate. Of course, the President of the Republic of Uganda expected to attend the second presidential debate. And just for the benefit of our viewers who may not have access to television, or in a couple of minutes, if you can get your smartphone, you see that right there on your screen on your left. So let me just take that down, that right there, that there. Put your smartphone, if you have a QR code on your phone, you just scan it close to your phone and scan it, and it will go straight to our stream, and you can catch this on your computer or your tab or wherever you are, and you can watch this debate live without being on your television. We are streaming live. The debate hashtag is UGDebate16 at UG Press Debate. You can also send us a text on 6565 and tell us what you expect from this second debate. We shall be, of course, talking to our digital desk also later to sample some of those comments. But you can see there are pictures of the Serena Conference Center outside. Justice James Ogola there, you know, getting ready to receive some of the kinds. Gentlemen, before we leave, your parting shot, Leonard, your parting shot before we because we also have to take you inside and be able to watch the debate live.
I think really, in the end of it all, what will determine our national interest, which will determine how we shape our foreign interest, our foreign policy, is really the people, the ideology that drives the people in charge. You can have national interest, but the national interest can be implemented and can be driven in foreign policy by what ideology drives. At the moment, I struggle with what ideology actually drives our political leaders. Because sometimes you ask yourself, what exactly is the difference between these people who are standing in front of us here? What's the difference between Mama Museveni, what's the difference between Besigye and Museveni and Mabriz and all the, you know?
What defines
what
them
exactly is unique about each of them, apart from the language in the manifesto? What drives that language in the manifesto, which when they get to office, they will use to drive our national interest and therefore our foreign policy?
Right.
I think we need to probably reflect that and maybe punch them a bit on that as we go into the debate. Thank you.
Ambassador.
Yes, I agree with the question that an ideology or the value system which you have, rather than jumping from there, but what values drive you and what values should drive our foreign policy? Okay, we have talked about national security, that's okay, but there is regional integration. What do we understand by regional integration, and how are we going to get out of it? Then the question again of the Africa aspiration for a continental-wide economic community. How did that factored in the considerations of these gentlemen's policies? Then the other aspect, which I think, where he talked about the value system, is the global dynamics which is going on now. How do we relate it?
Yes.
Unfortunately, we have tended to be driven by foreign ideologies rather by the ideology of how we should see Africa in future. In this, I was talking about phones. I remember, I think Manuel said, we import, if you look, we import some of these phones, but we don't even manufacture one small part in it. So you can see how our production is divorced from our consumption.
When you don't answer the question of who actually owns and controls means of production, then there is a big ideological question you have not answered.
In my words, I would like them to say, what is our interest defined? What do we get out of this arrangement that we are going in defined? how do we participate without letting our country go, despite all the things that the paraphernalia? How does it impact us as a country or as a region? Those are issues we need to address. You don't, because anything done here affects the environment, for example. Do we let everybody, because he has the money to come and invest, to come and invest?
Yeah, that's right.
What happens in the next 2 years or 3 years? Or even after one generation? We need to get those things clear. Lastly, and most important, we need to look at the region in which we are operating and the African person, given the past history that we were colonized. My colleague here has already said we were sold first as commodities, as slave trade. Then when it became less important, we were given particular things to produce. We need to move away from that and say, yes, we are here in our country. We have our brothers. We don't want them to suffer. We are also here to see our development, and this is what we expect to be done by whoever comes in our place.
Right.
And even you can take it to an extent of saying, if the terms of trade are such, we want a reciprocal treatment. If we are sending everything, you know, if you stand outside here and you see how many Japanese cars are passing, and you ask yourself how much of our things are going to Japan, you can get a shock.
Maybe we'll start exporting the Kira EV.
Let me tell you, that Kira EV will not be competitive. It's a good idea. I'm not discouraging them, but maybe if they could do something about solar, so that there is a reduction in the solar panels, and we can get cheaper energy, which has impact on production and other things. That would be a thing I would go for.
Right. Well, thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining us. It's definitely been a pleasure. The second presidential debate will be starting in a couple of minutes. I guess what we are waiting for is the arrival of the president. You can see members there of the different observer groups. We are arriving at the Serena International Conference Center. We have also the European Union delegates who are here, who are going to be observers for the election. They are already also here. The members of the diplomatic corps have arrived at the conference center. So far, 4 presidential candidates: Dr. Abed Bwanika, Major General retired Benon Biraro. We also have the first candidate who arrived, who was Bariamreva, Professor Venasius Bariamreva, also arriving. So we should be waiting for Maureen Charia, Joseph Mabirizi, and the president. When they get there, we shall then, and Dr. Kiza. Basically, when they get there, we shall definitely cross over to there. But our reporters, Joel Senyi, Simon Kasiate, Suhail Mugabi, Raymond Mujuni, all in the different areas where action is taking place. Of course, when we come back, we'll be looking at some of the highlights of the first presidential debate and joining the different panels here at the International Conference Center. Thank you so much for watching. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
wabula nnumira omulimu gw'enkola mbadde nga nkozesa ebika bya langi ebyenjawulo nga nfuna obuzibu ne bakama bange ng'eyatiikirira esiiwuukirira saako n'okukulukuta naye okuba ntandika okukozesa global paints enkolagana yange ne bakama bange yalongooka. kadimu wange poza okozesa langi kyeno mukama wange ekyama nakizuula mu global paints.
Global Paints erimbika nga silk vinyl, weathercoat, texture paste n'ebirala bingi mu buli kala gy'oba oyagadde. Gisange mu hardware zonna mu ggwanga oba ku factory yaffe ekireka bbanda kuba ku ssimu okumanya ebisingawo.
As Ugandans, we must ensure that we open up a carpet where our children will walk in peace and tranquility, and that the time that they will spend here in Uganda, even after we are gone, will be a peaceful time. So our responsibility, one, we need to go out and vote for leaders who will help to advance the cause of goodness and the cause of development and prosperity. Two, we need to ensure that the platform is clear for our children and our children's children. May God bless you.
Welcome to the new home of football with Star Times. Open up a whole new world of sports with Star Times. Get the best of Bundesliga, Serie A, European Cup qualifiers and FIFA tournament football games on World Football, Sports Premium, Sports Live, Sports Arena and Sports Focus. Watch all the best of the German Bundesliga and Serie A matches this weekend exclusively on Star Times, the new home of football. If football turns you on, turn on Star Times. The Big School Fun Moment with Big. Distributed by African Queen, #1 Distributor Limited.
Which herbal jelly is the people's choice? Move it, herbal jelly. That nourishes the skin and makes it look healthy. Move it, herbal jelly. Which takes away rashes, itching and ringworms. Move it, herbal jelly. Favorite for children and adults.
Move it, herbal jelly.
Let us use Move it, herbal jelly, and Move it, herbal soap is our choice.
Move it, all day confidence.
On polling day, present yourself to the polling station where you are registered as a voter. Present your voter identification documents. This could be your national identity card or your voter location slip. If you do not have any of the above, you can still be assisted by the presiding officer to check and confirm your particulars on the National Voter Register. The presiding officer will authenticate your identity using the biometric voter verification machine. After verification, you will be issued with a ballot paper. Proceed to the basin and mark the candidate of your choice using either a tick or a thumbprint. Fold the ballot paper lengthwise as shown by the presiding officer. Proceed to the ballot box and carefully insert the ballot paper. The polling assistant will mark the cuticle of your finger to indicate that you have voted.
Exercise your right to choose your leaders. Please note that the polling station opens at 7 a.m. in the morning and closes at 4 p.m. in the evening. Go to your polling station in time to vote.
Please visit www.ec.or.ug for more information on your voter details. This message is brought to you by the Electoral Commission.
Nedda togenda
oli kuki lobe emyaka gyo bikengene nsasula biru y'amasanyalaze
nedda bambi kansasulira ku simu yange
funa buli kisoboka okozesa Airtel Money weereza ssente sasula biru zo oba ssako airtime ofuna omukisa okuyingira ekibokisi ekya Airtel yola amajja osobole okuyola okutuuka ku bukadde 2 buli lunaku oba obukadde 20 ofayinolo nyiga *185# okwegatta ku Airtel Money.
Airtel, the smartphone network.
Come make this Valentine's unforgettable with your loved one at Royal Suites this Valentine's. Enjoy Mongolian cuisine specially served for you and your loved one. For couples, the fee is 110,000 shillings and 55,000 shillings for singles. A glass of wine is on the house. On plot 1820 Benanyomba Road, off Lathuli Avenue, Bugalovi. Royal Suites. Comfort at its best.
Nice, better, nice, so nasty. Make every moment a nice moment with nice, yeah. It's always been a part of me, a part of life, yeah.
Nice House of Plastics. Make every moment a nice moment.
Nice House of Plastic.
Why are you laughing?
Because he pays 3 shillings per second.
And how much are you paying?
A bit less than his 3.
With AfriCell, you can pay much less than both of them. With the Tokota 500 bundle, you pay less than half a shilling per second.
What?
Yes, less than half a shilling per second. All you have to do is dial *134# and select Tokota from the king of the bundles.
Only on AfriCell.
As a youth, let's participate in promoting peace, in participating in elections, in participating in giving advice where necessary, in listening to the candidates, vote wisely. Let's not see the selfish interests of the candidates. Let's see the candidates who can perform and deliberate to the service of this country. We think that as youth, let's not accept to be used, but let's be the people who are going to give a very good, wonderful result at the end of the day. Thank you so much.
Long was 7 years, law reform. And then after that, it was like 3 years of about ethics. But now I just find it's like
privileged to head unity government. After 30 years of conflict and this and that, this nation needs to reorganize. Get into the reorganization, look at the constitution, look at the economy, look at things and take a better direction. This is what I am offering at the political level. Then of course, changing the lives of our people, the farmers, the unemployed, the teachers, doctors, working people, changing the education system, and the rest of that, as contained in my manifesto. So I will right now field your questions. Yes, sir?
General Suhail Mugabe from NTV, and today we are going to have the second live televised presidential debate where you're going to be, and we expect candidate Yoweri Museveni to also be in attendance. He was once in the army with you, and you served under him as your senior. And why are we seeing you coming out and challenge him in this particular point in time? And beyond that, and also looking at other prospects, today's issues are going to deal with foreign policy. We'd like to know where does Uganda stand as regards foreign policy as for you as the presidential candidate?
One, having served with President Museveni, and then really, for somebody who has been in power for 30 years, not to be challenged would be a disaster. So, number one, having stayed in power for too long, and we see the economy not performing well, we see corruption going up, we must change that. Two, foreign policy is a big thing. Foreign policy is, you cannot say, where do you see, foreign policy is about how you relate with other countries, but mostly taking national interests. The basis of foreign policy is our national interests. For instance, let me give you an example of national interests are graded. Survival. We are having terrorism. We are having coin still in Central African Republic. We are seeing countries around us unstable. So, as we build on that, we will need allies to help us in equipment, in this and that, and so we must get people who can work with us or check on the already existing relations and continue with that. That I'm looking at national survival. We are looking at the economy is in shambles, but especially because of global warming, agriculture is ensuring that we feed our people will be a very, very big challenge. So this is why in my manifesto I've lifted agriculture and farming almost the survival level. I said for in national interest, survival, then the major interests like the economy, like education, like democracy, like all those, then important ones like cultural aspects. So as you relate to nations, you are looking at pursuing your national interests, and that forms the basis for international relations. Yes. Next one. Yes, sir? Yes.
General, you are a soldier yourself, and part of Uganda's foreign policy has been the deployment of troops outside the country.
Yes.
What's your own assessment of our deployment of troops and how we have benefited from that?
It was good. It was good because some of those who are threatening our survival, like the situation in South Sudan, we needed to have our troops there. We went to stabilize Somalia, but my point will be time frame. We need to give a time frame to those places to put their situations in order, and then after that time frame expires, we will pull our troops back home, because we cannot shoulder the entire responsibility of building their nation alone. Yes. Another one? You have a second? No more questions from all these people? Yes, and now back to him. Yes, your second question? Uganda has been seen?
As several sorts in relation to my colleague's question,
yes.
Whereby we have seen that we have deployed our troops in Somalia to try to bring peace together and also to eliminate the Al-Shabaab as part of the AU contingent. We have also seen Uganda coming out consolidated support, especially when it comes to the East African community. And one would say that President Yoweri Museveni has tried to do something when it comes to the foreign policy of Uganda. In regards to that aspect of sending our troops to Somalia and also bringing the countries together for the common market for East and Central Africa commerce and also the East African community, where do you see us now?
Not bad, but what do you take there? If you look at our foreign policy and the strength of it, it's based on the military really. Not economic factors, no, only the military. That's what is shoring up our international relations and our stature among nations. So we need to do more than that. What are we selling in Comesa? What are we selling in the region? Very, very little. So I like the initiatives, but backing it up with action has been slow. So, but well, And on the other hand, if we retire President Museveni from politics, I wouldn't mind using him in that line because he has been doing a good job. I wouldn't mind. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes.
On the level of accountability that the army has had to Ugandans,
Yes.
their foreign missions.
Yes.
We haven't had publicly from the government how many soldiers have died in these foreign missions. We haven't had how much we spent on these foreign missions. What does the presidency say about such?
Well, for now, you ask the President Museveni those questions because he should be in a position to. But transparency in terms of troops and how they fare across, their welfare and the welfare of their families concerns me. And you will be seeing more transparency in that regard, because we need to know how many have sacrificed. These are Ugandans they are heroes, and so you cannot hide their numbers. No, we must know. We need to know. Yes. Most importantly, we need to understand this, to examine the circumstances under which they meet their end. Because if there is laxity, what actions have been taken to stop? We will do more than that. Madam?
Joanna Kello from Power FM.
Yes.
And you led the contingent, let's say you led the Ugandan contingent in the DRC in 1998.
Yes.
And of course now when you talk about transparency,
yes.
I am not sure whether you recall the number of people you were with in DRC, but I think you know right now DRC has never, its issues have never been resolved, and Uganda has also been cited
yes.
among the countries that have been causing conflict in DRC.
Yes.
So as someone who has been in that region,
yes.
What do you bring to the table?
Our going to DRC was,
and the region.
Let me say, our going there was noble. We had an operation called the Safe Haven, creating a haven for the Congolese to do their training and the rest of that. I authored that document, that mission statement. But later on it was interfered with by other elements of command. I didn't spend a month there. I was withdrawn and I came to lead the 2nd Infantry Division Western. After that I went back to the Congo to sit on a panel to see what had gone wrong. So it was a mess, mostly because our countries at that time did not understand what they call joint operations and joint and combined operations with other countries, and what centers of gravity must be, things that you cannot violate in a conflict. So, but now all of them have matured. I have seen Uganda in Somalia doing a very good job. I have seen Rwanda in Central Africa and other places doing a fantastic job. So I think the lessons learned from there have been well utilized. Yes.
Just to add on that, has Uganda really learned a lesson? Because I think when it comes to Somalia and Uganda, of course, we have so much. Oh, we see Uganda coming out. We say we are the ones who have sent the most number of troops. When it comes to Central African Republic, the same. When it comes to South Sudan, Uganda was the only one that sent troops to South Sudan.
The lesson is not to send troops, not stop sending troops. The lesson is once you go in, do a good job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Just to take on
We pass the other side.
especially for the ordinary people and the youth. And I have no doubt that my manifesto addresses the challenges of the day. I would appreciate a question from those who want to ask.
Dr. Suhail Mugabe from NTV.
Yeah.
I will ask you the same question that I've asked your counterpart who has been here before, Major General Benon Bilaro. The question is about, we have seen Uganda, today's issues that are going to be discussed in the debate have to do with the foreign policy. And I've seen that Uganda has been playing an integral role, sending troops to Somalia and also to South Sudan, and leaving also alone that has also tried to consolidate other African countries as when it comes to the East African community and also comments on the common market for East and Central Africa. Would like to know, with those significant strides in our foreign policy, what is your view on what this current government has managed to achieve, and what you intend to achieve as a president once elected?
I believe we have done well as a nation in terms of peacekeeping, especially in the view of Somalia. I believe our contribution as a nation has been outstanding, and we are proud about our troops, the men and women in uniform, the UPDF. They have done a thorough job. However, we must be careful that our agenda is not about fueling war. Our agenda should remain firm on peacekeeping as a nation. There are some instances where we have been involved, especially in DRC Congo. I don't think we are there for peace, and our record is not good in that area. So in terms of security and peace on the African continent, I will continue to promote that, and we must build our troops for readiness in that area. But having said that, my foreign policy is largely going to center on trade and investment. That is going to be key. We need to build relationship with other countries on the issue, on the platform of trade and investment. We want to promote trade. We want more direct investment into this country. All of you know that it has been declining the last 3-4 years. We need to build our competitiveness as a country so that we can attract more. We need to diversify our opportunities in this nation so that we can attract more foreign direct investment. My foreign policy is also going to center on the Ugandans in the diaspora. We have over 2 million Ugandans living in the diaspora. They have been sending in over $1 billion every year into our economy. They are a very huge tool in our hands in terms of building our economy. We want to organize them so that they can put their money into productive sectors, not just building houses and supporting consumption, which they have been doing. On the East African community, definitely we welcome the integration. We believe it is a step in the right direction, but we are slow on fast-tracking the political integration. We need to take our time, especially as a nation, so that we can build our competitiveness. When you look at Kenya and Tanzania, they are a little bit ahead of us. So as a nation, we need to ensure that we invest in those areas where we can build competitiveness so that we can benefit out of the integration. And of course, the other issues of the foreign policy, they are our international obligations. And in the region, apart from the East African community, I want to majorly also invest in building trade between Uganda and the neighboring countries, including Congo and South Sudan. Therefore, we are going to build the infrastructure deliberate. I've talked about an international airport in Arua. I've talked about a superhighway between Koboko up to Kitgum. And these are infrastructures that are designed to attract trade from South Sudan and from Congo. And that is briefly our direction in regard to our foreign policy. Yes, please.
So, also want to comment on the fact that Uganda has troops almost everywhere. What's your take on that?
Of course, the question of Burundi is branding Africa very negatively. All of you must know that when we are talking about FDI, foreign direct investment, those foreign investors, they look at Africa as a one country. So whatever happens on the African continent that is negative, it also impinges very negatively on all the other economies. What is obtaining currently in Burundi, the violence, the bloodshed, I do believe that this is a test for the East African community, especially the leaders. We must be seen to be useful as a community, and all of us had hoped that the East African community would have jumped in so that they mitigate what is happening in Burundi. It is very, very unfortunate that our leadership, especially in Uganda, was given the opportunity to champion the dialogue and the negotiations in Burundi, but they have not had very good results. We hope the president of Burundi will reflect on the situation. He has governed the last 10 years. I know that he has fallen within the temptation of the African leaders, of all of us wanting to stay in power forever. I believe that's the only problem that is in Burundi. When I'm a president, I will do my role to encourage Mr. Nkurunziza to leave power in the interests of the people of Burundi. The issue of Uganda having troops everywhere on the African continent, of course I've told you we have to balance between peacemaking and warmongering. There are many instances where our troops have been involved in undertakings that are not desired, and I've given an example of Congo. I don't think Uganda should have been in Congo, especially when we were involved in the plundering of the resources of Congo. So we are going to restrict our troops. Of course, they have to protect the interests of Uganda as a nation, whether within or outside, but we must restrict our troops from warmongering. On the question of where we deploy, we should ensure that they are majorly peacemaking missions. I thank you so much.
Good evening and welcome. This is it, the presidential debate, the second edition on the 13th day of February 2016. Coming to you live from the Red at the Kampala Serena Conference Center, where the 8 presidential candidates, without exception, are expected to slate out as they discuss and debate on matters foreign policy. And of course, as always, NTV here to bring to you the perspectives from every angle. Call it a 360 analysis of this event, from pre-event preparations to pre-event analysis to the event itself, and obviously the post-event analysis. Good evening once again from wherever you're watching us. Welcome to this edition of the second presidential debate, coming to you live from the Kampala Serena Conference Center. My name is Simon Kasiati. For the pre-event analysis, I am privileged to have with I a distinguished panel of experts in, of course, fields that are very much related to foreign policy. This evening, I have the pleasure to introduce you my panel, and without further ado, I will start from my extreme right. Irene Ovonji Odida, former Member of Parliament in the East African Legislative Assembly, currently the CEO, Chief Executive Officer of FIDA Uganda, but you've also served as the chairperson of Action Aid as well as a member of the Mbeki panel on illicit financial flows. Good evening and welcome to this panel and our discussion.
Good evening, Simon. Nice to be here. Looking forward to the debate.
I love that. Certainly looking forward to the debate. Wow. And then, of course, I have with me Professor Mahmoud Mamdani from Makerere University. You are the head of the Makerere University Institute of Social Research. Good evening and welcome to the show.
Thank you, Simon. Looking forward to it.
Thank you very much. And of course, now to my immediate left is a former member of parliament in Uganda, former vice Secretary General of the East African Legislative of the East African Community, an economist with a master's in public policy and administration from Harvard University. Good evening and welcome to the panel, Honorable Beatrice Kiraso.
Good evening, Simon, and thank you very much for inviting me.
Thank you very much. And of course, I know you wear very many hats. Certainly, I wouldn't go on introducing all those credentials to our viewers, but certainly we'll get that in the course of the discussion.
Sure.
And to my extreme left, the man himself, Director of Corporate Affairs, Nile Breweries Uganda Limited, a former member of parliament, and interestingly, a former presidential press secretary, His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, and also a journalist in every right of the word. Good evening, Wanapito Ekomoloi.
Good evening, Simon. Excited to be here this evening. It's quite a historic occasion, and it's nice to make a bit of history.
When you have a rich panel of Wanapito Ekomoloi, Beatrice Kiraso, Irene Obonja, and Professor Mahmoud Mamdani, moderated by yours truly, Simon Kaseati, you can expect it will be a deep conversation. Let's get back into the press room. We'll return with our stuff to our insights to this presidential debate. We'll be right back.
Give you an opportunity to ask me some questions. Yes.
In your manifesto, you have foreign policy as a mantra that you're going to formulate.
As what?
You're going to come up with a foreign policy for Uganda because you think you don't have
place. They do have
Secondly, when it comes to how we relate with our neighbors, I would ensure that we have good neighborliness. When it comes to foreign engagements, I would ensure that we don't get involved in other countries' wars unless we have a backing of a national parliament, unless the regional economic blocs are supportive of what we want to do in the region. The other issue I will be looking at is the issue of trade. I'll be able to promote intra-Africa trade within the East African community, and that will involve us focusing on improving on the quality of our goods and services so as to be competitive. So basically our foreign policy will be driven by what we need as a country. If we want to trade with our neighbors, I'll come up with the policy that really reflects that. If we want to be at peace with our neighbors, our policy will be in line with that. Thank you very much.
Professor,
yes.
What is your take on Uganda going ahead to deploy troops in countries like Somalia? We saw in the previous, the past Uganda deploying in DRC, and also we are seeing Uganda deploying as well in South Sudan, involving itself in Mozambique. And what's also your take on the situation that is currently taking place in Burundi?
In Burundi.
How do you hope to address this once you're elected president?
You see, if you look at the security of Uganda, Uganda cannot be an island of security, an island of security, of peace and security. So if you have a neighbor like Sudan, and it is not secure, and we have porous borders, you have to look at how best to keep peace and security within the country. Are we going to protect our borders? Are we going to work with the regional partners to ensure that the situation like in South Sudan is resolved? Are we going to go in using our own money? And the question is, for me, it is important that we always work with our neighbors who have an East African community, because when we go in as Uganda, the cost is so high for us as a country. We need resources to do other things, but when you go in as a country like Uganda and you start supporting the war in South Sudan, then you don't have resources to do the other thing that you're supposed to be doing. But when it comes to places like Somalia, if the United Nations feel there should be a force there and Uganda must contribute a force and they're meeting all the costs, then why not? We can go in and provide that. In Burundi, Uganda was asked by the African Union to go in and mediate. So, but again, when it comes to Uganda deploying troops in Burundi, the question is who's going to pay for those soldiers if we had sent soldiers to Burundi. So to me, these are issues that can always be resolved by our parliament. We seek the mandate of the parliament, and once they give us approval, then we can go ahead when everything is clear. Even we should also be able to know the exit strategy. At times you can get in without an exit strategy, and then you stay there almost forever, like in South Sudan. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
International Conference Center, and he's greeting members of the Interreligious Council, the Elders Forum. He has arrived. If there's any question that we have been asking, if you have been doubting for a fact that he won't turn up, the president is here.
Museveni is within the precincts of the Serena Conference Center. That is what I just speak from my production team that is informing me that President Museveni is in the precincts of the Serena Conference Center, ready to participate in this second edition of the presidential debate. And of course, I, Simon Kasiati, will be with a panel of experts who I introduced to you in earnest. The first one of them being, obviously, Onapito Ekomoloit, Honorable Kiraso, Professor Mahmoud Mamdani, and Irene Ovonje. Right now, as I speak, President Yoweri Museveni being received by the Council of Elders that have arranged this presidential debate is now going up the stairs of the conference center. Interestingly, President Yoweri Museveni has arrived before Dr. Kizza Besigye for this presidential debate. So now the question is, will Dr. Kizza Besigye attend this debate? That's for sure. Beatrice, isn't this an exciting moment for you, very specifically, that President Museveni has arrived and we've seen him with our naked eye?
It's very exciting, Simon. And actually, I've been looking forward to this moment. It's a very exciting moment for Uganda. I'm glad that all the candidates are giving us an opportunity to hear them out.
Right, madam.
Yes.
Irene, you just asked me 3 minutes ago. You asked me 3 minutes ago. And this is how Irene asked me. Simon, do you think President Museveni will come? He's here, you've seen him. Your take.
Yes. Well, as you said, the indicators were there. I think for me what it reflects is that a debate of this sort is an opportunity for every single candidate, not only those who want to get into office, but also for the incumbents. Yeah.
Professor Mahmoud Mamdani, for you, I'll go straight to the jugular, and I'll start from the elephant in the room, if you may. And that's the question of the ICC. If I recall correctly, we ratified the ICC, the Rome Statute in 2002. We committed the LRA to the ICC in 2003. 2005, we received indictments to 10 of their rank and file. We now have Dominic Ongwen facing the music at the ICC, but just 2 years ago, 1.5 years ago, if you may, President Museveni has been running many of his colleagues around the region to shun the Rome Statute. What's your take with this kind of flip-flop in his foreign policy regarding an institution of such magnitude that was created to create and bring forth world peace?
I think there are two ways to look at this. One way is to see it purely from the point of view of the individual, which is President Museveni. And in that case, you can call it a flip-flop, an opportunistic shift. In the first phase, when you think that the ICC will be useful in taking care of your enemies, you join it. In the second phase, when you think that that job is done and now others, friends, or yourself even may be at risk, it's a flip-flop. But I think there's a second view. And the second view for me is more interesting, which is the second view is that really it's more than about an individual. Take the US, for example. If the US president commits a crime, you cannot take him to court. He has to be impeached by Congress first. He can only be taken to court as an individual. Now, not as a president. If you take a president to court, you're doing two things at the same time. You are trying an individual and you are undermining the sovereignty of the country in question. I happen to think that that's a more important issue that goes beyond the interests of one particular president. It comes to the African interest. And for that reason, I think that it's more than a flip-flop. It's a learning process. The African countries were wrong to join the ICC. They rushed into an embrace with the ICC.
But
now they've learned something.
7 of the presidential candidates on that dice will possibly say it was the right thing to do and we should remain there. To hell with President Museveni's position. Perhaps to hell with Professor Mamdani's position.
Sure, they will say that now. I'm not sure they'll continue saying it.
I'll turn to Beatrice, who is a former Secretary General. Sorry for the interruption, but you as a former Deputy Secretary General of the East African Community, because the integration of the East African community remains one of those immediate foreign policy challenges that will be, you know, on the lips of many of the presidential candidates in there. President Museveni has taken tremendous steps in that direction. What do you expect the other 7 to say with regard to that question?
Well, Simon, honestly, I don't know what the others are going to say, but I would expect that each of the candidates who is out there will talk about support for the integration process, especially the integration of East Africa, because it benefits us as Uganda. It benefits us as a landlocked country. It benefits us if we are to create employment and create more trade and have cross-border infrastructure and so on and so forth. My problem, however, is that it's one thing having commitment to it, it's another walking the talk.
Absolutely.
That is where the problem is.
Well, Ona, I will ask you your question shortly when we return from the press room where candidate Amama Mbabazi is standing by to have his 2-minute stake with the press team in there. And when we return, this more in-depth conversation with this panel of experts. We'll be right back. Over to the press room.
World, starting with our region here, good neighborhood. Peace everywhere. That's it. Yes?
The level of accountability in terms of foreign policy has been low. We've not had accountability for soldiers that lost in foreign missions. We've not had accountability for the amounts of money that we spent on foreign embassies. What's your government going to do about this if you are elected into power?
We will have full accountability, of course. We will act strictly in accordance with our law, with our constitution. We will involve Parliament and all consultative organs of state, and we will be fully accountable to them about our performance outside, if it is engagement in peacekeeping or even in war. We will be accountable fully. Yes?
My name is Michael Baleke from CCTV. This is the second presidential debate, and what's different about it is that your former boss is in the House. What are your expectations today as we move on downstairs with him?
Is he in the House?
Yes, he is. He's just come to the building. What are your expectations?
I expect an interesting debate. Yes.
Yes. Right, Honorable. I'm Suhail Mugabe from NTV. And my question is going to dwell on what Uganda has been doing when it comes to the neighboring countries and relations. We have seen that Uganda has tried so much to unite East Africa with the East African community. We have also seen COMESA also coming in, creating a common market. And what has the government failed to do when it comes to trade and economics that you think that your government, once elected into power, will achieve?
You know, I don't have to have policies that are necessarily different from the current government. In this case, actually, on the question of integration, I am in full accord with the government policy. As you know, of course, I was part of the team that formulated it. I think we could have moved faster than we've done. I don't want to lay blame on anyone. My government would continue that process and maybe push for faster pace in the integration process. Good?
1 year. 1 year.
Oh, yes.
Well, thank you very much, Right Honorable President to be.
Yeah.
Yes, my name is Daniel Aramoy from Press TV. I wanted to find out from you, what would you do if you became president to reduce the huge foreign debt that Uganda has been accumulating through the years?
I think really the focus we must make as a country is on production. Because as you know, Uganda is very well endowed. We have great climate. We are one of the few countries that have a big coverage of its surface with fresh water. And it's a shame that we are not using these natural resources to advantage. So I think we should produce as much as we can. Our focus in our manifesto and in the campaign in the field, as you know, has been on production, bringing out the productive capacity of our society to make sure that we are able to generate sufficient income to handle all our needs. I'm ready for more.
Okay, I think
no more?
No more.
All right, thank you.
Sir. Thank you.
No.
dollars is given to them. They are suffering, they are dying. Slave trade was supposed to end over 100 years ago, and it still continues today. So that is one of the things I'm going to be fighting for. Secondly, there's so many Ugandans who are actually slaves abroad. A case in point is United Arab Emirates, because I have visited it. It's very easy to get into the country, but if you don't have documents, you won't be allowed out of the country. And the result is slavery. Many of these women and girls are subjected to very crude things like sex with dogs, sex with multiple men. They cannot control their bodies. They are actually tortured every single day of their lives. They are even burnt, and there's nothing that they can do about it. So when I become president, we need to strike a deal. If they want to do business with Uganda, they have to release our children to come back home. One of my policies is going to be getting back our resources, human resources that have been brain drained. There are so many Ugandans in the United States, in the United Kingdom, everywhere in the world who have gone to look for greener pastures. And that is because there is no minimum wage in Uganda, and because the salaries in Uganda are not worth it, are not worth being in the country. So my policy is going to be encouraging all the Ugandans to come back home. In the first 6 weeks, the minimum wage policy or law or statute should be made. It has taken the NRM government more than 10 years to actually come up with the minimum wage policy. And yet it took them exactly 1 week to come up with an oppressive law to make sure that all presidential candidates pay 20 million before taking part in this race, which was actually prohibitive of poor people taking part in the race. So when they decide what they want, they do it. But if it's for the benefit of the community, they won't do it. Minimum wage statute, that is a must as soon as I get into power. And that is going to bring back people who have gone outside the country. There is a lot of terrorism going around. But I feel as a mother, really most of the terror is because of something that we have failed to do. In the first instance, I'm going to be looking at putting people on a round table for discussions. Most of the people we call terrorists are actually our young sons, mostly youth. And I really have a feeling that if we sit with them, if we discuss with them, we'll know their needs and we shall be able to prevent the actual terrorism, which is a lot cheaper than investing a lot of money in arms and ammunitions and tear gas and all sorts of things which are not effective. So I'm really hoping that I can handle the terrorism issue, affectionately, and make sure that in my 5 years and all the years after my 5 years, there's no terrorism or threat of terrorism in the country. There's so many other foreign policy issues I would wish to discuss. Our economy, for instance. My outlook to foreign policy is local, going out globally, not the other way around. What does that mean? It means if I'm looking at production, I had a meeting with high-profile delegates from the EU, and they expressed their concern with the population of Uganda. My understanding is they are concerned because they are feeding us. So if we start feeding ourselves, if we start communal production, if we support and restore the cooperatives, and if we encourage a common trade area which has been established, but Uganda has not taken the steps necessary to make sure it's effective, not just in the Nile Basin area, but in the whole of Africa, then we shall be able to feed ourselves. Then we shall not be of worry to anybody, including our European Union friends who are supporting us. And I have a feeling we shall be a happy Uganda and a happy Africa, because my dream is actually a united Uganda in a united Africa. Thank you so much.
A clarification, a quick one. When you say that our soldiers are being sold, what exactly do you mean? My name is Daniel Arab from the state.
Thank you so much. What I mean is, on this African continent, we're all brothers and sisters. But when there is a conflict, for instance, between the United States of America and Somalia, when they have to take peacekeepers, they come to the Uganda government, strike a deal with them and say, we are paying you $10,000 per soldier. In effect, what they are doing, they are causing our own sons, African sons, to go and kill other African sons. And that is not going to help unity. That is not going to help economic development. That is not going to take us anywhere. It would be a lot easier if they came in with the troops, as it was in the World Wars, say came in with the troops from the United States of America, so that they don't get our children, who are African, to kill other African children. And what they are paying them is a very small portion, $1,400 from the $10,000. I got that information from reliable resources, from actually commanders who are at the front line in Somalia. Thank you. Yes, please.
I'm Joanna Kevin. How are you?
Yes, Joanna, I know you.
I am trying to understand why, how much do you think the troops that you'll be sending out of Uganda will be paid? Because Uganda has committed herself to keep peace within the region and has signed a number of statutes or let's say covenants to ensure that the world is peaceful. Where exactly do you think, what exactly should a soldier be paid if you think 1,000 is too much?
Okay, John, the starting point is Uganda is a military state. So when they are talking about safety, they are talking about military safety. They are not talking about safety of the Ugandans. My approach, not only to national policy but to international policy, is welfare focused. The way I'm looking at it, if we have food security, if we have health security, if we have education security, then Ugandans are going to be safe. We are going to be able to move and do everything we need to do. Now, those soldiers that you're talking about, it is not necessary in the first instance for them to be leaving Uganda, in my point of view, to go and kill other Africans. Because when they go away, it's our fault. I lived in UK, and you can never find an African talking to a Jamaican. You will always find them fighting. And when you ask why are you always fighting, the Jamaicans are like, oh, you guys sold us. And it's exactly what we're doing. So my foreign policy approach is that unless it's extremely necessary, really our troops should not be going out. We have so many issues. We have water insecurity. We need those officers to work in Uganda. We've tried so many projects and they have failed. Most of those soldiers are professionals who are in the army just because they don't have jobs. They can be teachers, they can be doctors, they can be nurses, they can do a lot of things. The whole country does not have to be made up of soldiers. As it is now, 2 out of 3 people. I'm trained to shoot a gun because you can't work for this country without learning how to shoot. But is it really necessary? I don't know if I've answered your question.
How much do you think soldiers should be earning, especially when you say extreme?
Yeah, in the first instance, they shouldn't be going out. And if they go out, they shouldn't be earning less than $5,000 per month. And that money should be paid promptly so that their families are supported. As a matter of fact, they should be earning the highest salary a civil servant should be paid, because these soldiers are paid for. It's like slave trade. America pays us for these soldiers. Why can't we just transfer that money from America and give them? I wouldn't have a problem even paying them $10,000 if that is what they are worth. So they risk their lives, but their families are well off. And they'll do it willingly. But $1,400 to leave your children and wife orphaned? No, it's not right.
I think we can have another session during the breaks for more candidates up. For now, time is against us. So can we let the candidates retire?
One picture, full picture starting.
Welcome back to this panel of experts bringing to you the pre-debate analysis, coming to you live from the precincts of the Serena Conference Center. My name is Simon Kasiate. With me is a panel of eminent personalities: Irene Ovonji, Professor Mahmoud Mamdani, Honorable Beatrice Kiraso, and I will add this title to his name, though I know he doesn't really use it quite often, Honorable Onapito Ekomoloid. Why do I say so? He's a former member of parliament, former presidential press secretary, and of course currently corporate affairs director with Naya Breweries. Onapito Ekomoloid, Uganda is credited for the pacification of the region. We've sent not only peacekeeping troops in disaster and war-ravaged areas on this continent, but we continue to intervene where trouble shoots up in the region. How do you expect the candidates to attend to this issue where questions abound as to our intervention for the most part is seen as the warmongering nature of President Museveni, not so much for its merit as a pacification effort?
Well, Simon, before I answer that question, let me first underscore that I think this debate itself has placed Uganda right at the center of, I would say, the African map, or even global, in terms of the fact that I'm yet to be corrected. This would appear to be the first time in an African post-independent country where a sitting president, and a powerful one at that, is debating his challengers before an election. So maybe that alone underscores why our foreign involvement or interference or whatever you want to call it is perhaps something uniquely Ugandan. Uganda seems to be a country that has historically always been seen as a player in the world. Not even during only NRM era, even during the previous regimes. We had adventures into the Congo, and that has not been limited to NRM. But coming to your question,
yes,
I think for the ordinary Ugandan, the issue of foreign involvement normally revolves around the motive. The critics of the President Museveni think the motive is, one, to divert the attention from domestic issues, keep the soldiers busy, and then maybe there is also the motive for some players in the state to make money. But when it comes close home is when a few young men die, then people sometimes get quite agitated.
Sending our boots on the
And
ground,
there have been
only to return
allegations
in
that
body
some of the soldiers have not been accounted for. Of course, the army has always argued that no, whichever soldier falls, we always bring them home. So I think the neighbors have different ways in which they look to Uganda. Those who have
let's
not
look
been...
at the debate tonight
Yes.
on Apito Ekomoloi. President Museveni will argue exactly as you'd want to put it, that we go in there to ensure that we're our brother's keepers. His other colleagues, the 7 of them on the dais, many of them previously have been quoted to say it is an imperialistic nature of President Museveni to go intervene in other countries. Will they come to debate this as a foreign policy issue, that Uganda should be seen as a big brother, or they will say we keep within our territorial background, the other countries on the globe can ban?
If I may go for individual candidates, candidate Hamama Mbabazi certainly is going to always struggle to remove himself from the current government's foreign involvement. And I think so far in the campaign, he has sort of said that yes, we should remain involved. And I expect Kizza Besigye also not perhaps call for withdrawal, but maybe will argue that our soldiers should only be sent there for a nationalistic motive and not for a private motive.
Atant Mahmoud Mamdani, Professor, you were on the African Union Commission of Inquiry for South Sudan, and I'm sure much of the discussions there hinged around Uganda's direct involvement in whatever is taking place in South Sudan. President Museveni obviously cannot be divorced from this question, but the way you look at it, how do you expect him to address the issue of our intervention in other places in such a manner that will possibly endear him to Ugandans who are eagerly waiting to vote 4 days from today?
You know, Simon, the discussion on Uganda's involvement in South Sudan had 2 aspects to it. One, there was a general understanding and appreciation that the Ugandan army intervened right at the beginning, and so the scale of the violence didn't grow beyond the horrific incidents in Juba. Okay. But second, there was equally widespread concern that the Ugandan army stayed on to now choose between the combatants and support one side as opposed to another side. The lesson of South Sudan is that a military involvement does not solve a problem. The problem is always political. And this problem has to be addressed sooner or later politically. The later you address it politically, the more difficult it is likely to be. That's the lesson. Now, for the challenge for the debaters today is the following. It's not just Uganda, East Africa, and Africa. The world situation is changing.
Absolutely.
Right? Global thinking is changing. For the first time since the war on terror began in 2001, the American establishment is divided. Military establishment is divided, political establishment is divided, represented by Obama and Kerry, Secretary of State. This section believes that the war on terror has failed. The basic premise of the war on terror, that certain people you can't talk to, you must just fight them, that has failed. Thus the agreement with Iran, and the opposition is opposed. Now, with this changing structure, Uganda will have to reposition itself. It cannot position itself as the local gendarme, the local military force. It will have to come with a political strategic thinking.
Simon, if I may, before we just leave this topic, I think one of the potential major contentions...
I will have to cut you short because Dr. Kizza Besigye, one of the presidential candidates, has arrived at the Serena Conference Center, and now our camera persons are just going to get you just those images of Dr. Kizza Besigye arriving right about now, many minutes after the arrival of President Yoweri Museveni. So that already gives the indication that all the presidential candidates are in the house. You've seen them from John Elliott Mabiris, you have seen Maureen Chalia, you've seen Major General Biraro, you have seen everybody else. And guess what? Looks like from wherever I am, I see Winnie Byanyima in the company of Dr. Kizza Besigye. We have not seen her in this campaign. Now we see her 4 days to the election. This is the executive director of Oxfam, who is also his wife and also a politician in her own right, as it were, when she was in Uganda. As Dr. Kizza Besigye and his party make it to the conference center, let's continue our discussion.
No, I know you want to bring business, but I wanted just to complete my, in terms of regional dynamics, I think the major point of debate is Uganda is already in. What is the exit strategy, whoever becomes president? In Somalia, for example, how do you get out?
Beautiful question, and that, of course, for our post-debate analysis, we'll be asking that question. The Shaka Sari or Joel Kibazo or Dr. Sumwanga put it to any of the candidates, and how did they respond?
Shall I give an indication of one way to answer that question? The exit strategy is to recognize that a political solution is imperative, which means everybody has to be involved in it.
Thank you,
including Al-Shabaab.
Thank you, Professor Mahmoud Mamdani. Foreign policy is intrinsically intertwined with the economic situation of any country. The way we relate with all the countries, the way we play our ball in the global scale of things will determine what economic policies will work here. Our relations with the Bretton Woods Organization, our relationships with the way global politics is arranged, the way we carry out our exports and imports. How do you expect that to come through with this debate this evening?
Yeah, we've been having, of course, international trade. I would expect, first of all, to get the figures. How much is that international trade? What are the volumes? And what are the components? It's a very important question because we need to put our money where our mouth is if we are going to solve the biggest problems.
Beatrice, sadly, in just a couple of minutes, I will interrupt you and go to the press room where Dr. Kizza Besigye has just been ushered in. Let's listen to what he's got to say in there, especially about his late arrival after President Museveni and what that means for the debate tonight. Then we shall return here, obviously, for this deep analysis on the issues as it were. Thank you. You're still tuned to NTV, the official broadcast of this debate.
We are glad to be here nonetheless. And we look forward to a lively discussion regarding how we relate with other countries and how we relate with the people of our region in the common aspiration of improving the lives of our people. And I am therefore not going to say much. You may have some questions.
Mr. Besigye, I'm going to deviate slightly from the foreign policy theme and ask you a domestic question instead. I think this is the fourth time that you've now challenged the incumbents, and every time you complain that the playing field is not level, that effectively there are institutions and the system is against challengers, and sometimes you can't even get out onto the streets or have a rally. And there was the walk to work protests, for example, which were completely squashed by the government. Is it not a bit pointless to keep on challenging the incumbents in that kind of context? Is it not a waste of resources, perhaps, to collude in a facade of democracy, when in fact what we have here is a pseudo-dictatorship?
Well, what we have is not just a pseudo-dictatorship, it's really an outright dictatorship. But the struggle to get a democratic dispensation involves using every opportunity that avails itself to connect with the people, to pass a message on to the people, to empower people with information, and together to push the frontiers of freedom in the country. And that's what we've been doing at every election. And as you may indeed know, it has not been all in vain. We've made some changes in the structures of the political and democratic processes, and that struggle is simply must continue until we have a democratic dispensation.
Dr. Basije, moving back to foreign policy, if you were elected, would you pull Ugandan troops out of Somalia? And secondly, would you have approached the mediation in Burundi differently compared to President Museveni?
Our overriding consideration obviously would be maintaining stability and peace of the region, and we would therefore not only engage with the Somalia situation as Uganda, but as a region where we have regional peace arrangements. And if there is a demand that our troops be there for that purpose, we would definitely gladly do so, have them there. But if indeed there are reasons why our troops being there would not serve the common good for peace and stability of that area and the region, then we would think otherwise.
And on Burundi?
Burundi, what was the question about?
Would you have approached the mediation that President Museveni has undertaken? Would you have approached that differently?
Yes, of course. Well, I think that mediation requires credibility on both sides of those that are being mediated. And so apart from the approach of mediation, there is the question of the acceptability of the mediators. And I think that has been, frankly, a bit of a problem in Burundi.
So President Museveni is not an acceptable mediator, is that what you're saying?
I think Burundi could have had a better mediator.
Yes.
My name is Raymond Kajuni. I work with ATUs. Dr. my question is, what do you have to say about the level of accountability the government has given the foreign deployment troops? That includes the number of soldiers that have died, the amount of money that have spent.
Well, the level of accountability is obviously far less than in other areas where there is a general problem of accountability for actions of government to the citizens. And in the area of security and the military, there is now some kind of a blanket cover that it's done in the interest of security, which obviously it's not. I think the people of Uganda are entitled to know what our challenges are in those areas, and especially where our resources, human and other resources, are put at the disposal of those engagements. The people definitely have a right to know, and they are not being told anything.
Yes, we'll take the last one.
I'm Joanna Kello from Power FM. Your wife, when you deliver, is a topic idea. I wanted her to say something just after you have. I want you to talk about the relations Uganda has had. Why is it that Uganda doesn't have a clear foreign policy? Yet we see Uganda all over the place. Why don't we have a clear policy?
The government will have a clear
Well, I think that question would best be answered by those who have failed to develop the policy. But I consider that the obstacle to developing a clear policy has been as a result of interests of advancement of power politics, projecting power into the region rather than cooperating with the region to deal not only with the regional issues, but to use the region to solve domestic issues that affect us. You know, the joblessness of our people, the trade, the investment that we need in this country. That has suffered at the expense of projection of power in the region, seeking to be a dominant force and decider on issues that relate to the region. I think that has been a problem.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Wait.
debate analysis coming to you from the Serena Conference Center. My name is Simon Kasiad. I'm still with my eminent panel of experts, Honorable Beatrice Kiraso, Honorable Onapito Ekomoloit, Dr. Professor Mahmoud Mamdani, and Honorable Irene Ovonji. And just before we joined the press room where Dr. Kiza Besje, one of the presidential candidates, was giving us his 2 pence on, well, among other things, how he's arrived and all that, we were discussing the foreign policy and its relations with the economy of a country. And you were giving us your thoughts, Honorable Kiraso, before I rudely cut you short. You may proceed from there before I return to Honorable Ovonji to, put the icing on the cake.
Well,
I know we've lost track of discussion. No, but certainly the discussion was that foreign policy will obviously intrinsically be intertwined with the economy of a given country. How the country plays out in the global space determines how prosperity will trickle down to the ordinary citizens. And I put it to you, how you think these candidates are going to send out that message loud and clear for the voters who are hoping to vote for either of them 4 days from today?
Yeah, I'm hoping actually that these candidates will tell us where the emphasis is going to be. Because it's one thing saying I will support international trade, it's another showing us where the emphasis is going to be so that Uganda becomes more competitive on the global arena.
Perhaps also to tell us which are the areas where the country has a competitive edge, where we will go in there and find our niche and earn more dividends.
Exactly. Simon, we can go on signing all these agreements.
Or getting affirmative action like with AGOA and all the others.
But what is it that Uganda is best placed to export on the international market? I'll give you something very small. The United Arab Emirates have emphasized on only 3 areas on their economy: tourism, trade, and technology. Tourism, trade, and technology.
Where does that leave agriculture?
They have emphasized tourism, trade, and technology. That is the United Arab Emirates. So agriculture is for us as Uganda. You are already now pointing it out as one of the areas. So I wish somebody could come up with 2 more to make 3, or probably 3 more to make 4, and say the emphasis to lift Uganda up and place it right at the center of advantage in the international trade arena will be this.
Of course, we know that having your place on the table at the international scene in that regard is not an issue of charity. People fight to get in there. World Trade Organization negotiations take on huge beatings with the leaders. And if I can put it to you, Irene, when you followed how these negotiations go on, we have all these negotiations have gone on for years, like the one with the European Union and all sorts of things. When you look at the candidates, how much of that do you think each one of them has with regard to delivering us there on that table?
Thanks, Simon. Just following on from what Chris was saying, for me and for many of us around this panel, the key issue is that foreign policy is where you actually implement your domestic policy externally. That's essentially what it is. So the starting point to understand the positioning that Uganda would have and that we expect is to understand how do the candidates position themselves, how do the parties position themselves domestically. Now, looking at the global arena, the global trade arena, and even beyond that, I think one of the core challenges we have as a country, as a region, as the global south, is internationally. Our relations with the now more developed economies is really a very unequal relationship. And it's a structural issue that is often advanced through various arenas. If you look at the kind of positions within the EU with everything but arms, the EBAs, if you look at the WTO, and when I was in Yala, those are some of the processes that we engaged in supporting our governments, in those negotiations. There is a common blueprint that runs through them. The core question for countries like ours is how to shift our economy from a commodity-based economy, pre-industrial economy, into one that is more industrialized. And how to do that in an era of liberalization, when you have open borders. If you look at the East African community, and I used to say this when I was in Yala, it's not enough for us to say that we are going to build one common community, but how are we positioning citizens of the countries in the community so that they become the players in that community? Because you can set up one common customs arrangement like we have, and a multinational corporation comes and sets up shop locally in one of the countries, and then it becomes the beneficiary of free movement of capital and goods and everything. So the core question is, how do we position internally, domestically, for that external competition?
And maybe then that begs my next question, which I will put to you all on Mahipano here, and each one of you will have at least a moment to answer to that. Ladies and gentlemen, I mean, this debate that is focusing largely on foreign policy, to the multitudes watching us off their TV sets or even listening to us on whatever fora it is, of course not forgetting the diaspora that is watching us on our web-based platforms. Question is, how relevant is a debate on foreign policy to the multitudes of ordinary Ugandans looking forward to vote in 4 days? At the end of the day, we are used to our usual tomato salt discussions. Now you come in with foreign policy. How relevant can this debate be linked to the issues that we grapple with on a daily? And I'll start with you, Anapito.
Look, Simon, I think if it were left to me, I would have decided a mix in this debate, because especially one candidate is coming in for the first time, so he would have an opportunity.
Affirmative action,
but either way, I think, I hope and I know the candidates, I think, will try to relate every foreign policy issue or policy to the domestic implications. Otherwise, there's no purpose. So they should only debate foreign issues in respect to how it impacts on the citizen, not just on the leaders. And that's one of the problems of our foreign policy. Most of the time, it's about the government. It's not about the people. I'm sorry to say, even with due respect to our own East African community efforts towards federation, it has our own East African community efforts towards federation, it has remained largely a debate among governments.
True.
Even steps that have been taken, like the common market, the ordinary person is still struggling to see the impact of the common market.
True.
Is it need to draw the nexus between that high-end debate on foreign policy and the issue of bread and butter that you are going to
Otherwise, I mean, the ordinary Ugandan will be interested in it. It's very important. But I'm confident that as the candidates have started answering questions, the people will understand the correlation between the two. It is certainly there. Foreign relations cannot be detached from national interests. And even when we are pursuing those foreign relations or international relations, it's the national interest first which
to drive it
is considered. So, and then the benefit should come out to the locals. What is the benefit? People should know, how do we benefit from all these relations that we have in different organizations at bilateral level, different countries. I think it's a debate that should bring out these issues.
So you are in agreement on Peter. Now, Professor, let's look at an issue, for example.
No, but Simon, I think you're avoiding some of the hard questions. Okay, you're really avoiding, and I hope the candidates here don't avoid the hard question. The hard question is this. When East African countries became independent in the 1960s, there was an East African Common Services Organization, there were East African corporations, okay, and there was a chorus and a consensus about the need for unity, and yet by 1967 the common market was dead, by 1975 the corporations were dead. What happened? Right? As early as 1964, the community, not the community, but the East African countries said, okay, we have a situation of uneven growth. Kenya is the most developed. Okay. So we are going to have an agreement. If there's to be a tire factory, it's going to be in Uganda. It's not going to be in Kenya. If there's going to be fertilizer factory, it's going to be Tanzania, not in Kenya. But in 2 years, all of them had a tire factory and all of them had a fertilizer factory. So all of them said, no, national interest, forget East African community, that's okay when it comes to speeches. So the difficult question is this, right? Today, let me add a second thing to this. We seem to have lost the capacity for original thinking. We just seem to be following the European model.
Exactly.
The European community, they had a common market. They were tremendously successful. They came with a common currency. They've gone into crisis because the common currency without a common polity and democracy has meant that the big banks rule it, the Germans rule it, and the Greeks and the Spanish and the Portuguese, these are all in crisis. We want to go the same route. We want to have a common market, and then we want to have a common currency. We can't have a common currency. If we have a common currency, East Africa will split. We are not going this route again, just as it split.
You see, Professor, you bring out a very important issue that is, like I said earlier, high up there. How do we relate that phenomenon to the fact that Ugandans who are ordinary citizens see that indeed getting ourselves to play out in the global space, in the regional space, may have dire ramifications on their day-to-day survival? And that begs my question. Do you agree that, or do you think the candidates are going to relate how we play with our foreign relations to how the citizens live and live their lives?
Well, the candidates will have to tell the citizens today that, look, the oil dream is a pipe dream. The Americans are going to become self-sufficient in oil by 2020 because of shale oil. The price of oil is going down. So all these plans based on a high price of oil, $150 per barrel, it's not going to work. So what is the alternative? Because that's a bread and butter issue right here. I hope they address it.
Irene, let's look at, say, an issue of global warming, for example, climate change and all this. I mean, the country is, ratifies many conventions that speak to that issue. The country is running, domestic interventions. They have a National Environment Management Authority and things of that nature. Now, how do you think that the candidates will translate such a phenomenon, say global warming, to the day-to-day activities of an ordinary Ugandan and convince them that they actually have a government that will buttress them from the adverse effects of this?
2 or 3 things I want to say that connect to that. I think the first one is, what are the alternatives? That's what Professor Mamdani ended. What are the alternatives? And I think the alternatives speak to the question of ideology. Having clarity about the ideological positioning of a party and therefore of a government. And as I said earlier, currently what we have is a very neoliberal ideology that is running this regime. So I would want the candidates to speak to that question, because that is where the issue of where the citizens are located comes in. And the question of the relationship between the citizen and the state. For me, that is still the incomplete question of Uganda. Ever since, pre-independence, that relationship of state and citizen, where it's a more equal relationship, where it's a relationship of accountability. And it also then speaks to issues like human rights, but the agendas that we advance, and governance. Because ultimately, how you position yourself in the global arena is very much tied up with how you are organized, with how well, there you go, with how you are organized internally. Do you have an internal system that is based on institutions, so that you have your foreign policy agencies, your foreign ministry, your institutions that generate foreign policy? Or is it, or are you a very much an individualist kind of regime? So then when you advance in the policy out there, is it a national interest? Is it personal interest? Is it personal agendas, maybe economic and so on? That's very much a question of internal governance, and how your internal governance is working or not working. So what is important for us is to understand from the different candidates, from different parties, how they see themselves, how their parties organize themselves in terms of governance. I can give you the example of Burundi, and I want to end very quickly on that one, but connected to it, is that what we see happening in Burundi, it started from an election process gone wrong. What is the position of the different organs of government in Burundi on that? What's the position of the East African community on that, and of Uganda as a neighboring country? And are we looking at the principles, the fundamental principles in the treaty, and actually applying them? So likewise on the climate change issue, we can sign all those treaties, but if we're not serious about implementation, signing those documents will not make a difference.
And very quickly, of course, Irene, you would say something that was closely to what Honorable Beatrice Keraso did allude to Arion when Ali break, where you said foreign policy is not so much about what we are able to tell our Ugandans people and all that, but it's certainly something to do with how much are we putting on the table to act as a beacon of education. Are we bringing something on the table as a teaching or a learning curve? And maybe you may just elucidate for just 5 seconds on what foreign policy means when we come to an issue like the East African community and what Uganda has to offer in terms of lessons learned.
Well, lessons learned from integration, right? Of course, there are the lessons, the bad things and the good things, which should inform us to take our decisions better. And I'll give an example in the area of peace and security. Simon, we saw post-election violence in Kenya. How did it start? What sparked it off? And what were of course, there were so many underlying issues. But one thing that has come to my mind, listening to many of the candidates talk about their small groups that they are forming, I don't know, from parish level, from village level.
The prominent ones are crime preventions and things of that nature.
There's also the P10. Do you remember the Mungiki?
In Kenya.
In Kenya. Do you know that the Mungiki played a very big role during that violence? Honestly, if integration is a learning curve for us, we have to borrow best practices and we have to guard against wrong things that have happened in other countries.
Short there, sorry, Beatrice, over there. We will take just a short break by joining our colleague Brian, who is in the studio. When we return, we'll be having a more in-depth discussion with regard to, in fact, the peace around this election. Forget about the debate tonight, but what will the candidates, or do you hope the candidates will pledge a peaceful election, from the contestants to the incumbent, who gladly is one of the contestants? Brian, what's going on the other end of the studio where you are at?
Thank you so much, Simon. Well, in the studio, of course, we have had also several panel discussions, and we encourage you to go to the hashtag Uganda Decides, hashtag UGDebate16, and let us know what your expectation is from this debate. When I read on Twitter and Facebook, many people are asking where is presidential candidate Mabirizi, and I guess that's what some of you are waiting for. Over 4,000 people watching this debate live via our stream, and you can also be a part of that. Just put your smartphone, if you have a QR code, over the square there with the NTV, and it will take you straight to our live stream. So just sampling some of the comments here, some of you saying, well, we are very grateful that the president has attended this debate. It is going to be interesting to put him on the spot over why our boys are in Somalia, the CAR, and the Congo. Why are we warmongers? Someone says here. Well, of course, foreign policy is going to be central to the discussion here at the presidential debate. We're also going to be talking regional trade, and as we get into the East African community, integration is part of that. The candidates will be asked what their plans are going to be, and as they addressed members of the press, they talked majorly on some of the issues. One of the presidential candidates, Maureen Chalia, saying that she would actually first advocate for a minimum wage, where maybe the soldiers wouldn't have to be forced to go and fight for such little money like $1,400, where they would put their lives at risk and leave orphan families. So she would definitely pay them as much money as they deserve. Secondly, she would reinstate the minimum wage because of the lots of brain drain that Uganda has suffered. Many people in Europe and America, and that's because there are no jobs here. So where do we turn those numbers? Now, if we are to talk, of course, integration, we have to think things like our national interest. So one of the questions that I personally would love the candidates to answer is, does Uganda actually have a pronounced national interest? What is our direct foreign policy? As you know that we have about 43 embassies across the whole world. And if we're establishing embassies, what is our interest then? And my panelists earlier we're talking about that. If you are starting an embassy in a different country, why are you going there? If you're starting consular offices, why are you going there? So these are key matters that are going to be discussed by these presidential candidates. So you can let us know in case you want to submit your question. 6565 is our SMS platform, and you can also go to @UGPressDebate, which is the official Twitter handle of the presidential debate. All the candidates are in as we talk. President Yoweri Museveni, who arrived about 6:30 p.m. kept time, was here early. Dr. Kizza Besigye, along with his wife, Winnie Byanyima, who is the executive director of Oxfam International, also joined. And the leader of opposition, who also escorted Dr. Kizza Besigye. President Museveni, of course, flanked also by members of the NRM. The Secretary General of the NRM is here. I saw Ofono Opondo. I also saw the NRM spokesperson for the campaign task force, Honorable Mike Sebalu. All of them are here, ready to make sure that their candidate definitely ably represents. Also, some more comments here. Thank you so much for the work that you're doing, NTV. His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni has definitely registered a plus for many of us who thought that he would shun this. The other person is saying, today will go down in history as the day that the president became a student, because he looks like he's now attending high school debates. Well, these comments are all over Twitter and Facebook. You can definitely go there. We'll now take a short break. When we come back, we'll just take you back to the first presidential debate in case you missed it. Some of those highlights of the presidential debate. And of course, head back to Simon Kasate and later Joel Senyonyi, who is inside the International Conference Center. The moderators, Shaka Sali, Dr. Chibazo, and of course, Dr. Suzy are all ready to take on the candidates. This is the second presidential debate, the second televised debate in Uganda, in our history, definitely making history today. And this is NTV. Stay with us.
Ugandans, as we go for these elections, remember, to win is great, but to lose with dignity is more honorable. The voice of the people will have been pronounced, the people will have spoken, and the voice of the people is the voice of God. Accept the choice of the people. And if you are dissatisfied, use legal means to find redress.
In the year 2000, the United Nations member states, including Uganda, agreed to a new global development agenda, the Millennium Development Goals. These 8 goals were the most successful global movement against poverty. In 2015, these member states agreed to a new global development agenda, Agenda 2030, which will ensure the prosperity of all people and the survival of the planet. Agenda 2030 and its 17 Sustainable Development Goals is an opportunity for you and me to ensure no poverty, no hunger, good health, quality education, gender equality, clean water and sanitation, renewable energy, good jobs and economic growth, innovation and infrastructure, reduced inequalities, sustainable cities and communities, responsible consumption, climate action, life below water, life on land, peace and justice, partnerships for the goals. Let us all work together to ensure that no one in Uganda is left behind.
Uganda is our home. Everywhere else, we are strangers. So we women and the youth should keep the peace. Please go out there and vote.
Microfinance Support Center has supported wealth creation through provision of affordable loans to SACCOs, cooperative unions, and agricultural enterprises. The MSC is a government institution that manages credit funds for developing SACCOs and other cooperative unions, and has so far funded institutions in over 700 sub-counties in Uganda. We are pleased to have contributed to the government goal of reviving cooperatives and establishment of a rural financial infrastructure.
By name is of course Halima, the manager of Work Society for SACCO. We've benefited from Microfinance Support Center. We've borrowed from MSC for more than 10 times. I thank the government for supporting SACCOs through the Microfinance Support Center, where we've been in position to access funds for improving and uplifting the community's well-being.
We'll be going live in a couple of minutes. We will be taking you to the International Conference Center, and this is the second live televised debate. The presidential candidates are here, and they are still consulting in their different rooms, and they are definitely preparing for what is going to be a legendary debate, as some people have said. Matters foreign policy, regional trade, peace and security, those are going to be on top of the agenda today as we look forward to 18th February, where your votes will be cast. Now, ATV is running a campaign called I Am Uganda, where we are advocating for violence-free elections. Now, the panelist, as Simon was talking to, of course, alluded to the fact that in Kenya, there was post-election violence. In Burundi, we know what happened. And here in Uganda, we're telling you that Uganda is bigger than these candidates. Uganda is definitely bigger than 18th February. So let the vote not separate us. So just go to our Facebook page or Twitter handle and participate in that hashtag. Also, a reminder that you can be a part of us as you can stream the debate. This code down here, right there, just place your smartphone. If your phone has a QR code, scan that code and you'll be able to stream live. Now, some of our comments on Twitter, keep updating us on developments about the presidential debate. Thank you so much, NTV Uganda. That was Warren Musime. Bianyima Winnie, you love the African wear so much and you look very elegant. Also, someone here saying this debate looks like it will be interesting because I have always wanted to see President Museveni facing Mbarazi and Besigye. That is definitely going to be very interesting. At writer_magic saying, I'd love to hear from my favorite candidate, Mabirizi. Okay. Let me see. Cinderella Anena saying, Uganda has 43 embassies in the world, and I was telling you about that earlier. Besigye has given us a Valentine's special, having come along with his wife. That is what someone saying here on Twitter. I'll be sampling some of these comments later on as the debate goes on. Now, if you've missed the first debate, let's just take a look at some of the highlights of the first presidential debate that was held on the 15th of January 2016. Take a look.
Thank you very much. The moment of truth has arrived. Good evening and welcome to the Uganda Presidential Debate 2016, coming to you live from the Serena Kampala Conference Center. Tonight, history will be made in this very hall, and we're privileged to be here to witness that. I'm Nancy Kachingira, along with my co-moderator, Alan Kasuja, and tonight we will get 8 presidential candidates coming here to hopefully give the answers to the questions that you want the most.
The first candidate to get on stage, ladies and gentlemen, is Professor Venantius Baramureva. Let's give him a round of applause as he comes up on stage. After Professor Baramureva, the next candidate is the only female candidate in this contest. Her name, ladies and gentlemen, is Maureen Charia. The third candidate to make their way on stage is Dr. Colonel Kiza Besigye. Joseph Mabirizi is the next candidate to come on stage. Major General Benon Biraro is the next candidate. The Right Honorable Amama Mbabazi is the next candidate. And ladies and gentlemen, last but not least, Dr. Abed Bwanika.
Welcome our candidates.
Ugandans, as we go for these elections, remember, to win is great, but to lose with dignity is more honorable. The voice of the people will have been pronounced, the people will have spoken, and the voice of the people is the voice of God. Accept the choice of the people. And if you are dissatisfied, use legal means to find redress.
In the year 2000, the United Nations member states, including Uganda, agreed to a new global development agenda, the Millennium Development Goals. These 8 goals were the most successful global movement against poverty. In 2015, these member states agreed to a new global development agenda, Agenda 2030, which will ensure the prosperity of all people and the survival of the planet. Agenda 2030 and its 17 Sustainable Development Goals is an opportunity for you and me to ensure no poverty, no hunger, good health, quality education, gender equality, clean water and sanitation, renewable energy, good jobs and economic growth, innovation and infrastructure, responsible consumption, climate action, life below water, life on land, peace and justice, partnerships for the goals. Let us all work together to ensure that no one in Uganda is left behind.
Welcome to you all. It is my special privilege to invite you to the second presidential debate live from Kampala Serena Hotel. I am Reverend Canon Diana Mirembe Nkesiga.
And my name is Joel Senyonyi. We're glad you could join us as Uganda continues to write history. Now, the overall theme for this debate is working together for a peaceful and violence-free election. The debate is jointly organized by the Elders Forum of Uganda, Interreligious Council of Uganda, National Consultative Forum in partnership with Nation Media Group, supported by UNDP. This debate is coming to you live on NTV, but we also have a Luganda translation on NTV's sister station, Spark TV.
Today's theme or focus is foreign policy, and foreign policy impacts on trade and investment. Of course, we also look at regional integration. Population and demographic issues will also be discussed here tonight, as well as border and crime issues.
All right, let's roll this way. We're going to introduce to you tonight's moderators, beginning with a Ugandan-born American journalist, best known as the host of Straight Talk Africa on Voice of America. He has interviewed a large portion of African leaders and is deeply passionate about Africa and its development. Ladies and gentlemen,
please welcome with me Dr. Shaka Sali, Voice of America.
The second moderator is the current head of the Department of Political Science and Public Administration at Makerere University. She is an academic lecturer and researcher holding a PhD in political science from the University of Toronto, Canada. Ladies and gentlemen,
please welcome with me Dr. Susie Muwanga.
And last, but certainly not least, is the founder and senior partner at JK Associates, an African-focused public affairs consultancy. He was previously the Director of Communications at the African Development Bank, Director of Communications at the Commonwealth Secretariat. Ladies and gentlemen, my namesake.
Welcome, Dr. Joel Chibazo.
All right, and I hear some people say Dr. Joel Senyonyi. Well, sometime to come, I guess. All right, tonight, of course, the big day is for everybody that is watching from wherever it is that you are watching. But the spotlight is going to be on the candidates. And I would like to introduce to you the candidates.
Body language.
Our first candidate to come on stage is candidate Maureen Chalia.
Our second candidate is candidate Joseph Mabidizi.
All right, let's move to the next candidate. The third candidate coming on stage is candidate Kiza Besigye.
The next candidate is Benon Bidalo.
The next candidate to come on stage is candidate Venasius Bariamureba.
Next, we'll have candidate Amama Mbabazi.
The next candidate to come on stage is candidate Abed Bwanika.
The eighth candidate is candidate Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. Candidate Yoweri Kaguta Museveni.
All right, as we wait for candidate Yoweri Museveni, let's see if we can get a hold of candidate Joseph Mabirizi. All right, His Excellency the President is coming in a bit. Just stand by if you can. Candidate Yoweri Museveni, you got that right. Yeah, these things do happen with live TV. Sometimes there could be, you can rest assured, candidate Yoweri Museveni is in the house. Any moment now, he should be walking on stage.
Is the only person who can bring these people together, who can be a referee, who can lead this country, and definitely have President Yoweri Kaguta in this country, because we don't have a past president. All our presidents go to exile. We are the only orphaned country in the whole of Africa. And I am praying, I am begging you, my Father, that happily and willingly, please let us take Uganda forward and work together.
Okay, I'll start.
Short of that, other than the skills he gave us, and those in my age group would understand what I'm talking about, I've had the privilege to serve Uganda and to serve the United Kingdom and to serve other nations as well. I'm inherently a social worker, although a lawyer by training. The problems in this country are welfare related. They are not military related. As you can look at us here, His Excellency President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, Kano Kiza Besigye, Mr. Bidalo, Honorable Amamambabazi, I cannot exclude him from the war. All of them have a military mentality. And that is why, as a nation, we have failed to progress. Because as a social worker, at the beginning of this race, I only had one prayer. If only God could bring us together on the same platform. And as far as I am concerned today, that is done. I thank you, Ugandans, for giving us this opportunity. It actually does not matter who is president. As long as we are together and hold each other together, we all have a contribution that we can make in this country. So I'm calling upon you to support us. I'm calling upon you to stop dividing us. I'm calling upon the NRM government to stop the tear gas and the guns. We don't need them. And I'm calling upon you on the 18th to please vote Maureen Chalia, because I'm the only mother here. I love everybody here. As you can see, I don't have no enemies. I can get them to work together, and we can all serve you. So that is all I have to say for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Chizabi SJ, please give us your opening remarks.
Thank you very much, and a very good evening to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for coming to this debate. This building where we sit is actually a building that has profound influence on my being here tonight, because in February of 1981, I was incarcerated in this building, actually in the direction where candidate Museveni came from. And it was a tough time. Many of the people I was with in that dungeon have never been seen again. And these were very respectable, some of them elderly people. And our arrest, both myself and those individuals' arrest, had been prompted by a war that had started a short while earlier, a war that came out of a rigged election of 1980. In 1980, I had been a supporter of candidate Museveni, who was then leading the party called Uganda Patriotic Movement, and which, after the elections, he started a war challenging the outcome of that election. And I was lucky to come out of this dungeon alive, fled into exile. And it was from exile that I came back and joined him in the war, a war that lasted 5 years and consumed more than 500,000 people. And thanks to God, and it's only God that brought us back to this town. In 1986, I was in government, and we quite obviously disagreed on the management of the politics. And the rest, as they say, is history. I have been back in exile. I have been back in prison. And I am now right here. And the point I'm saying all this is because the problems of this country, which are quite similar to the problems of many of the other countries in our region, are problems of mismanagement of our politics, which then spill over into other nations, because then we become refugees, because then we disrupt the economy, and we are a subject of charity, and we are a subject of aid, and a subject of the desperation that you see in all our countries. And regrettably, you know, the reason indeed I'm here is not so much to become the president of our glorious nation. It is actually to help in whatever form I can to set the foundations of our country that can stand on a democratic, that can end that cycle. Because you see, this is a strange country where no leader has ever handed over power peacefully to another leader. And, you know, I'm sure everybody in this house is familiar with the statements that we all associated ourselves with, statements made by candidate Museveni about the problems of Africa emanating from leaders that don't want to leave power. So my engagement in politics is really to help in whatever humble way I can to reset that foundation for stability, for peace in our country, a peace that can only come when there is justice, when there is fairness, when all of us share equally in whatever our country provides. That's why I'm here this evening.
And Nat, thank you. And
in the hearts of Ugandans, because they have a right to know what their president is thinking about them. Thank you for coming. I went to the bush as a young man, and the politics of this country after the war of that 1986 was shaped by our belief. Two opposing forces were there. One was believing in the hearts and minds of the people. That was who we are, hearts and minds. The other was opposed to that line. It was fascist. So when we came to government, I was serving at State House, Chitugum, everywhere. We took that message of winning hearts and minds. And so on the basis of hearts and minds, of winning, and we needed to create a respected government. So we went like that for some time, until later on, when I was in service, I saw another line coming in, a line that was not respecting the people's wishes. Because to respect the hearts and minds, to respect the hearts and minds is a sacrifice. You have to be, there must be integrity, openness, everything. But another seed came in that brought in corruption, that brought in refusal to leave office, that brought in, and then later on it progressed. But after 2011, this country was almost at the brink of a civil war. Two leading parties were contending. Thank you for warning me not to use names, because I would have called names of those who were. And then we saw, we saw tear gas. We saw others calling for insurrection, others blockading them. Then I saw a chance. I said, oh, can't we go back to the line of winning hearts and minds without going through war? Can't we win back the hearts and minds of Ugandans without going through war? Because we are, so this is the context in which I came to this politics. One, to resolve that question. How? Going back to the round table. This is why I'm calling for a unity government. I am calling for a unity government because the leading parties that we respected cannot respect each other come the votes. Ugandans must take a stand to resolve that conflict this time. So this is why I came. Of course, I have read other manifestos, but we bring in a manifesto that will rid this country of the endemic poverty that has been for the last 30 years and more. So that one must change. Change the education system. Change the lead to the rule of law. So this is why I am here tonight, to ensure that Ugandans get what they deserve. Get the government they deserve. I am appealing within the context of what we have had in the last 5 years. No development, tear gas. Honorable Kasaija Matia, Minister, put it better, that we even tear gassed our economy through the window. So we need to get back. And I'm telling them, elect a government under Veraro, under Major General Veraro. I have had people call me Mr. Veraro, and it's okay. Elect a government. Bring in the political parties will be represented. They will be there. Let's get to the round table. Let's sort out the direction. Let's sort out the constitution. We need a constitution that does not cause members of parliament to indulge in corruption, because this is what is obtaining right now. We need to change that direction. So I want to thank Ugandans for this last round. They gave me a lot of support across this nation because they got my heart and my mind at the same time. I thank you. The time is up. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, John Biraro. Mr. Venantius Biamoreva, could we please have your opening statement?
Thank you. My name is Bariamra Venantius. I'm 47 years old. And I've been a servant of the people for at least 25 years. And I'm in this race, not because of conflict or disagreement, but because I want to serve the people of Uganda. I'm a professional teacher, very experienced. I have a lot of executive experience that I need to serve as head of state of this country, as the head of the executive arm of government. Now, from my background of education, I have traversed the country. I have looked at our education system. I have looked at the schools. I want to assure you that when you go outside Kampala, you find schools without teachers, you find schools with insufficient teachers, insufficient facilities. Even our curriculum has issues. So one of the things I want to change in this country is to change our education system, ensure we have sufficient facilities, sufficient teachers, teachers that are paid so well, but most importantly, orient our curriculum and the teaching to ensure that we produce graduates that have the right attitude, that have appropriate skills, that can be employed within the region and beyond. Because if you look at the recent study by the Inter-University Council in 2014, they said only 37% of the graduates from Uganda were employable, the ones who had employability skills. And it's because we lack facilities in most of our institutions. So I plan to increase the budget for education from the current 8.7% to 20%. The other sector that has alarmed me as I moved around the country is the health sector. The quality of health care across the country is alarming. And wherever you go, it's like a song. People tell you, we have no medicine, we have no doctors, there are no nurses. So we all know what a hospital should be, what a health facility should be. So one of the things I plan to do is to ensure that we increase the budget for the health sector to 16% and be able to improve on the health facility in this country. I also want to ensure that once we have a healthy population, they need to be productive. So I have plans of ensuring that almost every Ugandan is involved in productive activity. So I'm going to address the issue of unemployment in this country. I'm going to ensure the educated and the uneducated, all of them are able to get where to work. I have a system of zoning this country into economic zones so that we can engage in large-scale commercial farming, we can engage in agro-processing, we can engage in other forms of industries so that both the educated and the uneducated can all get jobs. But the educated also get jobs, office jobs within the country, and those who can't, I have plans of ensuring they get jobs abroad through business process outsourcing, where we would set up centers here in Uganda, and then Ugandans can work for companies and organizations abroad and get paid a lot of money. That is possible because now, these days, like even in Europe, in America, people work from home. They're able to access the systems at the place of work. So they can also access the offices from here in Uganda. The other issue I want to really address is the issue of governance. I want to see devolution of power to the 5 regions in this country. In our constitution, Schedule 5, we put in place what we call regional government, but they are not operational. I want to make it even much stronger by ensuring that the regional governments are semi-autonomous. And also want to promote what I call separation of powers to ensure that the legislature, the executive, and the judiciary are able to work a little bit independently to ensure that to ensure checks and balances. Now, with regional governments, I will ensure that the resources under devolution go to the regions, so that the regions can look at the local issues and address them. And then the national government can look at the national issues. Now, there is a lot. When you are trying to address unemployment, these are the sectors like improving infrastructure, improving security, looking at our international relations, our foreign policy, all those come in. Because if you look at Uganda, we export less, but we import more. If you look at our exports, thank you.
The clock and the time is always a burning issue, but there we are. We have to respect it. Those are the rules. And now, ladies and gentlemen, candidate Amama Mbabazi, to please your opening statement.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We've heard many times in the past, and I'm sure we'll hear many times tonight, that Uganda is secure. It was, I think, Martin Luther King who said, peace is more than just not having conflict in your country. It's also the presence of justice, the presence of the rule of law, the presence of order. What security do the Karamojong feel when they starve to death for lack of food? What security do our youth, 83% of them, that are unemployed, what security do they feel? In Uganda, 16 women die every day while giving birth to children. This deprives every child-bearing woman a sense of security for herself or safety for her child. We have witnessed, and have made this point many times before, a large number of our people that sacrificed their lives, those that served this country, either in the military or in the civil service, stay for 10, 20 years without pension, without their gratuity. What security do they feel when they can no longer make ends meet? Uganda may not be at war, but certainly we are not secure. And we will never be truly secure until we have reclaimed good governance. All of you know that. But of course, all of you in the audience and watching us here may be wondering, which of these women and men on this stage can truly assure us of our peace and safeguard our security? To those battling this dilemma, I want to tell you that you are looking at one right now. The one speaking to you, I have been in security almost for 40 years in the war against dictatorship. For the last 30 years, I have largely served in security as Minister of Defense, Minister of Security, Head of Intelligence. And at every stage, when we have secured peace of Uganda, physical peace against invasion from outside, internal turmoil, I've had a substantial role to play in this. Therefore, you are truly secure in the hands of Amama Mbabazi. We do address the question of poverty, and we have a formula to give our people the security of mind that this poverty, at long last, is going to be defeated. Thank you.
Candidate Abed Bwanika, please give us your statement now.
Thank you so much, and I want to salute the people of Uganda, those who are watching and those who are in here. 30 years ago, I made my maiden trip to the town of Kabale. I was on my way to ask for a vacancy in secondary school, Chigeza High School, in a senior 5. Having got the vacancy in a short time, I continued to the town of Kabale, where I hired a room in the Capital Motel, opposite UTC bus. When I came down that night at around 10, I met a group of people who were conversing and waiting for the bus to pick the ticket. I joined them. In a short while, I saw a group of young men, they were like 10 in number, pulling a young lady. And in my mind, I understood that they were taking that lady to be raped. I asked the group whom I was conversing with whether we could help the young lady. They asked me, "Are you new in Kabale?" Of course, I was new. I told them, I cannot watch that young lady being raped. I told them, I believe we can do something. They told me that this town, that is a common event. I was disturbed and I pulled on the side. But in a moment, another gentleman joined us in that group. I repeated the same question, can't we help? Then he asked me, help what? I told him there's a group of young men who are trying to rape a lady and they have run in a distance. He told me, let's go. We ran and we were 2. When we were about to reach them, I didn't know that he was armed. He pulled a pistol and he entered the bullet into the chamber. And I was energized. We ran past them and we stopped them. We put them down and we rescued the lady. We came back with the lady past the men who thought that we could not help that lady. Ladies and gentlemen, the reason why I'm in politics, I cannot watch the people of Uganda who have been expecting that at one time someone is going to help them, and that help has not come. I've traversed this nation. Our people in the 21st century, they continue to sleep in a grass-thatched house. 70% of our people in a grass-thatched house. I've traversed this nation. We have hospitals which don't have drugs, and those who govern us, they continue to get themselves on the planes, and they go, they are treated outside this country. I cannot continue to watch. I believe I can do something. And it is the very reason why in my campaign, I have picked over 20 kids to pay school fees for up to the university. The last one was at yesterday when I was in Amudat. a district that got 1 first grade in a primary school, in P7. I believe we can do something. And I'm that candidate that wants to change the economy of Uganda, 27 billion economy. We are 39 million people, 39 actually 0.2. We cannot continue to watch, we human beings, when we have brains, we have people who have studied and on government money, most of them. I believe we can swing into action, expand this economy, create jobs for the 83% of the youth who don't have jobs, give services to the people of Uganda so that our people can live a better life. A candidate who has the best manifesto in this nation to help Uganda move forward is candidate Dr. Abed Bwanika. I have no doubt that the people of Uganda elect me February 18th. I will turn around our economy. Yesterday we were in Lake Victoria harvesting fish. We harvested from one fish cage 7.3 tons. These are simple things that we can help Ugandans to do. I've been talking about our resources. We need to harness our resources, get our people out of poverty. I thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Candidate Abed Bwanika. And now, last but by no means least, Candidate Yoweri Museveni. Please give us your opening statement.
Thank you very much for organizing this debate. The other time I did not come because I was far away. But I also had some questions about the method of debate. But there's no harm. Since there are some people who watch the TV, there's no harm in talking to them. Now, I am here to talk about Uganda, not about fiction. If you want fiction and you want a Nobel Prize for literature and composition, then you can talk the way you want to talk. Uganda, 1900, was a feudal country of different kingdoms. 1900. 1962, it was what we call an enclave economy. An enclave economy means a small island of modernity in the midst of a sea of underdevelopment. Those professors, I'm sure, know what we are talking about. An enclave economy. That economy of 1962 was described as an economy of the 3 C's and 3 T's. That's how they used to characterize that economy at that time. The 3 C's were cotton, copper, and coffee. And the 3 T's were tobacco, tourism, and tea. By 1986, the small island, the enclave, had almost disappeared. That's what we are talking about. So it was the job of the NRM to revive that small island of modernity. And we have not only revived it, we have expanded it and integrated it with the economy. Therefore, whatever you talk about Uganda as it is, not as it should have been, because it wasn't. And I am glad I came here this morning, this evening, to talk to all of you directly when you are all here. Because the reason I'm not sure about the mod is the short time, because these are big issues. They are not issues for school debate, I actually said it. But finally, since I am in this debate, I'm debating. Finally, about democracy. Democracy means the people support you. If they don't support you, you don't win. That's all. Thank you very much.
Okay, time to start now. It's time to say, no, it's time to start. Thank you. Thank you very much to all the candidates for their opening statements. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as you know, the first debate was very much focused on the domestic issues. This particular debate, as you were told earlier, is one that is going to focus very much on the issues of peace and security, international affairs, regional affairs, and of course, international trade. The idea is that Ugandans hear from each one of you what you would do on some of these very key issues. Some of them have already come out in your opening statements, but now it is time to drill down on some of those finer points so that our compatriots can know what it is you have to present to them on these issues. All three moderators are going to ask questions. Not every question will not necessarily go to every one of the candidates, and each of us will sort of indicate whom they want the question to go to. There might also be a supplementary question, and sometimes it could well be that some of the candidates feel that they do need to make a point, in which case they will indicate to the moderators. We're trying to get through as much as possible. So, without further ado, there's many Ugandans who want to hear from you. And so we'll start with the subject of peace and security. Uganda's neighborhood conflicts have a potential spillover into our country. How do you deal with regional insecurity? And I'd like to put that first question to Maureen Tialia.
Thank you so much. How do we deal with regional insecurity? We actually get down on the round table. This country was formed in 1900 between the United Kingdom and the Buganda Kingdom. Everybody else was whipped, actually, to join the Uganda we have today. And Africa has been the same. All the countries were just cut off like pieces of cakes in the scramble and partition. And as a continent, we've never had an opportunity to actually get together and discuss these issues. All we have is models of our past colonial masters. Uganda has the British model. Rwanda would have the French model. Everybody is chasing up after models of our colonial masters. So how am I going to deal with it? First, here in Uganda, I'm going to make sure we have regional peace in terms of the 15 natural kingdoms of Uganda. I'll give you an example. When I was moving in the northern area where there was insecurity with Kony, I realized that most of the fights there were between the Tesos, the Langis, Karamajongs, and Acholis. On both sides, the UPDF side and the Kony side. If they could sit together, it would be resolved. Come to East Africa, it is the same thing. come to Africa, it is actually the same thing. We need to mediate. We need to sit together. We need to stop running to the European countries all the time, even to solve problems that we can solve. We don't need America to come in and kill Gaddafi. We can actually sit with him and sort out those issues. So we need to sit down and sort issues together. Thank you.
Thank you. Candidate Yoweri Museveni, you have 2 minutes on the same issue of regional security. How do you deal with regional insecurity?
Insecurity is ideological. If you have got people who believe in sectarianism, of religion, of tribe, they will generate insecurity because they will fail. They will fail to unite the population, and they will even fail to build the institutions of the state, the armed forces. Yes, there may be some insecurity, even when you are democratic. The Americans say they are the lecturers of democracy. But the other time they were attacked by the group, the one which blew up the tires, the two towers. So they had to defend themselves. Now here in Uganda, some people have said we have absence of war, but that's not peace. Well, at least that's a step forward. And we have absence of war, not because people didn't want to cause war, but we could not allow them to cause war. We defeated them. And that has given us a chance to deal with other issues. But the main cause about wars is really ideological. It is the main one. In this region, for sure. You can see Somalia, all this, it is all ideological. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And now, Susie.
The second question. We've heard about the issue of how to deal with regional insecurity. First, from using traditional means, using military means. There is a view, which is widely shared by different people, that there is an excessive militarization of politics in Uganda, which by and large is in itself a threat to civil liberties, which are the foundations of a democracy. I'd like to ask candidate Amama Mbabazi to answer the question as to how would you address this view that there is an excessive militarization of politics, which is a threat to civil liberties, and which is the foundation of democracy.
I think where you have achieved peace and you have the pillars of state in place, which are functioning effectively, then democracy can thrive. And this means that democracy is free play of ideas. People have the freedom to choose their leaders. They have freedom to express themselves. The military has no role in that process. Its role is to make sure that conditions in the country exist where there is peace, there is no threat from external invaders, and that is all. They should not go beyond that. The moment they become partisan, then of course that becomes a recipe for insecurity in the country itself. You know, insecurity is generated from actually what goes on in a country. When you see these homeless children on our streets, these are the revolutionaries of tomorrow. They are deprived. They have no food. They have no hope. If you have 83% of your population, of the youth, unemployed, there is great danger there. So what you need to do is to address these issues, give conditions in the country that allow that kind of interaction to go on, and you will have peace. The military should serve without being partisan in any way.
The next question is on terrorism. Terrorism remains a big threat in the region, but security is also costly in terms of both money and life. Talk to me, Major General Benon Biraro, retired, but certainly not tired, as I can see. Is the UPDF continued presence in Somalia a threat to peace and stability in Uganda, in your view?
No, the UPDF role in Somalia was to help create a nucleus on which the Somali people of security, on which the Somali people could build their own security. The only weakness with the presence of UPDF in Somalia is that it is endless. It doesn't have a time limit. It has no time limit. We need to put time limits to operations. We need to put time limits to operations and tell those people to put their act together. We have done it in many countries, but insecurity has gone on because we have not engaged those people we are helping to sit and solve the problem, help them solve the problem proactively with them. You send troops, you leave the Somalians to behave the way they want. That they will certainly do what they want, but and wait for your time to get tired and get casualties and the rest of that. So a two-pronged approach: get the forces on the ground, but create an environment for the Somalians to talk together. We must do that because Somalians must build Somalia, not Uganda building Somalia for them.
To get you correctly, you are talking about the need for an exit strategy. I see.
It's all the way. Look, you send forces there. You tell them what to do. But the other people, because they are not on, there is not one part of the conflict as NRM, the UPDF.
UPDF, yeah.
It's not, well, I was referring to NRA.
I understand. In any case, general time is not our best ally, so we move to the next question. Now, Uganda has in the past sent its troops, of course, to Somalia 2007, South Sudan 2013, and DRC 1996. Should Uganda be the region's policeman? We don't often hear, for example, Tanzanians venturing in other conflicts. Why should it really be always Uganda, for that matter? Colonel Chiza Besigye.
I think it's, as a matter of principle, not a bad idea to help sort out problems that are in the region. The problem we have here is how it is done. Because as you may indeed remember, when we went into Congo, not only did we go in Congo without a political consensus in our own country to take troops to Congo, but our mission in Congo was a very contentious one. It was not entirely to sort out problems that were affecting us or beneficial to the situation in Uganda. And as you may know, indeed, we have a judgment on our heads by the International Court to pay, I think, something up to $10 billion, which still hang on our necks. Now, when we went into Somalia, again, it was a situation which was not, I think, judging the politics. I think that's the point Ngubiraro is saying, because deploying must be to support a political process. Insecurity in these areas is a matter of mismanagement of the politics. So you can only go to support a political process that is positive. If a political process is not there, going to enforce some political solution is something that is reckless in my view. There was, so we have, I think, not been prudent in the deployment of our troops, including in Sudan, where our people are now.
Thank you very much, Colonel.
I'd like to ask this question as a follow-up. The idea that Uganda has not been necessarily prudent and has not necessarily employed or taken into consideration political processes where they went to help, sort of lends itself to an accusation in part, but also a popular view that Uganda's role within the region is actually two-pronged. On the one hand, Uganda has been lauded for being supportive, for being able to come to the aid of other countries and do a commendable job, therefore earning itself the title of being a firefighter. On the other hand, Uganda is also accused in some quarters as being an arsonist, i.e. setting the fire or putting up the flame. What would be your view of this, Mr. Bariamureba, Dr. Bariamureba?
Yes, thank you very much. If you look at Uganda's situation, we have neighbors. If you have South Sudan, you have Rwanda, you have Tanzania, you have Kenya. Whenever there is insecurity in South Sudan, you have to look at your national interests. If that is a major trade partner, if you have people there, and there is the need for an emergency, one of the issues that has been lacking in some of our economic blocks, the regional economic blocks, is like having a serious standby force. If East African community had a standby force, and there is need for intervention, military intervention, it would move in very fast. But when there is a gap, and I think Uganda has taken up that title of father figure, to move in, sort out the mess. But to do that, I think you need parliamentary approval. But if it is a country like Somalia, which is far away from Uganda, I would expect the Regional Economic Bloc or African Union or IGAD to decide on the way forward. And then Uganda would go in without having to meet the cost, like United Nations pays for the cost. Now, when you look at the situation of South Sudan, as Uganda, we paid a lot of money for that. So I don't think you can go everywhere, because when we engage in so many wars, at times we create enemies, which brings back the issue of terrorism. If you're in Somalia, fine, you are trying to combat global terrorism. But at the end of the day, they also want to come and attack you in Uganda. So you have to ensure your internal systems of security are also superb. So in a way, what I see that Uganda has been trying to fill a gap, but now that the gap is there when I'm president this year, I'm going to ensure that we put in these standby forces and systems that are robust, so that when there is need for military intervention, we can intervene as a community, as a region, instead of Uganda who is going it alone. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The idea that Uganda doesn't go it alone is something that translates into other areas. Uganda is a founding signatory to the Rome Statute, and out of the 9 cases at The Hague, 6 were taken there by Africa. In your view, Dr. Wanika, should Uganda remain a signatory of the ICC?
Thank you so much. First of all, before I answer that question, I would like to make a comment on our presence in Somalia. I would like to salute the men and women in uniform, the UPDF, for the work well done. I think it has been a tremendous contribution. Having said that, all of us must know that the way to go in terms of the threats on the African continent and globally is through joint commands. We should divorce from going it alone. Secondly, we must come up with political agenda. You cannot solve issues of terrorism just using a gun. Candidate Museveni has talked about the ideology, but I don't see us taking on mitigating against ideology issues in Somalia. I believe it should be a way for us to go if we are going to help Somalia. Coming back to ICC, Uganda should have pulled out of ICC yesterday. Yesterday. The Western world has used the ICC as a tool against the African people. We don't see fairness in the ICC. We should build our justice system within the African continent and come out of the ICC. By this time, the ICC should have brought on board leaders from the Western world, whom we don't see. I believe we should move out of the ICC yesterday.
Yes. Candidate Yoweri Museveni, I pose the same question to you about the ICC. Dr. Wanika says we should have got out of the ICC yesterday. But as a founding signatory to the Rome Statute, do you still think that we should be out of the ICC?
Yes, we should be out. It is true that we are among actually the activists for the ICC. You know our line. We never accept impunity, even in our own country here. That's how we brought peace to Uganda. In 1982, there were 3 boys, our soldiers, who killed Wananchi in Mulule. Mulule is near Semto. And they were drunk. They were drunk and they killed Wananchi. Now, we tried them in the High Command. At that time, we were the High Court, there in the bush. And we had one of the lawyers, Jim Mwezi, who told us that it is not, one of the boys was called Zabroni. It is not Zabroni who killed the people, but it was the beer inside him which killed. So we said, what do we do with the beer? So we shot. We shot those boys, and that's what built the reputation of the NRA. So we are against impunity. That's why we supported this ICC. But it is not serious. They are just using, as the people have said. I can say I've got some allies in this group here. The ICC is not serious. It is partisan, it is biased, it is not really serious. There are so many people who can be tried by them if they are serious. So we have lost interest because of their bias.
A follow-up question to candidate Yoweri Museveni. If you choose to pull out of the ICC, what other justice mechanism do you think should be put in place? And how do you resolve the contradiction that it is all right for the ICC to convict or to try certain categories of individuals and not others?
No, our man there, Dominic Ongwen, was captured in the Central African Republic. It was not under us. When I spoke with the president there, the lady, I could see the tug of war, or trying to pull the tug of war. You bring him here, so he's tried here. They wouldn't agree. So when the lady, Her Excellency, the president there, suggested that they take him to that place, I said, no problem, that's better than nothing. But otherwise, the way to go is to have our own African criminal code. We can have an African criminal code so that we deal with impunity, but we deal with it on our own terms. I think it was a mistake to try and work with these people when they have got a different agenda.
Thank you very much.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, you've heard quite a sort of outlay in the first few moments. We're going to take a very short break at the moment, but we shall be back. And so, without further ado, we'll take a break now, but we'll be back shortly. Okay, thank you.
As the main job creators and taxpayers, we as business appeal to our sons and daughters in Uganda to keep peace over the next elections, to ensure the economic growth of our beautiful Uganda.
The 8th edition of the UNDP Uganda Human Development Report 2015 on the theme Unlocking the Development Potential of Northern Uganda looks at the efforts of government and other development actors to transform the region. Since the end of the war, the region has registered substantial gains in poverty reduction as well as primary and secondary school enrollment, a positive sign of recovery. The report proposes a shift of attention from recovery to a new era of enhanced productivity, enlarged capabilities and choices, as well as transformative interventions. It emphasizes big step investments in areas such as infrastructure, agriculture and extractives to fast-track transformation. Empowering the youth and women to engage in decision-making and prompting social justice will also be key. This message is brought to you by the United Nations Development Programme. Read more about the report from their website, www.ug.undp.org.
The Microfinance Support Center has supported wealth creation through provision of affordable loans to SACCOs, cooperative unions, and agricultural enterprises. The MSC is a government institution that manages credit funds for developing SACCOs and other cooperative unions and has so far funded institutions in over 700 sub-counties in Uganda. We are pleased to have contributed to the government goal of reviving cooperatives and establishment of a rural financial infrastructure.
By name is Halima, the manager of Works for Self-Help Circle. We've benefited from Microfinance Support Center. We've borrowed from MSC for more than 10 times. I thank the government for supporting SACCOs through the Microfinance Support Center, where we've been in position to access funds for improving and uplifting the community's well-being.
The challenges that come with the sudden loss of a loved one can be quite daunting. Paying for the funeral, looking after mourners, it all gets harder in such times. Taking out the UAP Sunset Plus funeral plan at only $3,000 per month will help you ease this burden. This plan guarantees a lump sum cash payment within 48 hours to allow for a dignified send-off for loved ones, dependents, employees or members of circles and associations. For more information, call UAP Live on 0414-332-870 or visit us on the 6th floor, UAP Nakawa Business Park.
A consistent cycle of a free and fair election symbolizes democracy. An electoral process that is free of violence enhances tolerance, citizens' participation in dignity and respect for one another.
To accelerate and sustain development, peace is paramount.
The women of Uganda therefore demand that all presidential candidates publicly denounce violence in word and action. All political actors call for peace and unity across the political divide in the 2016 elections. Government should take responsibility and urge all public institutions to be impartial and work strictly within the law. The youth must desist from being lured into illegal militias or vigilante groups.
This call for peace is brought to you by the Uganda Women's Network, UONET. My country, my duty. United, women can.
On polling day, present yourself to the polling station where you are registered as a voter. Present your voter identification documents. This could be your national identity card or your voter location slip. If you do not have any of the above, you can still be assisted by the presiding officer to check and confirm your particulars on the National Voter Register. The presiding officer will authenticate your identity using the biometric voter verification machine. After verification, you will be issued with a ballot paper. Proceed to the basin and mark the candidate of your choice using either a tick or a thumbprint. Fold the ballot paper lengthwise as shown by the presiding officer. Proceed to the ballot box and carefully insert the ballot paper. The polling assistant will mark the cuticle of your finger to indicate that you have voted.
Exercise your right to choose your leaders. Please note that the polling station opens at 7 a.m. in the morning and closes at 4 p.m. in the evening. Go to your polling station in time to vote.
Please visit www.ec.or.ug for more information on your voter details. This message is brought to you by the Electoral Commission.
Come make this Valentine's unforgettable with your loved one at Royal Suites this Valentine's. Enjoy Mongolian cuisine specially served for you and your loved one. For couples, the fee is 110,000 shillings and 55,000 shillings for singles. A glass of wine is on the house. On plot 1820 Benanyomba Road, off Lathuli Avenue, Bugalobi, Royal Suites. Comfort at its best.
You can't go.
Honey, I've delivered this money now.
No. Here, send the money from my phone.
Do anything to use Airtel Money. Send money, pay bills, or top up airtime and stand a chance to get in the box with Airtel Yola Maja, where you can Yola up to 2 million shillings daily or up to 20 million shillings in the grand finale. Dial *185# for Airtel Money.
Airtel, the smartphone network.
Education tips are brought to you by Kampala International University.
Schedule of classes. It's important to organize your week so that you know when you need to attend lectures and then set aside additional time for self-study and working on assignments.
Education tips are brought to you by Kampala International University.
On polling day, present yourself to the polling station where you are registered as a voter. Present your voter identification documents. This could be your national identity card or your voter location slip. If you do not have any of the above, you can still be assisted by the presiding officer to check and confirm your particulars on the National Voter Register. The presiding officer will authenticate your identity using the biometric voter verification machine. After verification, you will be issued with a ballot paper. Proceed to the basin and mark the candidate of your choice using either a tick or a thumbprint. Fold the ballot paper lengthwise as shown by the presiding officer. Proceed to the ballot box and carefully insert the ballot paper. The polling assistant will mark the cuticle of your finger to indicate that you have voted.
Exercise your right to choose your leaders. Please note that the polling station opens at 7 a.m. in the morning and closes at 4 p.m. in the evening. Go to your polling station in time to vote.
Please visit www.ec.or.ug for more information on your voter details. This message is brought to you by the Electoral Commission.
Insurance tips
is brought to you by
ICEA Group.
Medical insurance is a type of cover provided by all insurance companies to cater for uninsured's confinement overnight in inpatient and outpatient day-to-day visits to the hospital. It also has an additional benefit of dental, optical, and maternity, which is for the ladies when they're pregnant.
Be there with you when it all starts. There with you as you see them through school. With you when you first ignite your dream car. There to encourage you through your investments. There with you to experience the joy of buying your own home. There to reassure you when you retire. We will be there with you in all your life's changing moments. At ICA Group, we believe in promises that last a lifetime.
The 6th Annual Uganda International Education Fair 2016 is here. Students and parents come meet delegates from world-class universities, colleges and high schools from the UK, USA, Canada, Australia, Germany, Switzerland, Spain, Turkey, China, India, Malaysia, Uganda and many more at Hotel Africana Kampala on Monday 15th and Tuesday 16th February 2016 from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Entrance is absolutely free. Come with your academic documents for on-spot admissions. Don't miss this opportunity. Come with a friend. See you there.
Wow! Amazing!
Fanta Fruit Blast. Tasty Fanta. Tasty Fanta.
New Fanta Fruit Blast with honey. Wow, what an amazing taste!
No, don't go. What are you doing? Look at your age. Let me go and pay my electricity bill.
No, let me pay using my phone. Do anything to use Airtel money. Send money, pay bills, or buy data and stand a chance to get in the box with Airtel Yola Maja, where you can Yola up to 2 million shillings daily or up to 20 million shillings in the grand finale. Dial *185# for Airtel money.
Airtel, the smartphone network.
On polling day, present yourself to the polling station where you are registered as a voter. Present your voter identification documents. This could be your national identity card or your voter location slip. If you do not have any of the above, you can still be assisted by the presiding officer to check and confirm your particulars on the National Voter Register. The presiding officer will authenticate your identity using the biometric voter verification machine. After verification, you will be issued with a ballot paper. Proceed to the basin and mark the candidate of your choice using either a tick or a thumbprint. Fold the ballot paper lengthwise as shown by the presiding officer. Proceed to the ballot box and carefully insert the ballot paper. The polling assistant will mark the cuticle of your finger to indicate that you have voted.
Exercise your right to choose your leaders. Please note that the polling station opens at 7 a.m. in the morning and closes at 4 p.m. in the evening. Go to your polling station in time to vote.
Please visit www.ec.or.ug for more information on your voter details. This message is brought to you by the Electoral Commission.
The challenges that come with the sudden loss of a loved one can be quite daunting. paying for the funeral, looking after mourners, it all gets harder in such times. Taking out the UAP Sunset Plus funeral plan at only $3,000 per month will help you ease this burden. This plan guarantees a lump sum cash payment within 48 hours to allow for a dignified send-off for loved ones, dependents, employees, or members of circles and associations. For more information, call UAP Live on 0414-332-870 or visit us on the 6th floor, UAP Nakawa Business Park. The challenges that come with the sudden loss of a loved one can be quite daunting. Paying for the funeral, looking after mourners, it all gets harder in such times. Taking out the UAP Sunset Plus funeral plan at only $3,000 per month will help you ease this burden. This plan guarantees a lump sum cash payment within 48 hours to allow for a dignified send-off for loved ones, dependents, employees, or members of circles and associations. For more information, call UAP Live on 0414-332-870 or visit us on the 6th floor, UAP Nakawa Business Park.
You can't go.
Honey, I've delivered this money now.
No. Here, send the money from my phone.
Do anything to use Airtel Money. Send money, pay bills, or top up airtime and stand a chance to get in the box with Airtel Yola Maja, where you can Yola up to 2 million shillings daily or up to 20 million shillings in the grand finale. Dial *185# for Airtel Money.
Airtel.
Exactly 5 minutes on to 10 o'clock. Thank you so much for staying with us. It's the second live televised presidential debate and it's coming to you live from the Serena International Conference Center. And of course, NTV is the official broadcaster. Thank you so much for joining us. The first part of that debate there, as you saw it, the candidates being questioned on issues ICC. And it looks like the word, of course, the candidates agree that Uganda should get out of the ICC as soon as immediately. Dr. Abed Bwanika saying they should have gotten out yesterday. The president also backing that statement and actually saying that they were supporters of this particular cause, but to realize that ICC has different motives. I'm going to get into some of the major highlights of the first debate and of the first part of the debate, and you can also let us know later. But clearly you have noticed that candidate Candidate Mabirizi has not been a part of that discussion. This is what he said a couple of minutes ago when he just arrived at the Serena.
I'm not scared at all. My name is Elton Joseph Mabirizi, an engineer by profession. I'm very ready for a debate, but there are several questions which the organizers have to answer before I enter this debate. More so, Justice Ogola. Last time, he met and he briefed all the candidates. I want to know why he did not brief me. I had some people who are representatives in the preparation meetings. And I have intelligence, my own intelligence, so I got to know that.
Why are you scared? Why are you not going for the debate?
I'm not scared at all. My name is Elton Joseph Mabiris, an engineer by profession. I'm very ready for the debate, but there are several questions which the organizers have to answer before I enter this debate. More so, Justice Ogola. Last time, he met and he briefed all the candidates. I want to know why he did not brief me. I had some people who are representatives in the people.
There you have it, candidate Mabiris explaining to members of the press a few minutes after he arrived. We'll get into that later, but go to our Facebook page, go to our Twitter handle. The hashtag to use is UGDebate16. Let's head back to the conference center for the second part of the debate.
Thank you so much. All protocol observed. My name is Elton Joseph Mabiris, an engineer by profession. I was held up due to several reasons. We had some issues to settle with the organizers, which they have agreed to handle after debate. So that is one of the reasons why I delayed to come in. And maybe the second one, you know very well the protocol, always the president comes in late. Elton Joseph Mabiris stands for institutional representation. We want all the institutions to be represented. As I said last time, when I said from up to down, there are people up. But we want all institutions to be represented from LC1 to the Parliament. And I stand for that. We have professional institutions as well as non-professional institutions. We want all those institutions to be represented on all levels. We have professional institutions where we have doctors, lawyers, and we also have those non-professional institutions where you find that they are business people, but they are organized like a casita. We want all those institutions to be represented. And the only candidate who is saying that AME must still be represented in the Parliament. Not only AME, but we want to reduce on that number. They are 10. We want also police to be represented, as well as prison and all other institutions. So that is what I stand for, and this is what my government is going to do. There are a lot of taxes which are imposed on Ugandans today without seeing any outcome of them. You've heard several times URA saying that they are collecting more money than they collected before. But that money is doing what? So I think we have only one major reason as Ugandans. There is I like that. There is a lot of corruption in our nation and embezzlement. The taxpayers' money is being embezzled, and a lot of it. You know very well that in 2010, over 19 billion were released to make identity cards, and they only made 4 400 identity cards instead of making identity cards for every Ugandan, and all the rest of money was embezzled. You've had several scandals about money being embezzled, and most of the time we just praise those people. You have named them Temangalo, Bidiba, and so forth. So we want to fight corruption, and I want to make sure that corruption is out of our nation. And this is what I'm going to do as President of Uganda. I will make sure that we come up with a committee which is going to be responsible for every person proved to be guilty who has embezzled the taxpayers' money. That committee will be responsible to confiscate the property of that person, set it off, and the money directed to...
Thank you, Mr. Mabirizi.
Thank you.
I think candidate Mabirizi, just to alert you, it was 5 minutes for opening statements and then 2 minutes thereafter, and we're going to try and keep to the rules that everybody else has been observing. And now we shall continue with the issues that we've been discussing. You saw in the first half that we talked about a number of international and issues as well as peace, and we're going to continue along those lines. One of the things that people talk about is the possibility of war over the issue of water, particularly the Nile. I wonder, what is your policy to prevent such a war over such an important issue? And you know what? I'll start with Mr. Mabirizi.
When I come into power, don't expect to face any war about that. The major reason why governments are failing because there are no institutions that can work with other institutions of another nation. So we want to make sure that those institutions work together with the outside institutions. And we shall have don't expect any war, I'm going to say.
Thank you very much. Candidate Amama Mbabazi, do you take the same position? There won't be any war over water? And if so, what do you think is the economic impact on Ugandans of such a war and such a threat over the Nile?
Well, first of all, I think it is possible for all the communities that live along the River Nile, for example, to reach an agreement to use this water for the benefit of all of them. We have no reason to go to war. It has been stated by some that because, in this case, Egypt to be precise, because they entirely rely on the waters of the River Nile, all the water must go to Egypt, as has been the case in the past. I think this is an untenable proposition. We, as a country, are entitled to use this water for our development. So are all the countries along this river. And it is possible for us to discuss so that we can use the water to develop Uganda, as Sudan, Egypt, and all the other countries, South Sudan in this case, benefit from the water at the same time. We can reach a clear understanding on it. We don't have to go to war. Those who advocate war, obviously, do so
I think, without knowing that the world has changed, because it is no longer the case that there is no community that has no capacity to defend itself. Under my presidency, Uganda will strengthen the capacity it already has to defend its territory against any threat from anywhere in the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Avoiding conflict with our neighbors is important, but there are sometimes when it's unavoidable and when it is due to the fact that we do not respect or are unable to fulfill obligations we have entered into. Uganda owes the DRC reparations to the tune of 10 billion. And this is after the International Court of Justice ruled in favor of the neighboring state as a result of the plunder of its resources. I'd like to ask the question as what you would do to ensure that this debt is paid so that we do not in any way face conflict with our neighbor. And I'd like to give this question to Colonel Besije.
Yeah, thank you very much. I had earlier on made a comment regarding how that date came about, which was clearly as a result of an unconstitutional behavior of our government here, because they undertook the invasion of Congo without the permission or agreement of organs of state that are required to do so in such a situation. And so Ugandans really are as aggrieved as the people of Congo by the actions of our government. And I think it is possible to engage the Congo people on behalf of the Ugandan people to arrive at some negotiated settlement that does not involve the kind of reparation that we have been encumbered with by a government which, frankly, was not acting on behalf of the people of Uganda, and you know, which to that extent we can find a way of negotiating a settlement that does not include that kind of payment. That would be my major direction. And similarly, I think we would need to avoid similar situations by you know, scrupulously following our constitutional mandate. Unfortunately, we don't have. I think I'll leave it there.
Okay. Thank you very much. Yes, candidate Yoweri Museveni can rebut.
Is there a right of reply here?
Yes, you may.
Or can you accept falsehoods and you just keep quiet?
The question was posed, and we were going to pose the question to actually another candidate, Dr. Bwanika, to see whether we could get a different view. But by all means, candidate Yoweri Museveni, you may answer, you may rebut, and that is perfectly fine.
I reject what Colonel Besige is saying. It is false. We intervened in Congo to defend ourselves. Congo had been harboring the enemies of Uganda for a long time under Mobutu. The groups are there. One group was called, the ADF was a later one. There was another one. Nalu was based in Congo, killing our people in the Rwenzori. ADF came in. We could not accept that. We defeated ADF. The whole of the Rwenzori is now peaceful. And Dr. Besigye can go there and campaign the way he wants. So I reject this position. It is false. Yes, I don't know those who went to The Hague to make that legal point. I don't know why they did not win the case. I actually offered to go there as a witness. They said they didn't need me, but I was ready to go and tell those people. But the bottom line is that nobody can play around with the security of Uganda when I'm president of Uganda. And we have secured the Rwenzori. ADF is there in Congo up to now. ADF is killing Congolese there, but it cannot dare come here. Because when they last came, there were 100, only 13 went back.
The essence of this debate is, of course, to get different points of view. Each candidate presents their view on a particular issue. It is possible that some of these may represent themselves as forces, but on the other hand, it's important to hear a different point of view. Candidate Yoweri Museveni has put the picture correct as far as is concerned in his own view, and that must be respected. However, our other candidate, Colonel Besigye, is not off the stage and therefore may want to respond in 1 minute.
Yes, Madam Chairperson, I quite obviously recognize the role and duty of a leader of a country to defend the people of the country. The point I was simply saying is that in doing so, they must follow the laws and the constitution of our land. It doesn't matter how offended he may be by people who are acting against the people of Uganda, but there are requirements that one must seek approval of certain organs of the state. In other words, the power of the president is not unencumbered. It's not that the president, because he wants to defend the country, will take our troops. Because at the time this happened, actually, I was a member of all the organs of government where such decisions ought to have been taken. I was in the High Command, I was in Parliament, I was in the National Executive. Nobody discussed any of this anywhere. And such an action, however well-intentioned, especially if it ends up lumping a burden on Ugandans of more than $10 billion on an already highly indebted poor country that the president is presiding over, this quite obviously is not excusable. And that's the point I was making.
Thank you very much. Shaka.
Ladies and gentlemen,
I think before
oh, come on, you can't.
I have.
No.
I'm saying before we go to this, should we?
Ndugu.
I think.
No. It's too much.
You see, I think we have quite a number of issues we want to get through, so that we hope the candidates can at least bear with us as we move forward.
Yeah, you have to distribute.
Huh?
Okay, let's
Okay. All right. Let's do this. There's on this issue of DRC, it seems to have exercised quite a lot of mind. We're going to take a sort of a judicious view. Now, I've got two people who I'll give 1 minute each. What is Madame Kalia and then Amama Mbabazi.
Former Defense Minister. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, thank you so much. Mine was a point of order. I was wondering whether it's in order for an obvious conflict between only 2 out of 8 8 candidates to take over the whole debate. It's my plea that we actually proceed onto issues because we cannot resolve the conflict between President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni and Kano Chiza Besigye, which is more than 40 years old on this stage now. Thank you.
The debate is good.
Candidate Amama Mbabazi, 1 minute, please.
Thank you very much. You know, fortunately, there is an authority on this issue here on this panel, and that's the one speaking. You may not know this, but I did represent Uganda in the International Court of Justice to defend Uganda. And I just want to inform you that the decision of the International Court of Justice was not based on the legality of the presence of the Ugandan troops in Congo, not at all. The decision of the International Court of Justice was based on the evidence presented by Congo of plunder by Ugandan troops while serving in Congo. That was it. I want this to be very clear.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Joel. Let's talk about the issue of citizenship. The last time I checked, being a citizen means that you owe allegiance to the state. You therefore have constitutional rights. In fact, you could even go further and say inalienable rights, or birthrights for that matter. And being a subject, you have no rights because you owe allegiance to an individual authority. And it is that authority that can give you privileges in return for your services. Now, the question that I'd like to put to Dr. Bwanika is who is the primary stakeholder here in Uganda? Are Ugandans citizens or are they subjects?
First of all, we need to address the question of citizenship in this nation. As I talk now, because of the citizenship problems, there are many people from the neighboring countries who are going to vote and decide the destiny of Uganda. As I talk today, people are going to vote from Rwanda, people who are Rwandese citizens, people from South Sudan, people from Congo. They are going to participate in our elections as we determine our future. Every Ugandan must be concerned. All of you know that we have a law on the dual citizenship. I looked at a card of a lady from Rwanda. He also has a card, national ID of Uganda. I think these are serious issues. We need to revisit, first of all, the law on dual citizenship in this nation. We need to define, as your question is, who is a citizen of this nation? Who is a citizen? Because when we don't do that, then the privileges that accrue to a Ugandan citizen are not going to be there. They're not going to be there. And I do believe that this is a huge thing. Of course, we know that because of the cross-border problems, the people from Rwanda, from Congo, some of them stayed here. But you know, doubling as a Rwandese, a Congolese, and I do believe that it is a huge thing that we need to start thinking about. And our parliament, we should enact laws that safeguard our citizenship, which we don't see. And I believe Dr. Abed Bwanika becomes the president of Uganda, this is something that we need to subject to the entire population, and we see how we solve it, because it's a huge thing.
Thank you. Do you agree with him, Major General Viraro, retired but not tired? I've heard one of your colleagues in the past saying that this is my army. This is my money.
I read three answers in your question. The first one is, can a citizen be a subject? Yes, a citizen can be a subject of the law of the country. That's number one. If you are a citizen, you are a subject of the law. So law and order, obedience, etc. must follow. But the other element is being a citizen but oppressed by the regime in power. That is what democracy must fight. So that must be settled democratically. The element of citizenship now that Dr. Abed has talked about, yes, I went to the border with Kenya. I found that they swamped me from Kenya saying people in Uganda, especially the opposition, are angry with us. They think, so I think during the exercise of writing the IDs, some of these people were compromised. And some people who are not entitled to Ugandan ID got it. So we will need to do a reassessment to know who is a bona fide. That one should take a short time. We need to do a reassessment. So 3, 1, yes, you can be a citizen, but also subject. 2, you need your political freedoms to be respected. The law that says more than 4 people sitting together, that is oppression. That one should go off our statement. Then, lastly, we should reassess those who have this ID. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much too, General.
The role of Uganda's missions abroad is precisely to protect its citizens outside of the country. In which case, Uganda needs missions to be able to function in the regional and international arena. The question is, do those missions have the capacity to fulfill their mandate, to represent, to protect citizens, and serve the interests of Uganda by promoting its image abroad, by bringing in investment, by ensuring that Uganda is profiled within the international system? Do those missions have the capacity to do so? I'd like to put this question to Maureen Chalia, I'm so sorry, candidate Maureen Chalia.
Thank you so much. I actually happen to be a daughter of an ambassador for United Arab Emirates, so I might have a clear idea what happens. The missions are supposed to protect citizens. The reality is they don't, because all the power is centered here in Uganda and in Kampala. And by the time anyone gets an authorization to do something, a life has been lost and something has gone wrong. I'll give you an example. The question of suffering Ugandans in the United Arab Emirates and in Arabia has been ongoing for a while. When I was a presidential aide and advisor to His Excellency President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, I put it upon myself to actually raise it to him and say to him, Your Excellency, those people are dying. Those people are being raped. Dogs are being pushed on our people. Those people are slaves. Can you please do something? Because actually what happens is, if you enter the country, they'll let you in, but they won't let you out, so you become a slave. And Uganda has not done anything. There are so many things we can do, very simple things. For instance, Abu Dhabi has just started the Etihad Airlines in Uganda. We can just say to them, we are not doing business with you unless all our Ugandans who are slaves in your country are here. Very simple, and they will be back. But the missions are not empowered, the missions are not properly facilitated, and the missions have to actually wait for Kampala for every single decision to be made. Thank you.
I'd like to pose the same question. Based on that story, I'd like to pose a question to Professor Bariam Mureba. If you were made president and you win the elections next week, how would you address this problem?
Which one specifically?
The problem of the lack of capacity and the inability of Uganda's missions abroad to be able to act proactively and independently.
Okay, I'll first of all begin from the point of the capacity of the missions. We know most of the ambassadors are political failures. They failed in elections and were posted. That's one. Some of them don't have the capacity. Number two, we are one of the few countries left in the region that when you reach the airport, you have to sign a hard copy paper. So other countries have computerized. When somebody is leaving the country, the information is supposed to be put in the system, and even somebody in Geneva and Dubai, everywhere they are supposed to know this person is coming in this country. And when you land at the airport, you're able to find a way of getting information using the same system to know that this system is here or is not here. The other thing is their capacity. These missions are not well facilitated. So even if some of them are qualified, when they want to be able to address the issues, they don't have the capacity. There are places where you find even they don't have basic needs like stationery. We have been reading about those in the papers. So to me, when it comes to like the case in Saudi Arabia, it's all about how we rate with other countries. Here, the Ministry of Labor, I'm sure it signed an agreement with Saudi Arabia to export our girls to work in Saudi Arabia. So these are things we have to look into. The problem may not be with the mission in Saudi Arabia, it may be here. So when it is here, then we need to work to ensure that when these people are going there, the embassy is aware, it has all the information, and I've also been empowered. When I'm president, which you asked, when I'm president, I'm going to ensure that when we are sending our people to another country, the embassy is fully empowered to handle any issue that arises without consulting Kampala.
The expected level of independence of a mission is, of course, important. Our candidate, Chalia, provided a story, which brings us to the question about the relevance of our missions to the ordinary Ugandan. When people talk about foreign policy, international relations, you know, most Ugandans ask themselves, well, what has it got to do with me? I'd like to ask the question and pose this question to General Biraro as to how, if you were made president, you would make foreign missions benefit ordinary Ugandans.
Thank you. First of all, foreign policy is about national interests, the execution of national interests, and protecting the people is part of that. Two, when you are engaging with other countries, you are looking for them to help, for instance, in the economic field. And that is done partly by use of our embassies to link with countries that can partner with us economically to help our own people. That's a very, very important link. So we must look at that in terms of international relations. Three, education. Again, our people we are a backward country. We need technology. We need all this. So our embassies, again, can link us with countries that are advanced, and that they have that role to ensure that there is a technological transfer, so that, again, through diplomatic channels, they work with other countries to help our own people here. There are many, many, many ways. Trade is part of that. Getting markets is part of that. So the life of a nation really depends on how well we relate with others for markets, for technology, for the safe passage of our people, etc. I just wanted to say something about what they were talking about. When you go out you must obey the rules of the other country. But before you go out there must be an agreement, Uganda to that country where our people are going, so that when our people are there, they are safeguarded. An embassy will not be in a position if it doesn't know under which rules the people went there. That's very, very important.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we stood up to sing the Uganda national anthem, and it was followed by the East Africa national anthem. I hope you can still sort of remember earlier this evening. My question to candidate Museveni is, what is this East Africa Federation and what is it about? Is it relevant?
You see, this is the limitation of this debate. Because we are attacking so many points, you don't exhaust them. We don't even get the facts, but no harm. We can make the best of it. The issue about integration is about two things: prosperity of our people through production and strategic security. Two things. But I've got only 2 minutes. I don't know how I can explain that. This is the problem. Now, prosperity. Let's take maize now. In 1986, Uganda was producing 200,000 tons of maize. We are now producing 4 million tons. We are consuming only 1 million tons. So there is a surplus of 3 million tons. Where do you sell this? If we did not have the market of South Sudan and Kenya, the maize industry would collapse. Milk. In 1986, we were producing 200 million liters of milk. We are now producing 2 billion liters of milk. But we are consuming only 800 million. So where do we sell the rest? So that is the prosperity. But the time is finished, I can't talk about security. So,
Candidate Museveni.
So the federation is about the two words: prosperity of our people and strategic security. If you give me a minute, because...
Go on.
If you give me a minute.
Yes, please, go ahead.
The Americans are talking of four-dimensional superiority, that they want to be superior to everybody in the world, on land, in the air, at sea, and in space. And we are sitting here with our little Uganda, and our little Kenya, and our little this. We are not thinking about that. Why should anybody want to be superior everywhere? And for us, we are just sitting here, talking about little things. How are we different? How is the present generation of African actors different from the tribal chiefs who could not defend Africa from the colonialists? That's why, for me, I stick to the idea of the East African Federation. That's a minimum. Africa, you can have small countries in the world, like Denmark, all those little countries there. But the Western countries have got a center of gravity for the Western system, and that is the United States. What is the United States of Africa? Who can guarantee our future? Who can guarantee our destiny? This is the logic of the East African Federation. Sorry to interrupt.
I have One further question on East Africa because of the importance that it has. And if you will, in 1 minute, before I go to the other candidates, you talk about believing in East Africa Federation. But Congo, but Burundi and Tanzania seem to be in the slow lane. Yet you seem to want to be in the fast lane. How will you bring them up together?
No, we have been discussing very intensively with all the East African leaders, and we are really about to agree, because at one time Tanzania agreed, federation yes, but no fast tracking. That's all. It's about the speed, not about the target itself, and I'm very happy with that.
All right, thank you. Can I just ask, Mr. Mabilizi, do you agree with the federation, East Africa Federation? Is it important to you?
First of all, let me give you what is happening today. We cannot have East African Federation unless we adopt what other countries are doing. In other words, if we restore term limits, that's when we can enter into East African Federation. Without that, it cannot happen. And all other countries, they are not ready for that, because for them, they have term limits. Here we don't have term limits. Another problem, I heard some of Tanzanians saying, Ugandans, you are land grabbers. You want to grab our land. So we are not ready for that. So there are several things why we cannot go into that unless we revisit our agreements and constitution. Without that, we cannot go into that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. There seems to be a consensus amongst the people who've spoken last about the importance of integration, about the importance of good neighborliness. But with open borders come problems. Open borders come with inflows of all sorts of things, good and bad. Of course, there's in terms of exchanges, economic development, and so on and so forth, that is a positive. The negative, however, comes with crime, it comes with drugs, it comes with human trafficking, terrorism, and all sorts of things that are detrimental to our own development. My question to Dr. Besigye is, how would a government led by yourself plan to open our borders at the same time being able to attain the security of the state?
Yeah, I think the whole question of integration has, in our region, always had a structural problem, because a lot of the talk of integration is amongst the leaders and not the integration of the people themselves. And I think that's where really we need to zero, and unless we solve it, we will be missing the point. Because, for example, we are fast-tracking integration and maybe having a federation when we cannot even communicate, have no language that unites us, and no effort is being made to make sure that we have a language that unites us, and to make sure that there is integration of some of our organizations like maybe doctors could move from here and work in Kenya, not necessarily, the type of people you are talking about, and develop people-to-people relations so that even when we are talking about the bad traits moving across borders, it is exactly the same way you would control them when they are moving within the borders. So I think that our focus should more be on integration of our people rather than integration of the governments.
The ideal that Dr. Besigye has presented is about the integration of people to people as opposed to state. Nonetheless, migration, whichever way it happens, whether it is because of porous borders, whether it is because of closer integration, sometimes, or I should say oftentimes, has a heavy impact on our limited social, cultural, political resources. I believe that in recent times with the refugee problem in Europe, you have seen the quick backtracking that has taken place in terms of the idea of open borders. And my question to you, Professor Bariam Mureba, is how would you, as a president, find a solution in order to ensure that migration does not necessarily negatively impact our country, our people, and our resources?
Thank you very much for the question. Before I answer that one, I want to first make a comment. You see, if you look at 2000, that's when Tanzania pulled out of COMESA. It is in SADC. Because, when you're into integration, you are looking at your economic interests. So when you have countries under several economic blocks, they always look at what serves them best. When you look at the case of Kenya, Kenya is exporting more to Uganda than it's exporting to Tanzania. So in a way, it would push for integration because they're benefiting from us. Now, when it comes to Uganda, if you look at the period, March 2014 to April 2015, Uganda exported only $2.7 billion and it imported $5 billion. You see? So when we talk about milk, we talk about these products, where are we exporting them? Most of them are not exported. So for me, the issue of migration is all about having clear laws. When you're a migrant, can you access employment? What kind of services can you access, and so on? So we have to have all these clarified. Can you, for example, own land? That's what why Tanzania has issues. Can you own land if you're a migrant? But if you agree that you are going to go for political integration, that people within East Africa can move from one country to another, then we have to look at all those issues. One of them was raised, the one of governance. We have to have kind of more or less a similar governance system. If you can't address that, people will say, if in Uganda you have had a president for 30 years, how sure are we there will be stability when that person leaves? So in a way, we have to look at all these issues and then move into political integration. But before political integration, we have to first of all address issues around economic integration. And for Uganda to compete favorably, we need to look at the issue of improving on the quality of our goods and services so that we can be able to export to our neighbors. And then the issues of migration, it's not really that serious if we define what a migrant can do and what they can't do.
Mr. Amama Mbabazi, you have a very decent manifesto. Looks very optimistic, but is it really realistic? It is often said that when politicians are running for office, they campaign in poetry. They promise heaven on earth, but when they are elected and they go to State House, they do that in prose. The question of international trade How can the country leverage its comparative advantage, that is rich soils, water, water sources, tourism, and improve its investment capacity in the fiercely competitive global village when you become the next occupant of State House Entebbe?
In our manifesto, our flagship program is called the Advanced Sub-County Scheme. Its model. This is based on a partnership between the state and the population. The problem of Uganda is we are not producing enough. Yes, we are well endowed geographically, in terms of climate. We have a wonderful climate, we can produce all sorts of things, but we are not taking advantage of those. And what we're proposing to do is for the state to create a climate, an environment conducive to production by our people. Why are our people, intelligent as they are, hardworking as they are, remained in poverty? It is because they don't have markets, they don't have the ability to expand their production, and it is this that we are trying to tackle. What we have suggested is that in order to attract investment, not only foreign, but all investment, we should make it possible to add value to our things by having industrial production in Uganda cheaply. And therefore, we are proposing to reduce tariff on power so that all producers can produce competitively with the rest of the world. And this will attract investment in production. And I have absolutely no doubt that we will raise our production of maize from 4 million to 40 million tons. And we will get a market. I have said in my government, I will create a ministry for getting a market for Ugandan products everywhere in the world.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mbabazi. What about you, Mr. Mabirizi?
When we talk about investment and trade, there are several questions which we have to ask ourselves. Why do we allow investors to come in here who come and borrow our money to invest in Uganda? How does that one work out? And how can you have good investors, investment and trade? You can't have good investment and trade where there are high taxes. So there is a need for our taxes to reduce a little bit in order to allow good trade and investment in Uganda. Thank you.
Very good, very good. What about Dr. Wanika? Do you have something to say about this?
First of all, I would like to key in my complaint that the frequency of asking Dr. Abed Bwanika has terribly reduced. While you rebound other candidates, I think you should have where you tick, and so that everything is balanced. And having said that, I should be allowed to comment on the East African integration and also on the international trade. Our voices must be heard on that.
Go ahead, you have 3 minutes.
First of all, may I want to overhaul the entire foreign policy of Uganda. I want to emphasize trade and investment. We must remove all the barriers that have been hampering foreign direct investment into this country. Of recent, we are reducing, I think last year it was $995 million from over $1 billion. We need to work on the question of energy. Energy is not about reducing the tariff only. Energy is about ensuring that we build more capacity in terms of power generation. We have 852 megawatts of power. 852 megawatts of power. Every Ugandan consumes 80 kilowatt hour per year. A South African consumes 4,600. A Korean consumes 8,500. You cannot be in business when you don't have power. We must complete Karuma Dam, 600 megawatts of power, Isimba, 183, build Ayago Dam, which is 800, and cheaply, not like this government, because what they are using, what they are investing in this government, it is money which can build bigger megawatts of power, so we need to reduce that. Another very important part of my foreign policy is about the Ugandans in the diaspora. First of all, we don't know who they are. We don't know their capabilities. We don't know where they are. This is the only nation that does not regard a people who send in our economy $1 billion every year. I want to put a Minister of State under the Foreign Affairs in charge of the diaspora so that we can track down our people and also help them to organize them into becoming an integral part of our economy. Currently, they are sending money just for consumption and building houses. $1 billion can be a big asset in our economy, so I want to reorganize them. On the regional integration, currently we have so many Kenyans coming into this country. They are buying land, they are in hotels, but we don't have a reciprocal in Kenya. And that is not the weakness of Kenya. It is the weakness of Uganda government. It is our weakness. We have not built our competitiveness. We have not. When you look at the Kenyans, these are smart people. We need to build our competitiveness. We need to work on our infrastructure if we are going to compete. And lastly, on the international trade, I hope you...
I gave you a minute, remember?
Yes.
Minute, etc.
Lastly, on the international trade, the East African region is going to be very crucial if we are going to talk about international trade. Currently, the nations have moved away from what we call bilateral and multilateral trade agreements. They have gone to regional agreements because the investors and whoever wants to trade with you looks at how big your economy is. Uganda's economy is only 27 billion. It cannot attract even McDonald's in this country. We cannot attract McDonald's. We need the East African congregation. Before even we talk about security. Security is good, but we need the East African market to be able to attract investors. Kenya is doing so, and Tanzania. They have diversified their opportunities into tourism. They have these big shopping malls. You know, now in Uganda, the shopping malls are closing, Wichumi is going, the ShopRite is going. That is not a good sign for an economy. We need to look at the East African community, the COMESA. We need to look at all those to ensure that we empower ourselves to deepen the markets and also to negotiate, especially on the World Trade Organization. That is going to be very key if we are going to boost our economy in this country.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bwanika. Let me go to Ms. Chalia, Princess Chalia.
Yes, please.
All countries live by competitive trade, and one of the major challenges is how to make Uganda's exports competitive on the world market. How can we make Uganda's agricultural and industrial goods marketable in the international arena? What would you do as a Ugandan, for example, to benefit the majority of Ugandan farmers in terms of exportation?
Okay, thanks so much. Before we get to the exportation, first things first. The reason why Uganda has failed to take privileges offered by all the federations, East African Federation, African markets and other markets, is a question of communication. We have said that Swahili is the official language in East Africa, but Uganda has not endeavored to make sure that Ugandans can actually speak Swahili. What that means is that Kenyans and Tanzanians can easily come into Uganda and take up jobs, and at the moment, Kenyan managers are taking up most of the management jobs in Uganda. But Ugandans cannot take up jobs in Kenya and cannot take up jobs in Tanzania. So the first thing that's going to happen is we have to work on the communication and make sure that we can speak Swahili so we can trade in Africa before we can even trade beyond Africa. The things to do are very easy. One, we need to restore the cooperatives, get the people to work together. We need to commercialize agriculture. We need to mechanize agriculture. We need to make sure that foreigners do not own land in Uganda, because I have lived in UK, and whether you're a foreigner or a national, you cannot own land there. You can buy a house, and when you get old, the Queen takes it back. So you cannot own property there. So what that means is when foreigners come in, they'll have to become partners to Ugandans. They bring in the mechanisms, they bring in the processing units, and they work with Ugandans. I would also ensure I borrow a leaf again from the United Arab Emirates, because the Emirates there are only 1 million, and everybody else who works there is a foreigner. But regardless of where you come from, America, UK, you can never open a business in the United Arab Emirates if it's not sponsored by an emirate. That means that the Emirates are partners in each and every single village. Here in Uganda, when I was campaigning, in the generaries that we used to own, that used to be Ugandans, they are all owned by Indians. And the slaves there are our women, especially the elderly women. In Langi, I almost cried. We thought we'd gone past slave trade. We've actually gone back right to slave trade. How can we export what we don't own? If the Indians own the cotton, and the Indians own the pancakes, and the Indians own the pampers for the babies, and they own everything. They own even matoke. I asked Indians in UK, can I please send matoke to you? They said no. Indians are growing matoke in Uganda and sending it to UK. Honestly, we need to work on our policy here and make sure that we protect, because if you don't look after your home, you can't do anything. Then restore all the processing units that we have destroyed and make sure that our people can actually get value for money when they grow those products, which is not the case now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Princess Charia.
Okay. We have 4 minutes. So this is a quick question, and it's a follow-up of what we've just been discussing. The issue of investors, and I think this is really, really important, and the level of ownership. How much do Ugandans own investment within Uganda? Most people talk about foreign investors and the important breaks that they need and they get. The reality is that the primary investors in Uganda are Ugandans and in the diaspora. What would your government do to acknowledge, incentivize Ugandans to continue to invest in the country? And I put this question to Colonel Besije.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's indeed very true that I think our country has been opened not to foreign investors, but to fake investors. Because, you've been having national assets turned over to foreigners under the guise of foreign investment. There are many cases in point. We had our Shimoni primary school here, which was dismantled with the promise of some foreign investor doing some great things which have never happened. You had a foreign investor taking over coffee marketing board assets. I don't know to do what, some garments or something, whom we even gave cash on the orders of the president, which cash, was just taken out of taxpayers' money. And so the story goes on. We are really not talking about foreign investors. And the reason we cannot have genuine investors is because of the climate in which they have to invest. Because if we have cultivated a state of instability in Uganda, where you have threats of a government, you hear president threatening, if you do this, the military will take over, if you do this, you have citizens being repressed left and right, tear gas all over the town. Investors, genuine investors who seek long-term investment will not rush to invest in this kind of place. And so we have to really go back to the basics, to create a stable, attractive environment. If you have a corrupt, a system which is with systemic corruption, you can't do or turn anywhere without paying, from the secretary to the minister and so on and so forth. No investor will want to come and, a serious investor come and do business here. So I think we have to simply get our house in order and make the country attractive and open to investment. And in the meantime, we must get the Ugandans themselves to have the opportunities to invest and make credit available at affordable rates. And this is one of the areas where we are concentrating in our manifesto.
Colonel Besigye, you've given your opinion, and you've outlined the cost of doing business, and that is the reason why they're fake investors. But that is your opinion. I'd like to ask candidate Yoweri Museveni to respond whether we have indeed got fake investors or whether investment in Uganda has benefited Ugandans as a whole.
Well, when I listen to the talk here, then it confirms one point, that there is one person here on this platform who can manage Uganda. You see, all these people, and it's not surprising, all these people want ready-made things. Bagara ebyengedde. They want ready-made things. They don't seem to have an idea how to start small and build big. And of course, you know that I have led that process of starting small and building big. And that's why there is a disconnection between me and some of the people, some of whom were working with me, but they couldn't follow what was happening. The issue, you remember I told you about the enclave economy. The enclave economy which had collapsed. Enclave means a small island of modernity in the center of underdevelopment. It had collapsed. Now, we have revived it and expanded it. That has gone with tax collection. Tax collection has gone up because of the investments. But also, there is the question of the business class, the entrepreneurial class. These Indians you are talking about, they are a very dynamic entrepreneurial class from outside. Here in Uganda, if I go back to 1958, for instance, there were only 3 Africans in my sub-count of Ntungamo who had shops selling threads. All the others were the Indians. If you go there now, the entrepreneurial class has expanded. And that's why they have gone into some areas like shops, like real estate. The Africans are active there. But in manufacturing, they are not yet there. So it's a question of time. It's a question of time. Time indeed. So therefore, what we should do is to exploit everything. Sorry, this is the problem of the debate.
Please go ahead and finish. Please finish your thought.
You want me to finish?
Yes, please. I'll let you finish.
No. Okay, they don't want me to finish. Okay, I don't finish.
Please finish. No, let me finish.
So there goes the debate.
No. I would like you to finish. And I think as a moderator, I have the discretion. Then I will continue.
Then control those people who are nani.
It is for you.
So, for me, I am very satisfied that given what we have done now, the fact that we have, Uganda is now capable. There is nothing we cannot do if we prioritize. We may not do everything at one time, and by the way, that's also another issue. People are talking about the foreign missions and so on. I didn't have time to talk about it. Yes, we have not funded the embassies well yet because we are busy with the roads, with the electricity. Well, if you are not sure about the electricity, I advise you go to Yumbe and you touch the wires, and if you survive, then.
Thank you very much. I'm glad you were able to finish. Candidate Charia, please.
Thank you so much. I would like to rebut on what His Excellency President Joel has just said by saying that the issue of slavery in this country should not be taken for granted and should not be underestimated. The truth is, if this country wished good for the Ugandans, it would have first done or enacted the minimum wage statute and made sure that Ugandans are not exploited by the said foreigners. As it is, I actually went into a ginnery in Oyam district, and the workers start work at 8 in the morning, finish at 6 in the evening, and are paid 2,000 shillings a day. That's 50 cents. Nobody can work for that money anywhere in the world. So I feel if we are talking about presidency, we want to lead this country, we should be fair. We should love Ugandans. And a Ugandan should be the most important thing, not the money. Because there is this approach whereby everything is business. Money, 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 figures, billions and millions. And where are the Ugandans in this? Those people are actually dying of cancer. They are not protected. The Indians protect themselves so they don't inhale the cotton. The Ugandans are not even given protective gloves. They don't even have the minimum health conditions required for the factory. They are not even given proper food. You find a 90-year-old woman is still enslaved because this country has no social welfare system to help them.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We have to have a very brief technical break before we come to our last few questions and the last statements from each of our 8 candidates. So please bear with us. We'll just have a short technical break and then we'll be getting back to each one of you. Okay? Thank you very much.
The 8th edition of the UNDP Uganda Human Development Report 2015 on the theme Unlocking the Development Potential of Northern Uganda looks at the efforts of government and other development actors to transform the region. Since the end of the war, the region has registered substantial gains in poverty reduction as well as primary and secondary school enrollment, a positive sign of recovery. The report proposes a shift of attention from recovery to a new era of enhanced productivity, enlarged capabilities and choices, as well as transformative interventions. It emphasizes big step investments in areas such as infrastructure, agriculture and extractives to fast-track transformation. Empowering the youth and women to engage in decision-making and prompting social justice will also be key. This message is brought to you by the United Nations Development Programme. Read more about the report from their website www.ug.undp.org.
As the main job creators and taxpayers, we as business appeal to our sons and daughters in Uganda to keep peace over the next elections, to ensure the economic growth of our beautiful Uganda.
On polling day, present yourself to the polling station where you are registered as a voter. Present your voter identification documents. This could be your national identity card or your voter location slip. If you do not have any of the above, you can still be assisted by the presiding officer to check and confirm your particulars on the National Voter Register. The presiding officer will authenticate your identity using the biometric voter verification machine. After verification, you will be issued with a ballot paper. Proceed to the basin and mark the candidate of your choice using either a tick or a thumbprint. Fold the ballot paper lengthwise as shown by the presiding officer. Proceed to the ballot box and carefully insert the ballot paper. The polling assistant will mark the cuticle of your finger to indicate that you have voted.
Exercise your right to choose your leaders. Please note that the polling station opens at 7 a.m. in the morning and closes at 4 p.m. in the evening. Go to your polling station in time to vote.
Please visit www.ec.or.ug for more information on your voter details. This message is brought to you by the Electoral Commission.
Fellow Ugandans, as we go for these elections, remember, to win is great, but to lose with dignity is more honorable. The voice of the people will have been pronounced, the people will have spoken, and the voice of the people is the voice of God. Accept the choice of the people. And if you are dissatisfied, use legal means to find redress.
In the year 2000, the United Nations member states, including Uganda, agreed to a new global development agenda, the Millennium Development Goals. These 8 goals were the most successful global movement against poverty. In 2015, these member states agreed to a new global development agenda, Agenda 2030, which will ensure the prosperity of all people and the survival of the planet. Agenda 2030 and its 17 Sustainable Development Goals is an opportunity for you and me to ensure no poverty, no hunger, good health, quality education, gender equality, clean water and sanitation, renewable energy, good jobs and economic growth, innovation and infrastructure, reduced inequalities, sustainable cities and communities, responsible consumption, climate action, life below water, life on land, peace and justice, partnerships for the goals. Let us all work together to ensure that no one in Uganda is left behind.
Uganda is our home. Everywhere else, we are strangers. So we women and the youth should keep the peace. Please go out there and vote.
On polling day, present yourself to the polling station where you are registered as a voter. Present your voter identification documents. This could be your national identity card or your voter location slip. If you do not have any of the above, you can still be assisted by the presiding officer to check and confirm your particulars on the National Voter Register. The presiding officer will authenticate your identity using the biometric voter verification machine. After verification, you will be issued with a ballot paper. Proceed to the basin and mark the candidate of your choice using either a tick or a thumbprint. Fold the ballot paper lengthwise as shown by the presiding officer. Proceed to the ballot box and carefully insert the ballot paper. The polling assistant will mark the cuticle of your finger to indicate that you have voted.
Exercise your right to choose your leaders. Please note that the polling station opens at 7 a.m. in the morning and closes at 4 p.m. in the evening. Go to your polling station in time to vote.
Please visit www.ec.or.ug for more information on your voter details. This message is brought to you by the Electoral Commission.
The Microfinance Support Center has supported wealth creation through provision of affordable loans to SACCOs, cooperative unions, and agricultural enterprises. The MSC is a government institution that manages credit funds for developing SACCOs and other cooperative unions and has so far funded institutions in over 700 sub-counties in Uganda. We are pleased to have contributed to the government goal of reviving cooperatives and establishment of a rural financial infrastructure.
By name is Halima, the manager of Works Self-Help Circle. We've benefited from Microfinance Support Center. We've borrowed from MSC for more than 10 times. I thank the government for supporting SACCOs through the Microfinance Support Center, where we've been in position to access funds for improving and uplifting the community's well-being.
As a youth, let's participate in promoting peace, in participating in elections, in participating in giving advice where necessary, in listening to the candidates, vote wisely. Let's not see the selfish interests of the candidates. Let's see the candidates who can perform and deliberate to the service of this country. We think that as youth, let's not accept to be used, but let's be the people who are going to give a very good, wonderful result at the end of the day. Thank you so much.
Welcome to the new home of football with Star Times. Open up a whole new world of sports with Star Times. Get the best of Bundesliga, Serie A, European Cup qualifiers and FIFA tournament football games on World Football, Sports Premium, Sports Live, Sports Arena and Sports Focus. Watch all the best of the German Bundesliga and Serie A matches this weekend exclusively on Star Times, the new home of football. If football turns you on, turn on Star Times.
On polling day, present yourself to the polling station where you are registered as a voter. Present your voter identification documents. This could be your national identity card or your voter location slip. If you do not have any of the above, you can still be assisted by the presiding officer to check and confirm your particulars on the National Voter Register. The presiding officer will authenticate your identity using the biometric voter verification machine. After verification, you will be issued with a ballot paper. Proceed to the basin and mark the candidate of your choice using either a tick or a thumbprint. Fold the ballot paper lengthwise as shown by the presiding officer. Proceed to the ballot box and carefully insert the ballot paper. The polling assistant will mark the cuticle of your finger to indicate that you have voted.
Exercise your right to choose your leaders. Please note that the polling station opens at 7 a.m. in the morning and closes at 4 p.m. in the evening. Go to your polling station in time to vote.
Please visit www.ec.or.ug for more information on your voter details. This message is brought to you by the Electoral Commission.
You know what they say about girls? Who cries more? Girls. Who does the chores? Girls. Who's the shopaholic? Girls. Who's all about selfies? Girls. Who brings the drama? Girls. But we want to show you our real world, where we're more than just girls. Introducing Spark TV, the first female channel in Uganda, made for you to bring out the best in you. Spark TV, it's your time.
By 1986, when the NRM inherited leadership of Uganda, it was in a wanting state, considering the economy, where revenue collections were at 5 billion shillings, which has catapulted 1,000 times to 5 trillion shillings to date. Like other countries, government of Uganda, through Ministry of Education, Science, Technology and Sports, is devoted to ensuring that all pre-primary school-going children have access and equal opportunity to education, regardless of their social class.
On polling day, present yourself to the polling station where you are registered as a voter. Present your voter identification documents. This could be your national identity card or your voter location slip. If you do not have any of the above, you can still be assisted by the presiding officer to check and confirm your particulars on the National Voter Register. The presiding officer will authenticate your identity using the biometric voter verification machine. After verification, you will be issued with a ballot paper. Proceed to the basin and mark the candidate of your choice using either a tick or a thumbprint. Fold the ballot paper lengthwise as shown by the presiding officer. Proceed to the ballot box and carefully insert the ballot paper. The polling assistant will mark the cuticle of your finger to indicate that you have voted.
Exercise your right to choose your leaders. Please note that the polling station opens at 7 a.m. in the morning and closes at 4 p.m. in the evening. Go to your polling station in time to vote.
Please visit www.ec.or.ug for more information on your voter details. This message is brought to you by the Electoral Commission.
You know what they say about girls? Who cries more? Girls. Who does the chores? Girls. Who's the shopaholic? Girls. Who's all about selfies? Girls. Who brings the drama? Girls. But we want to show you our real world, where we're more than just girls. Introducing
Now, the only thing I'm confused about is which side. Is it left or is it right? But I didn't think that a presidential debate would lead to love. But it shows you that when we Ugandans get together on the same platform, anything can happen. Susie. I've just been reminded, it shows you how old I am. It's Valentine's Day.
Oh, yeah.
And I think each candidate wants a Valentine.
Dr. Bwanika reminded us about the diaspora. And the reason why we didn't extend on that presentation is that we already had a question, and the question about the diaspora. In 2015, the Ugandans in the diaspora, as you rightly pointed out, hit the $1 billion equivalent to 3.4 trillion shillings, which is the largest single foreign earning for Ugandans, for Uganda. Yet, Ugandans in the diaspora do not enjoy full citizenship. They do not enjoy citizen rights. And the question I want to put to 3 people, if I can squeeze them in, but certainly 2, is if you were elected, what plans do you have to address this omission of being able to include the diaspora not only in the development process, but also in the planning process of Uganda? And the question first I'd like to ask Professor Baryamareba, and then I'd like it to go to Honorable Amama Mbabazi.
Okay, thank you very much for the question. You know, when I'll use an example of mango juice. If you go to our supermarkets here, you'll find mango juice made in Cairo, mango juice made in Dubai, made in Kenya and other places. So Ugandans here, or Ugandans in the diaspora want to invest in Uganda, have to compete globally. And if somebody from China is manufacturing mango juice here, he's able to get a facility, a long-term loan facility from China at very low interest rates. When it comes to the Ugandan situation, most of our banks don't have long-term financing. And so one of the things I'm going to do for the diaspora and Ugandans here is to ensure to recapitalize Uganda Development Bank. We set up other specialized banks like Agricultural Development Bank, Youth Development Bank, that will be extending credit to Uganda to want to engage in commercial activities. But for the diaspora, since they are bringing in dollars, I would like also to ensure that we review the issue on citizenship and the rights, because they are born Ugandans but they are living abroad, so that we are able to encourage them to come here and invest. If you look at Ugandans who left in the 70s and went to UK, they are among the richest people in the UK. So we need also to look at Ugandans who are in the diaspora. Maybe if we made the environment right, they can come back here and invest, or they can invest here when they are still abroad. The other issues we need to look at is the global competitive indicators. There are 12 pillars. When you look at that, you realize that within the country in Uganda, we cannot compete. Rwanda beats us. Rwanda was ranked 60th among the 148 countries that were polled. But when it came to Uganda, it was 139th. So we are not that competitive. When you look at the institutions, at the infrastructure, at the education, at the health sector, all those things we look at, innovation and so on, we don't compete. I was given 2 minutes, yet others were given 3 in the other round. Okay.
I'm not going to respond to that. Sometimes it's important to let people finish, but I think you'd already finished, and I appreciate your answer. I think the issue of the diaspora is not just about economics. It's not about giving them tax breaks. It's about citizenship. I'd like to ask the question from candidate Amama Mbabazi. Would you allow the people in the diaspora to vote?
Yes.
And how would you address the issue of other rights, seeing as they contribute extensively to Uganda's economy?
I mean, it is clear that as citizens, they should enjoy the full rights of a citizen. It doesn't matter where they live, whether in the diaspora or here. They are citizens of Uganda. They are entitled to enjoy the full rights of a citizen. Secondly, as everyone has been saying, our people in the diaspora have contributed and continue to contribute tremendously to the development of this nation because of the inflows from them. And it is a matter of regret and even shame, I should say, that they are treated by their own country as foreigners. It's amazing that this happens. I did address them in the annual conference about 2 years ago. They raised all these issues. Do you know that Ugandans that live abroad, when they bring their children to Uganda, telling them, we are taking you home, They are treated as foreigners at the point of entry. They have to pay entry fees. They have to get visas to come into Uganda. Absolutely ridiculous. Under my leadership, all this will end.
Thank you very much. And it's a good promise, but I'd like to throw this question back to Dr. Wanika. Just to wrap up, you had two views. Professor Mariam Rebes, in terms of what he will do for the diaspora, specifically on the economic front, and from candidate Amama Mbabazi on the rights and citizenship of Ugandans outside. Can you please wrap that up in 1 minute so that we can leave the issue of the diaspora, important as it is?
It is right that the rights of our people, the Ugandans in the diaspora, their rights are alienated. They need to vote. We need to amend our laws so that they participate in determining the leadership of this nation. We also need to amend the law so that they can be voted. They can stand for positions of authority in this nation. However, we need to be guarded, especially at the level of presidency. Our law should be very clear. We must have provisions that protect the presidency of Uganda. The US law, for instance, clearly states that you must have been born in the US, but also having stayed in the US for 14 years. Someone who has been away from this nation for so long should never, unless you have stayed for a certain period of time, a minimum, you should never just hand over the president. This is a fountain of honor. So we should be guarded in those areas. Yeah. They can become MPs, they can do all those things, but for presidents, that should be guarded.
Thank you very much.
Yes, the other, okay.
The next question is climate change. Climate change is linked to many issues, including agriculture. Rich nations have promised to fund Africa to the tune of $100 billion US dollars to fight greenhouse gas emissions. How will you ensure that Uganda benefits from this fund if you are chosen as the next president of this country? And I go to Bilaro.
Thank you very much. In my manifesto, actually I lift, because climate change has come and it will affect Ugandans and Africans worse than it does to developed countries. This is why in my ranking of national interests, I lifted agriculture from just a major concern to a survival concern, devoting 3 trillion, because the rain that used to come in 3 months now comes in 2 weeks and it leaves us dry. We must have capacity for irrigation. We must have capacity for irrigation, and we must ensure many things, storage, etc., so that our people are not exposed to the extremes. It is even a security issue, because very many people are leaving the arid lands and rushing to the capital. This is why we must devote a lot of money, a lot of attention, bringing everything that we can, including afforestation, in every district of Uganda to cater for this one. The Ugandans must take charge and then receive the other one from outsiders as a token on top. But ours is the responsibility to ensure the survival of our people, number one. This is why I lifted that. This is why I will devote 30 billion per district to ensure that, one, we do production for food security. 2, we ensure that the afforestation, every district must ensure that it is part of the carbon cycle will be, that is the planting of forests and the rest of that. 3, capacity to have strategic reserves because the situation is grave. When you see other
Well, just finish your point, please.
When you see other countries concerned, and we don't have strategic reserves in terms of storage and the rest of that, we are exposing our people to the vagaries of climate change. I am even improving on the military. I will create units. 2007, we saw the flooding of about a third of Uganda, the north and northeast. We didn't have units that could help people stranded out there. So it is a big, big, big thing. So I will be creating units, military units, that can help in terms of landslides because of these erratic rains, in terms of flooding, so that we station boats in areas that are prone to that kind of flooding, breaking bridges. As we were campaigning, we found a lot of bridges already broken in north and northeast Uganda. So we must have units ready to respond to that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, General. Let's go to Mr. Mavirizi. Do you agree with him?
What I have to say about environment, my government will inject more money in agriculture and tourism. That will help us not to spoil our environment. There are some other things which are so dangerous to our environment. When we talk about oil, oil is good, but it's so dangerous to our environment. So we are going to put more emphasis on agriculture and tourism. Thank you.
Do you think that oil is a curse or is it a blessing?
No, I'm not saying that oil is a curse, but oil can spoil our environment. And when you go to the national market now, oil is going down. So what we can inject, what we can do is to inject more money in agriculture and tourism.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Mavirizi.
It's interesting that the issue of oil has come up because that was going to be our next question. And the question, I think it rose, I think with Mr. Mavirizi, where we did have an issue, and the way we had put it, in fact, is to say, is oil a curse or a blessing? Now, you see, I'd want to go first to sort of Mr. Bwanika on that. Is the oil issue in Uganda a curse or a blessing? And then I'll go to other candidates as we develop on the issue of oil.
Thank you so much. Oil can never be a curse. It depends on how Uganda wants to manage the oil. With our reserves, I understand now we are talking about 6.5 billion barrels in the soil. The difference is that because of the price of oil internationally at less than $30 per barrel, it is no longer an attractive business for investors to invest. We need $3 billion for the refinery. We need to look for that money. I understand also that we use 30,000 barrels of oil every day. I do believe that in the near future, 2 to 3 years, the oil prices will go up. Uganda should invest. We should invest in ensuring that we exploit and utilize that oil to the benefit of the people of Uganda. This notion that oil belongs to anyone, any individual person, that should never, never be heard in the mouth of any Ugandan. Oil
an unaccountable and corrupt regime. That is unaccountable creates many other problems, but in terms of oil, it can create a lot of complications, not least of which is the environmental disaster that indeed can befall the country. It would also lead to distortion in the economy and can lead to imbalance, serious imbalance in development. And obviously, the resource would go to waste rather than impact on the country's major development. And that's why in our plans, we think that oil should be given a specific attention, should have an authority to oversee its development, and the investments that come out of that should be prioritized for specific areas, and part of that investment should be saved for future generations, not all be consumed today when the resource is exhaustible. And it should also help us to invest in the non-exhaustible resources of our energy, so that it creates the capacity that is that lasts forever.
Thank you, and I'm sure you will have noticed you're speaking beyond the clock. Candidate Museveni, on the oil, what is your position and how do you see moving forward for this country? The policy that you will have in managing this finite resource if you are elected as president?
Well, the oil was discovered by the NRM. Under my leadership and direct command, I trained the scientists. I refused to negotiate with the oil companies until I had trained the scientists between 1986 and 1989. And when the scientists were ready, they are the ones who negotiated with the oil companies. Uganda now is an exporter of the human resource in terms of petroleum science. Regarding the the oil money, of course that oil money will be used only for, we have said this before, it will be used only for infrastructure, some elements of the infrastructure and science. It will be put in a special fund. It will not be used for importing perfumes and things like that. It will be used not for consumption, but for science, for innovation, for infrastructure, especially the railway and the electricity, hydro. That's what it will be used for. We have already said this in many times, and it is in black and white. And about accountability, I don't think there's anybody who can be more accountable. Because the law, I reject that, by the way. I cannot accept this innuendos here. The petroleum law was passed by Parliament. Every clause. And all the political parties were in that Parliament. So how can anybody talk of unaccountability when the law which governs that that resource was passed by a multi-party parliament? If you want good politics, and I'm told that the debating is also about good politics, please don't make false accusations. Don't make false accusations. So the NRM government is totally accountable. There is no government which can be more accountable than the NRM.
Thank you very much. Can I just, one second, Mr. Can I just remind our audience to please sort of at least, let's try and have a modicum of...
I'll also shout them down. No problem.
We're going to try and be civil. We've had a very civil evening of exchanges amongst different parties, and I think we should continue the evening very much in that vein. You see, of course you can support the candidate that you support. However, we must keep things civil. Now, I think there was a 1 minute rejoinder that Dr. Besja has requested, and 1 minute, sir.
Yeah, just two small remarks regarding what candidate Museveni has said on oil. It's a fact, I believe, that he should be familiar with, that oil was known to be in the Albertine region even before independence. It was certainly, and even when it was pointed out that it could be exploited, it was not the NRM, it was the investors actually who knew all along about it that did so. Now, having said that, the point I wanted to raise was on the question of accountability, which he was responding to. Would he not confirm that actually Parliament had made serious resolutions regarding the oil law until they were all ferried to Chankwanzi, put in army uniforms? They were all put in army uniforms and drilled, and they came back to Parliament and reversed all their resolutions, having come back from Chankwanzi. Is that the Parliament that he considers to be accountable?
Oil is such an important issue. There's requests from two candidates. One is Madame Karia, so I will allow a 1 minute rejoinder, followed by candidate Museveni, a 1 minute rejoinder. Please.
Thanks. I'm just feeling like a referee and that's it in the debate, because I have not, no. Since we came back from break, no one has actually heard my voice, basically. And it is seeming to be this ongoing. Before I came here, the guidelines I got was we are not going to speak about the past, but we need to move forward because Uganda needs to move forward. But what I'm feeling here is we're just moving back and not giving us an opportunity to actually move forward.
Thank you very much.
Can I be asked a question?
Thank
please?
you very much. That's an interesting opinion that you have.
Thank
and as I said, we're still in the debate. Candidate Museveni.
Hello, what Dr. Besige said is not correct. The British looked for the oil between 1920 and 1956. And in 1956, they wrote the final report saying that there was no oil. That report is there in the Ministry of Energy. Secondly, regarding caucusing in Chankwanzi, yes, we caucused. That's why we have political parties. We caucused so that we inform our people, and if caucusing is bad, then how do you run a party? We caucused and agreed on the position. That's what we passed in Parliament.
Thank you. Right, Susie.
Most of the questions have been about what you as candidates can do for Ugandans. There are two categories of Ugandans whose needs and interests are slightly different and just as important. The categories I'm talking about are the youth. And in your manifestos, all of you talk about the youth. And at the political rallies, I've observed and heard about talk about creating jobs, creating opportunities, finding incentives, including the youth in political participation, and so on and so forth. My question, which will go to three of the candidates today, actually might go to all of you if we have the time, is what actual opportunities have you got in play in order to be able to address the problems of youth unemployment, particularly in the context of regional politics and regional integration? And Madame Nadia, Jalia, I'm so sorry. I think I have a fixation with Nadia. I'm very, very sorry. Has indicated that her voice hasn't been heard. I think my friend over here was much more preoccupied with her movements up and down with the different candidates. But the question goes to you. The question goes to you, and we totally agree that the interest of this debate was not to look back, but to try and look going ahead in terms of where Uganda needs to be. So that question goes to you, particularly in light of creating opportunities and in terms of regional trade and opportunities for the youth.
Thanks very much. That's a very valid question, and to the right person. Because on this panel, I'm one of the youngest people here, and the youth are the future of Uganda. Right, you have seen me with the president, and you've seen me with Honorable Mbabazi. I think you've noticed that they have engaged the youth of this country, but they are our elderly. And I am more tuned to the youth of the country and more able to actually engage them and get them to deliver. Now, in Uganda, we talk about employment, but that is an invalid English word in this country. Everybody in Uganda is actually born wealthy. In this country and in Africa is where the whole world started. We have the oil you've spoken about. We have the gold. We have the red soil, the only fertile soil in the whole world. We have the water bodies. We have our parents. What has happened in Uganda is the homes have actually broken down, and we have gotten onto the Western, the Western education, Western way of thinking. When you get out of university, you must sit in an office. However, as a nation, if we go back to the basics, if we go back, say, if my father has 100 acres of land, I don't have to own that land to actually use it to produce, and I can be rich. When I was working as an aide of poverty alleviation, I moved around the Mbarara area. I was surprised. Someone would be, say, a cow in Mbarara, wake up in the morning and milk, and send their milk to Kampala, go to work in the office, come back in the afternoon and cook tea, and then go home to a very big farm. So all the time they are actually making money. Yes, the government favors them, but also they have realized that they have opportunities that they can use. So I am saying to the youth of Uganda, first and foremost, there has been a worry. Just one more second, let me finish this. There has been a worry in the whole country that President Museveni has said he's not handing over power to anybody. We are all going to die. I have spoken to him and he is here. He has already offered to be my senior presidential advisor if I am president. That is true. Actually, that is true. And I've also already accepted, post the elections, that if NRM fairly wins the elections, I will continue serving Uganda. So we, the youth, are very interested in making sure that we are alive, making sure that we have opportunities, and making sure that we move forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. In another way, I'd like to turn the question to Colonel Besigye, followed by candidate Amama Mbabazi. The issue of youth remains burning. Yes, we've had a very good submission from candidate Chalia. I've got it right this time. But I would like to hear about concrete strategies. Parties talk about the inclusion in political parties, political participation, job opportunities. But these are all, I think, what was termed fictional, kind of fairy tales. What are the real concrete strategies that you are going to put in place in order to be able to not only engage the youth politically, but also to be able to hand them the opportunities that they need to be gainfully employed?
The starting point is education. We must have relevant and quality education for our people. And that is why we are talking about vocationalization of education, so that people can learn skills in formal education, not waiting to go to a vocational institute or whatever, as actually used to happen in our country some time back. You know, as students, they would learn carpentry and learn all kinds of other skills while in school. And so we would like to reintroduce vocationalization of education. We'd like to increase institutions that train our young people in relevant skills in our economy, and that are linked to the opportunities that are there in the economy. And so education is key. And we are also looking at having a process of orientation after formal education to link people to opportunities that are relevant to them, and where they have had some kind of interest development for them in the relevant areas. So we are proposing to have institutions actually that manage that transition after formal education. And our industrialization agenda is one other area that is certainly going to consume a lot of youth, because we are linking agriculture, which has been talked about, and where we intend to invest very seriously in developing the agriculture output, but link that agriculture output with industrialization. Industrialization led by government, not managed by government, but led by government, funded by government, and with citizens buying shares and owning the industries themselves, so that people can get in and work.
The plan, as I said, I'd like to throw this question to our candidate, Mama Mbabazi, but I would like to contextualize it. The youth and the opportunities that are being presented are within the national context, yet our discussion today focused on regional integration, regional relations, and global relations. How do our youth, equipped with different skill sets and so on and so forth, how would your government, if you are elected, be able to ensure that they have the competitive edge to compete for jobs, not only in Uganda, but also outside of Uganda?
It requires a very close look at the quality of education we provide to our young people. Uganda, in the past, used to be a center of excellence for education in the whole region, as is well known. Today, unfortunately, we are ranked, I think, only above Burundi, which is extremely unfortunate. If our children cannot find jobs in Uganda, how can you expect them to find jobs elsewhere? It's not possible. It's not possible. So my government would concentrate on giving capacity to the youth, the necessary skills that are demanded by the labor market, the skills that are internationally competitive. That will be our position. As you know, my campaign is about change. It is about transition of power from one generation to the next. Candidate Chalia talked about me and candidate Yoweri Museveni. There is a difference in age. And it wouldn't matter very much if we had the same ideas about how to achieve this transition of power from one generation to the next, because it is critical. So my line has been that we need to do everything possible to empower our children, our youth, to have the knowledge, the necessary skills that can give them the opportunity to take up jobs, not only here in the local market, but beyond.
Thank you very much. As I said, there are two sets of interests that had not been addressed and which I still think are important. And the last one is, and this question I'm directing it first of all to candidate Mabirizi. Uganda is a signatory to several policy papers and international conventions on gender issues. And these range from international, regional, legal policy frameworks in how to ensure that policies address the constraints faced by female farmers, and female representation in key government programs. I would like to know how you, as a president, could substantially raise the overall agricultural productivity in Uganda by focusing on women and their productivity in rural areas.
Thank you so much, moderator. As I said before, what I stand for is institutional representation, where all institutions have to be presented. So women will be very well represented at every level. But going back to that question, we want to encourage people to love living in villages. So we want to make sure that electricity is there in villages. There is good water. People can get whatever they want when they are in villages, and the transport is very well. Road infrastructure is worked upon so that
Thank you. Thank you very much. It seems you wanted to give me back some of the time, but thank you very much for your response. And I'd like to throw this question and move it to candidate Yoweri Museveni. But I would like to change it a little bit and talk about the same issues, combining gender, women, and agriculture. And in terms of what policies do you think are viable in order to ensure that there's a substantial rise in agricultural productivity, given that most of our citizens still live in rural areas, and given that women still are the beasts of burden, if you will, in rural areas in terms of agricultural productivity?
The women in agriculture are part of the family units, mainly husband, wife, sister. They are part of the family unit. There are few female-headed households. They are also there. But since agriculture is linked with land, it is better we regard them as look at them as family units. The agriculture in Uganda has been having two problems. Problem number one has been the residual elements of traditional agriculture. Because when people talk about Africa, they don't know that there is also traditional way of life, like the Karamojong. The Karamojong are still have been living a traditional life. So the first challenge has been to convert them from traditional to commercial agriculture. Then the second challenge has been, once they convert to commercial agriculture, then they have the problem of, I normally say, do it with echibaro. Echibaro with the, echibaro means with the economics, with some economics. Like for instance, if you take West Nile, they grow tobacco, but tobacco is not profitable on a small scale. So then the third problem is land fragmentation. So these are all issues we cannot handle in a very short time. But once you handle that, then there's a question of seedlings, which we have handled. Seedlings, good quality seedlings, those are available from the government research institutions. Many of them are available. Then irrigation, and then finally the irrigation, and then finally value addition. No, but also the use of fertilizers. These are all elements that will help the rural people to farm better. The women have particular issues because they are part of the family, but sometimes they are independent. We have set up the Women Fund. They can access that directly.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you too, Susie. Could each of the 8 presidential candidates please answer the following question? What is the single most important decision that you have made during your public life? And what about the single most regrettable decision or mistake during the same period? I begin with Bwanika. 1 minute, please.
I have to think through. The single most important decision?
Correct. No catalog. 1.
It is when I gave up my job at the university to come and volunteer to serve the people of Uganda in a church that I lead. That was the most important decision that I gave to the public.
What about the single most regrettable decision?
The single, I need to think through again. The most regrettable decision, I can't catch one at this moment.
Thank you. Amama Mbabazi?
Probably not doing it earlier. Probably not leaving the university earlier.
Amama Mbabazi?
I think the
single most
important decision I made in public life was my decision to fight for justice, for democracy, and for the great welfare of our people. I have been in it, I have lived it, and I will die fighting for our people.
Single most regrettable decision?
The regrettable decision I made, there are many.
No, 1. No catalog.
Only 1?
Yes, please.
The worst?
Yes. Regrettable.
It was not to live up to my known
potential?
My known practice of resisting dictatorship whenever it showed its face.
I see. Thank you very much. Professor Bayamuleo. Single most important.
Yeah, the single most important decision I've ever made is after my PhD, I was offered several jobs with a lot of money. I decided to come back and work in Uganda. And I don't regret that. And I'm going to stay in Uganda working until when I reach retirement. Now, the regrettable one was that after coming back to Uganda, I had the capacity to create jobs for so many people. Instead, I decided to be employed. So, but if I had gone into creating jobs, I would be employing close to 1 million people now.
Thank you very much. Major General Biraro.
The single most important decision I made was in 1986 when I was SDA Kitgum. A group of people came to bribe me with 52 pieces of ivory. I decided that I would never be bribed while in public service, and I took that ivory to the Uganda Commercial Bank and declared it a property of Uganda. And I lived throughout my service without being corrupted. Never.
Single most regrettable.
Well, it's nonsensical because I neglected my health during this campaign, and they diagnosed me with some ulcers, which was, it was stupid on my side to have done that.
Thank you very much. Next, Colonel Dr. Chiza Besigye.
Yeah,
important decision.
Guess the important and quite difficult decision to make was to abandon my job in Nairobi and head for the tall grass in Luwero. It was very difficult to make, but I think it was an important decision to make. Now, having said that, I think that on the flip side, the regrettable decision is possibly, continuing to challenge a dictatorship and attracting dire consequences for members of my family who were not part of my decision.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mavilizi.
When I lost my father, I decided
Please.
When I lost my father, I decided to go and work, look for money and pay my school fees. The worst one is when I decided to carry out mock elections, and people turned up very many than I anticipated. That up to now I haven't released the results.
Very interesting. Princess Chalia.
Thank you so much. The most important decision I made was in July 2012 when I decided to take up the initiative and ask President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni to work in the Busoga region under poverty alleviation. I got the privilege to interact with the poor. I got the privilege to realize that actually Busoga is the biblical Garden of Eden and that there is so much beautiful things there. The worst decision I made is being self-centered, because in Jinja district, where I had won a court case to go to parliament, the member of parliament who had rigged elections actually did not have qualifications, did not contribute anything in parliament, did not contribute anything in Jinja, and continues to be a problem to Jinja because of me. So I regret having left her there, because the people of the district have suffered because of me.
Finally, last but not least, candidate Museveni.
Well, I had two candidates for the most important decision, but I think maybe the stronger one.
Just one, please.
Yes, the stronger one. The stronger one would have to be one. was 1966 when I decided to put all my university choices to the University of Dar es Salaam. And in so doing, I ended up linking up with Mwalimu Nyerere, with Samara Machel, with the people who ended up being very useful. I think it was one of the most important. There was another one, but I think this one was stronger.
Very good. What about the single most regrettable decision, sir?
The worst one was when I delayed to shoot Idi Amin's soldiers, and we ended up losing two of our colleagues on the 22nd of January 1973 in Mbari. I think that was the worst.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Next to you, Joe.
We're about to wind up, but we did feel that two things, that there should be at least a couple of questions from the public. And due to time constraints, we won't go into all of them. However, there are two questions here that I must ask, and they're being directed by members of the public to the particular candidates. So it's not so much the moderation team. The first will go to candidate Amama Mbabazi, and the second will go to candidate Yoweri Museveni. So the first one from the audience. Why did it take you 30 years to realize you are not comfortable with the way the state was run?
It didn't take me 30 years. I realized it much earlier, and I had hoped that as we went along, corrective measures could be taken so that we move in the correct line, really. So, secondly, when you are in public affairs and you're handling public things, you have to be mindful of balancing all sorts of forces. For example, I believe in a balanced diet of development. Incidentally, I had not been given 3 minutes, which my other colleagues had received, so I hope...
No, this
was meant to be 1 minute.
With respect, this is only a question from the public. It isn't from us, and it's directed to you and the other one to candidate Museveni. But please finish the point you're making.
Yes. I was saying that when you're in public life, you take decisions taking into account all sorts of factors. And it didn't take me long, finally, to say, this is it, and I am moving.
Thank you. The other question comes to candidate Museveni, and I'll read it out. If you lead a country for 30 years and you're still the only one who is best fit to lead it, is this not a true sign of a failed presidency?
That is, those are part of the recycled wrong ideas. We have got many examples. You take a small country like Israel. That Israel is a country which was born in a lot of problems, but it has been able to use all the spectrum of their leaders, the young ones, the old ones. Since independence, even before independence, since the resistance, all these leaders have been available. So I am not able to understand the obsession of saying that the old cadres must not be available for service. That's what they are saying. After it is the people who elect. I don't elect myself. If they say If the people say we don't need this old cadre, we need Charia here, and she offered me the job of vice president, which I declined. So we ended up agreeing that maybe I could be advisor. The issue is, our countries have got a lot of problems. And you have leadership resources, young, like me, I'm an old man, 71 years old, young ones like this one. What is the problem? If you make all this spectrum of these leaders available to the public, then they select from those. The argument is that this one must not be available for selection. What are you worried about? If the people are going to select, if they select you, if they select Charia, good. If they select the old man of 70, like the ones of Tunisia, they made all sorts of mistakes, of trouble. Then in the end, they elected somebody of 88, the one who is there now.
All right.
So, it's not that I am the only one who has got knowledge or wisdom or what. But given the challenges of a country like this one, or like Israel, it's a good example. Was it a mistake for those Israeli leaders to all be available? Shimon Peres just retired recently. The young ones like Netanyahu were there. Barak, they were all available. The people would select from them. So I think this is a wrong argument. It is a diversion. You are missing the point. I don't see what the problem would be if they are available and then the people choose.
Okay. Thank you very much. It's been a wonderful evening of debate and discourse. I now want to ask each of the candidates to give me 1 minute their closing statement in terms of what they see ahead of next Thursday, this election. 1 minute for each of you to have a closing statement. I'm going to start with Maureen Kialia.
Thank you so much. As you can notice, I'm dressed in an African attire because I'm a mother who is going to be crying if there's bloodshed in this country. Most of the people who fight are men, but actually God did not trust them enough with childbirth. It's we, the women, who suffer most. As we get to the 18th of February, I would like to inform the whole Uganda that everybody in front here has gone past the 18th. As you can hear us discussing, the question is, what are we doing after the 18th? Not what are we doing on the 18th. So please, and please, and please, I am begging you, could you please come out quietly, privately, make your choice, and after that, peacefully wait for the results. If there's been a fair elections, can we please move on? I cannot stand, and I will not stand bloodshed in this country. I am privileged that I was, can I just finish that statement, please?
Sure.
Thank you. I'm privileged that I was amongst my fathers and brothers and friends here. I don't have an enemy here, and it has helped a lot throughout the campaign. And I am appealing to you, none of us is an enemy to the other. Could you please help us and peacefully vote, and we move past it and serve Uganda. Uganda needs all of us. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much with that echo and calling for a peaceful election, which I think all of us in the country hope that each one of the 8 candidates will be sort of abiding by. And now, Mr. Joseph Mabirizi, 1 minute for your closing statement.
I just want to ask all Ugandans to trust me with your vote. I'm the youngest candidate here, and I believe that Uganda wants new breed, new blood. So please vote me in so that we can have new ideas to build a new Uganda. So my sign is a ball which represents unity. We want all Ugandans to be united. So my symbol is a ball, and I will work with all these other people. You have seen them that in some of the things, they are more conversed than me. So we need to work with them. You know, engineers, always engineers, they are not talkative. They are doers. So I'm a man of action. So please vote me come 18th February. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Kiza Besige.
No, the country is worried. The country is worried about what could turn out to be a disaster following the 18th. And worried they should be, because as I pointed out earlier, we have never had any peaceful transfer of power from one leader to another. And I'm actually surprised that candidate Museveni is talking about people being all right for people to elect whomever they want, however old, when he did not respect the election of 1980. There was an election. Dr. Apollo Milton Obote was elected, and he headed for the tall grass to fight. And that was precisely because not every election is a free and fair election. Now we have a verdict of court that the election was actually not free and fair. We have views expressed by the entire country about the state of the Electoral Commission and the fairness of elections in this country. So everybody should be worried. And I hope that, you know, the Forum of Elders and all other people who are concerned about the stability in this country, that they really weigh in, because already the signs are not good, with all these crime preventers being armed and uniformed and all these kinds of things, and the statements being issued by all kinds of senior people about not handing over power and the rest of it. It's all worrying. But I would like to conclude, if you'll allow me, by being hopeful. And I'm an eternal optimist, and that's why I never give up. Uganda has a wonderful opportunity, and I believe in the young people of Uganda that I have seen come out so strongly in this election, and, you know, express very strong sentiments of how they will carry the country forward. So I'm sure that we are likely to have change, and that the urgent duties that need to be attended to, the unemployment, the decayed healthcare, the education problems, the infrastructure problems, that they will need, they'll have hope. And this is why I have said that we offer swagger in the next election.
Candidate Biraro.
I have two requests. The first one is that the people of Uganda resolve the stalemate we had between 2011 and this election by electing a government that will unite all the people of Uganda, which I'm willing to head. That's the first, yes, umbrella. The second one, a little strange to many people, on the 17th we will not be campaigning. And I'm asking every peace-loving Ugandan, every religious leader, to join me in a fast as we pray for our nation, and we pray to God. Please commit Engineer Badru Chigundu and his team, commit General Karekayura and the police to the Lord, and the election monitors, so that at least through the fear of the Lord, we may see something good coming out of this election.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Candidate Biamere.
Thank you very much.
1 minute, please.
Yes, in the Holy Book of Deuteronomy, chapter 34, verse 1 to 4, we see Moses going to the mountaintop and seeing the promised land the Lord promised the descendants of Abraham, Jacob, and Isaac. But he told him that you're not crossing to that land. So the message I would like to leave to my fellow candidates and Ugandans that Joshua had to be raised, another Joshua had to be raised to take people to the promised land. So I think time has come. If you look at Ugandan economy, standing at just a mere $25 billion, you compare it to the companies like Microsoft and others, it's almost nothing. So we need to get a new leader who is willing to invest in the people, to invest in innovations for the youth, to invest in technological developments, so that every year on average, I'll be able to produce at least $1 billion in terms of dollars. And in the next 5 years, Uganda's economy will be at $100 billion. And with that, I want to assure you that if the economic fortune of this country will turn around, so I'm your candidate. Come 18th February, I need your vote, and I'll be your best president ever. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Candidate Mamamba, please.
In our neighborhood, I have a friend. He's called J. Pam. John Pombe Amos Magufuli. He had been in government as a minister for quite some time. He was recently elected president of Tanzania. And the day he swore to be president is the day Tanzania began to change. And it is acknowledged that the changes that are occurring in Tanzania now are phenomenal. Tanzania indeed has had a history of change from Nyerere every 10 years, and Tanzania has progressed beyond imagination by any of the neighbors. I appeal to the people of Uganda. It is time for change. On 18th of this month, you have a very important decision to make, and it is within your power to do so. Whether Uganda remains as it is, or whether Uganda changes.
Thank you, sir.
I think we have made our case, and the people of Uganda, they have heard. 18th February is the coming week. The people of Uganda should be given opportunity to elect a president that they deserve. Also very important, whether these elections are going to end peacefully or violently, that is in the hands of Dr. Badiri Chugundu. If these elections go violent, Badiri Chugundu and the team, they will be the ones to blame. They should ensure that they guarantee the people of Uganda a free and fair elections for God and my country.
Thank you. Finally, 1 minute, candidate Museveni.
2 points. One is that the Bible says we shall know them by their fruits. And everybody knows who has made Uganda recover. That $27 billion some people are talking about lightly did not come easily. It has given us a base for further movement. And anybody who does not see that, I doubt very much that he can manage, because he doesn't see how to start from zero and come up. Finally, there will be peaceful elections in Uganda. Nobody can disturb our peace. Anybody who tries to do that, we struggled for against so many problems. We cannot allow anybody to disrupt, to threaten our people. This will happen. Why do we threaten people? This is not acceptable. I thank you very much.
Thank you, candidate Museveni. Shaka.
Yes, sir. Well, finally, I guess I would like to say once again that I am profoundly honored and exceedingly humbled for having had the opportunity to interact with the 8 presidential candidates. I have to say frankly that I enjoyed your remarkable presentations, and I wish you all good luck. I would also like to thank, of course, the audience, the crew, to thank, most importantly, perhaps the Interreligious Council of Uganda for having invited me to be part of this dream team here. And so, before I go, I would like to say, get better, not bitter Uganda, and remember to keep the African hopes alive.
Susie.
Thank you very much. I'd like, first of all, to thank the Interreligious Council for having brought me on board. I didn't know what to expect, but the debate has far exceeded my expectations. I would like to thank the candidates for having given me a lot of food for thought and helped us to make the debate successful. I'd also like to thank the audience for having been really on board. I know that we haven't had the time that most of you would have liked to be able to go into issues much deeper, but I think we've had a flavor, we've been able to sample, we've been able to tease out some of the issues that are really important to Uganda and to Ugandans. We've been able to look at issues of the youth, women, trade, cross-border relations, and so on and so forth. These are all things going forward which will be very important for all Ugandans. Therefore, finally, as a head of Department of Political Science, this is an important learning curve because I've been able to listen to all of you, been able to learn from you, and I'll be able to take it back to my department and hopefully ensure that we are able to do more research and understand some of these issues better. Finally, I'd like to offer my apology to candidate Maureen Chalia for constantly calling her a different name. I'm not sure what was on my mind, but I apologize profoundly, and I hope you were not offended. Thank you all very much, and I look forward to the next one. Hopefully I won't be too old. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's been, I'm going to invite Justice Ogola to come up in a minute before we sing the national anthem and close. But just before we do, I want you to all know that I think this is a historic moment. And we have 8 of the presidential candidates in my country all on one stage. Give them a round of applause. It's been my pleasure, you see, to be able to at least lead this team of eminent people that have been here to put questions to you on the behalf of our compatriots. So thank you for being able to sort of take our questions in the good spirit, and of course to know that, you know, this is for the benefit of each one of us and our children and future generations. My name is Joe Chibazo. It's been my pleasure to be one of the moderators here. And now I'd like to invite Justice Ogola before we close.
Would be remiss if we do not move a vote of thanks. We've come to the end of 2 debates in a series. It would be un-Ugandan not to say thank you. Thank you to the candidates who gave us a treat tonight. Who will ever forget candidate Chalia walking along the aisle with seductive candidate Yoweri Museveni? But who quickly got snatched by the amorous candidate Amama Mbabazi? Who will not remember Bishop Bariamureba, deeply immersed in Deuteronomy. More seriously, however, who will forget that powerful picture? All the 8 candidates standing right here across the stage, holding hands in harmony with all the leaders of our faith in this country, holding hands towards them. That, to me, is the picture of the century. Thanks to the moderators, the analysts, they were not here, but they are in the back, the MCs, the production unit, Nexus, NTV, and all other TV stations and radio stations that carried this wonderful, wonderful debate tonight. You, the live audience here in this hall, which includes distinguished election observers from all around the continent and the Commonwealth. Thanks to all those who are sitting at home, watching and listening intently to this conversation tonight. UNDP for having supported the whole thing, the 2 debates. Serena Hotel for its stellar facilities. My fellow organizers, the Elders Forum of Uganda, the IRCU, and the NCF, National Consultative Forum. 3 weeks and 5 days ago, we gathered in this very hallowed hall to witness the planting of a seed, the seed of reform to the electoral process of our country. We witnessed the first ever presidential debate in the life and times of this young nation of ours. And what a blast it was. Tonight, we met one more time, this time to seal the success and the sanctity of the first debate. This time around, we were in for not just the blast of the last debate, but an extravaganza. The extravaganza of mind over matter. The extravaganza of hefty ideas over empty political promises. The extravaganza of rhetoric and oratory rendered in equal measure with elocution and eloquence. An extravaganza of concise articulation and precise analysis of the vision and mission of these gallant 8 who would aspire to be the pilot and captain of Uganda's ship of state. In this fashion, a debate opens a national conversation between us, the people, and those who would compete for the highest office in the land. A conversation that is civil in nature, issue-based in content, serene in intent, and enlightening in purpose. A conversation which is at once serious but good-natured, solemn but civil, combative but chivalrous, aggressive but dignified, tough but tolerant, probing but accommodating, tumultuous in substance, yet tranquil in procedure. A ferocious battle of wits, but fought with graceful fortitude. This is the essence of the debate. These are the beginnings of the age of reason, the golden age of a new dispensation in Uganda's politics. These are the makings of a refreshing renaissance of the electoral creed and dogma of the politics of this pearl of Africa. Without a doubt, the debate has become a worthy and noble tool to conveying the competing viewpoints across the political divide, without the rancor nor the pettiness and ugliness of an ordinary campaign rally. The debate seeks to bend the walls of hostility and to build instead bricks of tolerance, to build bridges of peace. It seeks to silence the noise of animosity and to encourage instead the voice of reason and the soothing symphony of harmony. Truly, the debate is the thing. Good night. See you again in 2021. God bless.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, the national anthems. Please be upstanding.
Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike. What a night, what a debate, an incredible one it has been. We're still live on NTV. We'll ask our audience here to kindly take their seats for a minute as we request a couple of people that will walk to the stage and join the candidates for a handshake and for a photo opportunity. I'll ask the Reverend Diana to let us know who those are that will be joining the candidates.
We'll ask the Elders Forum to go up on stage together with the religious leaders